where the Congress was actually beleaguered in that period, and Congress was said to be losing ground, and then comes that calm theory in which they unite that segment of votes which was not talked about at one time.
So for our viewers who don't
it used to be the domination of
Kshatriya, Harijan, Muslim and Adivasi.
With one thing, that the Kshatriyas there are OBC Kshatriyas. You're referring, Mr. Madhav Singh Solanki himself was a Thakur. So he came from North Gujarat, and therefore, from central Gujarat, from Kheda area, correct me if I'm wrong. So they had an OBC, Muslim, Adivasi, 15% Adivasi, 7% Dalits, 9% Muslims, and 34% OBCs. You come together, it becomes over 50%. But the story is that within 5 months of that victory, Madhav Singh Solanki was removed because you had anti-reservation riots that eventually became communal riots. The Congress has committed self-goals across this country. One big self-goal was removing Madhav Singh Solanki. He was brought to Delhi as a union minister. During Rajiv Gandhi's time, Rahul, the Congress committed a number of self-goals in several states. In Maharashtra, you brought in puppet leaders like Baba Saheb Bhosle, that was Indira Gandhi's time. In Gujarat, imagine removing a chief minister who gets 150 seats within 5 months.
Gujarat, what Rahul said, what is happening? Narendra Modi, Hindutva element, Dipali also said, works. Narendra Modi has not let his Hindutva image diluted anyway.
That's right.
You know, he's persistent. Those visits to the temples, Ram Mandir, he has kept that intact, unlike an LK Advani. Then comes the governance part. Why did the left lose Bengal? It was not just Nandigram. 2008, they lost the Panchayat elections. Then came the Jungle Mahal where Naxals took over and virtually the police had to be sent to get him evicted. Industry was fleeing, laborers were suffering. Can you imagine in those years of 2010-11, there was 11% starvation in Bengal.
So,
Modi and BJP has not let governance suffer that much.
I have very important results coming in. All the 3 constituencies in Morbi, all 3 which the BJP lost last time under the Patidar agitation, BJP leading. Morbi, where a month ago 135 people died in a bridge collapse. Morbi, BJP leading in one constituency, 481 votes. Another one close, Tankara, 76. And in Vankaner, BJP 3,310 votes. And Vankaner is interesting. It's one of only 3 constituencies which has a Muslim winner last time. And he's a religious cleric. It's not a Muslim-dominated constituency, but it is has traditionally gone to a Muslim apart from Jamalpur and Daryapur in Ahmedabad. So 3 Muslim constituencies, but the BJP leading in all the Morbi constituencies.
34 leads out of 175. History is already in the making. The 2002 BJP record is likely to be broken. I think the BJP is looking to chase down Madhav Singh Solanki's record. Now, we'll still need to see whether that happens, but the Congress now down to 36. And the Aam Aadmi Party at only 4. So chastening this for the AAP, a lot of the castles that were being built in the air at this moment seem to be just that, castles in the air, not fructifying into seats on the ground.
Rahul, I think that, even AAP at 4 seats sounds a bigger number to me.
Why?
I think it's going to go a bit down because AAP has, they gave a very spirited fight. But when it comes to voting, I don't think AAP is really, it's going to dent into votes and get a good vote share. But when it comes to number of seats, I don't think AAP is going to make it.
But Kejriwal's wings will be clipped. If this is how you end up with 4 or 5 seats, then all this hawabaji which was going on about being the principal challenger in 2024 to Narendra Modi, it may still happen, but it will take a lot more time than Aam Aadmi Party and their cheerleaders would have imagined.
Look, the AAP needs, I believe, to get 15 to 20% vote share and double-digit seats.
Pehle 20 tha, ab aapne 15 kar diya.
No, 15 to 20%.
You started the morning by saying 20% is where they get some bragging rights. Now the bragging rights criteria is also coming down.
No, 15 to 20% is a solid number. You see, once you get 15 to 20%, you have a beachhead. Then it depends on how you build on it. BJP, please appreciate. You see, we don't look at history, Rahul. The BJP in that famous election of Madhav Singh Solanki was 15%. That 15% party within 10 years had taken over Gujarat. 15% is a starting point. 20% would be a huge achievement. So we have to wait and see. But look at Himachal. Story and a half. 29 BJP, 30 Congress, 5 others. आज लगता है बहुत सुख.
Razi, 3 are rebels, BJP rebels.
उनके हाथ में लड्डू ही लड्डू है in
the rebels.
The rebels.
So plus the weather is inclement. There's a bit of snowfall. The political weather is inclement, the climate is not very pleasant at this moment, and Himachal Pradesh is going down to World Cup penalties. This will go down right to the wire. I have lots of very exciting data sets on number of votes, the margin. It will come down to that. But the ones smiling the most are those 5 others. They're going to be, very, very pleased if this is the way it ends up.
You have penalties and you also have something called sudden death and golden goal. You see, so you never know what can happen in a World Cup match like Himachal. So Himachal looks like, I don't know if our guests are through. Rohan Gupta, spokesperson of the Congress, is with us. Rohan Gupta, you have been the face of the Congress in Gujarat in this election as spokesperson. When we look at the numbers, Rahul just said, BJP going well beyond even what it did in 2002. Are you depressed? रोहन भाई अच्छा freeze हो गया है रोहन गुप्ता का line freeze हुआ है we'll wait and see when Rohan Gupta joins us. Charu Pragya still with us of the BJP.
Prithvi Reddy from the Aam Aadmi
and
Party.
Prithvi Reddy of the Aam Aadmi Party. Very quickly, Prithvi Reddy, the point we were discussing, 15%, 20% vote share, 5 seats, 4 seats. What will make the AAP take any kind of bragging rights in Gujarat today?
We didn't fight this election for bragging rights. We are here to fight and win elections. If the vote is converted from the support we saw on the ground, let's understand there is anti-incumbency in Gujarat. Whether the people who came out, whether their support will be converted into votes is what we have to wait and see. I think for a small party, we've received a lot of support and affection from the people of Gujarat. We are grateful. We would really, really hope that we can make a serious impact. And
Lots of information coming in right now.
Taken the fight.
Gadvi, the chief ministerial candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party, contesting from that key seat of Khambalia in Dwarka, is now trailing. And that
he was leading until a very short time ago.
Sure. So I'm just giving I'm not even saying he'll lose. I'm just saying at this moment he's trailing. We're just doing ball by ball commentary.
It's very, very early days. I think probably the first round is completed.
It is early, but it's a very tough constituency. He's chosen a very tough constituency, not easy, given the fact...
No, but he's chosen what? He could have chosen anything. There is no easy constituency for AAP in Gujarat right now.
There is no easy constituency. Of the lot, I believe that the best chance the AAP has is in South Gujarat. In Saurashtra, they will get vote share, but very difficult in Saurashtra to break this Congress-BJP duopoly.
South also, Rajdeep, the tribal areas.
The tribal areas?
South also the tribal areas.
That's right. The one person, Alpesh Kathiria, has half a chance. Right. So he in Baracha. So we'll wait and see. Rohan Gupta, your screen went, was frozen at perhaps the wrong moment. Are you depressed? Was that the reason why your screen suddenly froze? Depression much hota mein?
I don't know why your production team froze my screen, but I'm not depressed at all. This is the postal ballot till now, so I'm still hopeful. Let us see when the real numbers come. I'm also tracking seat-wise numbers, so too early to say. Let's wait for some more time.
But what is the, do you agree, unlike 2017, મજા નથી. આ વખતે 2017 માં તમે જોશથી લડ્યા. આ વખતે થોડું ઠંડુ છે તમારું. You are not really in the race.
See, there are two different styles, right? When you fight elections, you work on particular strategy. This time, the overall consensus was to have micro strategy where we go door to door. We give Congress concrete things rather than just talking about BJP, what Congress is going to deliver, and that is a strategy we worked on. We were even yesterday also we had meeting. I think numbers were not looking bad. So let us see. The numbers are still coming. Even just postal.
No, but the Congress's worst case scenario is playing itself out. If the Congress ends up less than 30 seats, that, to my mind, signals the beginning of the end of the Congress in Gujarat, because typically wherever another party is come in, they've overtaken the Congress and established themselves as the opponents, like was the case in Delhi, where the AAP didn't do remarkably well in the first election, very quickly built a base, as was the case in Punjab as well. It's the Congress that tends, Rahul Verma, to completely implode. And not just that, the AAP is beating its chest, talking a lot more than they should, and at least attempting to do something. As Rajdeep was saying, the Congress is completely thanda, they're not even fighting.
Absolutely. See, we may keep criticizing that AAP makes noise without any substance, but any party which is going to go in the election can only get votes by making the noise. They can't say, oh, we are coming third, please vote for us.
Sure.
They will have to say that we are coming second or we are the main challenger to the BJP, and they were trying to mobilize votes. So in that sense, what you are seeing in Gujarat today, that may get replicated at the national level, which will basically what... So the fight for number 2 spot, even if it just looks like a fight, is going to make number 1 look bigger. And so in 2024, if Congress and AAP fights for the national opposition space, BJP will have a easy run.
No, but they are fighting only for mind space. On the ground, the Congress is ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party. It's just that everybody is getting carried away
but think
by
about it.
this
The
rhetoric.
Congress BJP vote share is going to be roughly around 46 to 50%. This was their vote share in 2017 as well. What is happening that Congress is going 10 or 15% down, which is being picked by the AAP. So basically, non-BJP votes are getting fragmented, which is making the number 1 party look bigger.
You know, the interesting election, while we look at Gujarat, which is about breaking records, Himachal is about really going down to the wire. 32 BJP, 29 Congress, 4 others. BJP has now taken the lead. But
apparently Rohan Gupta's birthday.
It's Rohan Gupta.
भाई आपका birthday है क्या आज? अच्छा इनका line ही freeze हो रहा है ना. You know, our producer saying this is like the connection between Congress and the voter.
It is his birthday. He was on my show
Oh,
and
it
he
is his
said on the 8th December it is my birthday and the Congress will do really,
He's
really
not
well.
really
I
getting
feel sorry for him.
You
I
know,
really
but
do
at the
feel
moment,
sorry
No, but
for
at least he's sporting and he showed up.
You know,
even if it's on his birthday.
Sure.
Called anti-party activity.
You know, the interesting, Himachal Pradesh is interesting because it's often believed that the road to Shimla leads through Kangra.
Yes.
Now, Kangra at the moment, Congress is leading 14-10 to the BJP, 1 to independence. Go to Mandi, and in Mandi, actually, it's the BJP which is dominating. So in Jairam Thakur's own bastion,
No, and
BJP 15, Congress
JP
7,
Nadda,
other
and the
1.
BJP president.
Sure, and then if you turn to Shimla, which is or Congress barely leading 9-6-1. I think eventually who wins Kangra will win this election. If the Congress holds on to Kangra, Congress will be ahead of BJP. If the BJP is even with the Congress, Mandi is going to the BJP, that's clear. Shimla, I believe, will go slightly to the Congress. The real challenge of Himachal is in Kangra. Whoever wins Kangra will take Himachal in terms of party number 1.
As long as the margin of between the two parties is lesser than the others, I think the game is there. Game lies in the others.
Game lies in the others. Yeah,
If the margin.
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying in the bigger picture of Himachal, traditional, and Kangra, remember, used to be an area which the BJP last time swept. And Prem Kumar Dhumal not involved in the campaign, even though his son Anurag is, of course, a face. You did a Jab We Met with him. Rahul, by the way, did Jab We Met with Anurag Thakur, Isudan Gadvi and Harsh Sanghvi. All new young leaders and Raghav Chadda. So the young faces, we'll have to see how Anurag Thakur looks at these numbers also. But at the moment, very close race. 29-32, it's changing all the
But to
time.
build on that point about Kangra, in the 15 seats of the Kangra district and in the 25 odd seats of the region, whoever tends to do well, so in a very, in the concept of swing seats, this is the region which is the swing region. And whoever wins in Kangra typically tends to win Shimla, and that's just the way it's been. And the other interesting thing about the Himachal results is that so far, in the urban pockets of Himachal Pradesh, is the Congress that is leading, which is quite remarkable since 2009, when the Congress won in urban pockets, has the Congress won in urban areas, except that Himachal Pradesh is largely an agrarian, rural and hilly state, and there aren't too many urban pockets. You're winning in urban pockets in the one state where there aren't too many urban pockets,
But look
and
at,
therefore it doesn't matter.
Can I just give you just a data point on that? Look at urban Gujarat. At the moment, 46 seats. Actually, urban Gujarat is about 70. But in the 46 seats that we have, BJP leading in 41. You know, this is really the story of Gujarat. As Gujarat gets more urbanized, the so-called neo-middle class that Mr. Modi keeps speaking about, heavily Hindutvaized.
No, but this is where also all the pundits were seeing a lot of anti-incumbency against the BJP. They're saying, "Arey, hawa nikli hui hai, dhua nikla hua hai, haar rahe hain." It's true. They were all saying it. Rajiv, it's absolutely true.
Rahul, let's be clear. BJP's lead on an average in urban Gujarat, on an average is more than 20%.
Yeah.
Even if there is anti-incumbency, even if the opposition is making some inroads, you can't defeat them. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ
But that they're saying today on the 8th of December. So far they were saying, oh, after 27 years there's anti-incumbency. Now, there has always been anti-incumbency. The BJP gets 45% of the vote in Gujarat. The rest goes to the others. That's just
right.
the fact. It's
No, but in urban Gujarat it's not even 45. It's over
50 plus. True.
It's 50. It's in rural Gujarat that the BJP is vulnerable.
Actually, if you remember 2017, the gap in seats between Congress and BJP was very low. But in votes, it was very high. BJP had got 48% vote and Congress had 41% vote. Which means that in urban Gujarat, what Rajdeep is suggesting, that the BJP lead is really, really high in terms of vote.
Are you surprised, Deepal?
I'm not at all surprised. And Rahul, you said there is anti-incumbency. Yes, there is anti-incumbency. There was anti-incumbency in Gujarat. But Mr. Modi and Amit Shah very smartly replaced the entire cabinet, including the chief minister. The anti-incumbency was against local leaders.
Sure.
Mr. Modi and Amit Shah are worshipped
Rohan
in
Gupta is back.
Gujarat.
Can we go
So it
across
is
to-
because of their...
Rajdeep, Saurashtra is interesting. 3 constituencies which, the BJP had not even gotten a single seat in 2017. Morbi, Somnath, Amreli. Amreli, all 6 BJPs leading.
Yes.
Somnath out of 4, 2 BJPs leading. Morbi, all 3 BJPs leading. It's really interesting to see because they didn't get a single...
Is that the AAP vote cutting factor?
They didn't get a single seat in these 3 constituencies last
2017,
time.
I'll tell you what happened. There was you see, you had 2 years of drought, 15 and 16. Then in 17, minimum support price was not given to the groundnut and cotton farmers. So there was anger. You see, we tend to look at these local factors matter. And
No, in these 3 constituencies, what's mattered is, A, you've taken the Congress leaders, you've got them in Talala is one such constituency you see in Somnath, where the BJP is leading. This is a former congressman. Then you also have independents who are helping and cutting in the vote of the Congress.
Sure. So,
the good thing right now is, at least the India Today Access My India poll for the moment, and I want to hold my horses while I say this, seems to be coming right. The Congress with the lead in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP towards the upper edge of our margin, which was 149, so it's 146. So Madhav Singh Solanki's record is under threat. Rohan Gupta, I'm told, is back with us. Happy birthday.
it's his
Rohan
birthday
bhai.
today.
Rohan,
Kahan
happy
aapko
birthday,
to-
Rohan.
you should-
Happy
Thank you.
birthday, Rohan.
And it's good you're
Thank you,
sporting.
thanks
I mean,
a
the Congress leading only on 23 seats at this moment in Gujarat, but you're a sporting kind of guy showing up on your birthday. Unfortunately, we don't have very good news for you, but happy birthday nonetheless.
Thank you, Rahul, and I think this is a part of the game. So you cannot just shy away from your responsibility, whatever is the situation.
No,
And
but
I'm
the
still
problem is
hopeful
the
since it
Congress
is my
doesn't seem
birthday.
to be playing the game. You're calling it part of the game, but given that you got 77 seats in 2017, the Congress should have tried much harder. You've given the Aam Aadmi Party space to come and grab that opposition space. It's all because of the Congress's own failing in trying to put up a spirited fight.
I don't think so, Rahul. See, this time it's not that we have not put up the fight. Basically, we decided on a different strategy of going micro campaign because this was observed in 2017 that what Gujarat needs is what the party is going to do in future. So this time we decided to went with the promises what Mr. Rahul Gandhi did to the people of Gujarat. We went door to door. And we worked on micro campaign. And let me tell you, Rahul, maybe number on what your screen is right now showing 23. What the number I have right now is we are around 45 seats, 45 to 50. This is the number I am getting from the ground. Let us see what is the real number.
Okay.
But yes, you are absolutely right. As of now, if I don't want to just deny the number and just talk that, okay. But yes, numbers are not as per what we thought. And I think Saurashtra, according to me, what I expected and what numbers I see right now, I think it's not expected as what I had expected from Saurashtra.
I'll tell you what are the Saurashtra numbers. As of now, BJP leading in 41, Congress in 9, AAP in 2, BSP in 1. Remember, this was the region where the Congress won 30. See, Saurashtra Kutch won 30 out of 54. Look at Central Gujarat. Again, a sweep. BJP leading in 56. Congress in 7, AAP in 2. We are calculating Ahmedabad within Central Gujarat. Therefore, it's a complete sweep in Central Gujarat. North Gujarat, areas of Mehsana. Prime Minister Modi comes from Mehsana district, remember. Much tougher fight, but again, this time, the BJP is ahead. In 2012, Congress was ahead in North Gujarat. 2017, Congress was ahead. This time, BJP leading in 17, INC in 7, AAP in 1, Independents in 1. And then you turn to South Gujarat. And in South Gujarat, the BJP is sweeping 30 leads to the BJP, 3 to the AAP. So the AAP significant, out of those 8, 3 are coming from South Gujarat, Congress 2. And here is where the division of votes. Seats where the division between the Congress and AAP is leading to a sweep both in Saurashtra and South Gujarat, and the BJP holds its own in central Gujarat. So a mix of arithmetic and chemistry. The chemistry of Moditva and the arithmetic of a divided vote is leading to this huge sweep, 145, just 4 short of the record in Gujarat of Madhav Singh Solanki. And every minute, Himachal gets closer, 31 plus 32. Yes, Sheila.
Two others, independent, most probably Kandal Jadeja from Kutyana.
Santok bin Jadeja's son, the Don of Porbandar.
Madhu Srivastava.
No,
Madhu Srivastava is not winning, he's losing.
Mostly of NCP, Jayant Patel Sarsa.
So here's
most
the thing to
probably.
look at.
Bosky, yes.
The Congress had 42 seats,
One BSP,
which they
I'm not sure
haven't
which
lost in 3 elections. These were supposed to be Congress strongholds. We have trends at this moment for 41 Congress strongholds. Out of those 41 supposed Congress strongholds, which the Congress has won in 3 past elections successively, the BJP at this moment is leading in 31, the Congress only 6. The Congress at this moment unable to hold on even to its own strongholds. Conversely, the Bharatiya Janata Party had 81 stronghold seats which the BJP had won in every election in the last 3 elections. The BJP holding on to 71 of those seats. That just demonstrates the difference between the Congress's ability to hold on to its supposed strongholds and the BJP's ability to do just that.
You know, the fact is, at the moment, this is a landslide, a complete landslide, and interestingly, rural Gujarat, because that is where the BJP trailed last time. They're winning big in rural Gujarat. And that's the big difference that has taken place between what happened in 2017 and 22. The BJP is holding on to its urban vote, but it's expanding into rural areas, including the tribal belt. BJP has touched 150. At the moment, the BJP touching 150, which remember is the upper end of the Axis My India poll. It's also where the BJP crosses Gujarat's all-time record for seats, which is Madhav Singh Solanki's 149 in 1985. So if these numbers hold, they just come down yet again. 149. So the BJP is certainly at the top end of our range, Rahul. We had given a 131 to 151 range, I think. The BJP is heading to the top end of that range. And one reason for that is AAP getting 8, which means that they are getting double-digit vote share and damaging the Congress in different parts of Gujarat.
One of the misnomers about this election has been that the BJP was supposed to be weak in rural Gujarat. I have trends now for 119 rural seats out of the 121 total rural seats. At this moment, the BJP is leading on 91 rural seats. The Congress leading only on 18, the AAP on 8. So all of AAP's leads are actually coming at this moment from rural Gujarat. So all this hype around Surat and how they were definitely going to win 4 seats in Surat, at least at this moment, from the trends that we are seeing is not true. 91 out of 119 leads, Rahul Srivastava, for the BJP from rural Gujarat. And in urban Gujarat, on the other side, they're virtually winning everything there is. Out of 46, they're winning 41 at this moment.
See, I think one, the Labharti element is cannot be ignored. In Gujarat, the schemes of the central government. I think also very clearly, Aam Aadmi Party is now a more unidirectional damager in terms of vote cutting than being multidirectional. It's hurting the Congress. But Rajdeep, the real story emerging is that in a state where a party has been in power for 27 odd years, there is a lot of anti-incumbency. The principal opposition party is losing 2/3 of its seats. Rajdeep, that's a very, very serious story. That if you cannot capitalize on such conditions, then you're never going to do it.
Yes, Rajat.
Well, very interesting anecdote from this election. Prime Minister Modi was meeting the BJP leaders, like from the grassroots and all. They all gathered, and he asked, "What is the discussion? What is the topic being discussed among the people?" Some said Ram Mandir, some said Hindutva, and all of these things. And then Prime Minister was very angry with them. He said, "You're not going on the ground because none of these are the issues. The real issues are the benefits and the layers of schemes that I have provided to the people of the state, which will result in. So such anecdotes, because Prime Minister has a very, very strong understanding of what, what is swinging the votes in his favor and what is not. And he blasted the leaders because they were missing out on the grassroots.
No, but there was anti-incumbency.
See, there was always, but what
massive
was-
anti-incumbency in Gujarat.
See,
but a
clearly,
large part of that anti-incumbency was against the opposition, the Congress, because they are the ones who are facing the impact of the anti-incumbency. Forget the anti-incumbency against the government. The real anti-incumbency, and the story from the polls so far is that the anti-incumbency in Gujarat was principally against the principal opposition, the Congress, which has crashed from 77 at this moment to only 24 leads.
It's not the Congress as much as individual MLAs. You see, the lesson that the BJP is telling political parties, be ready to change your sitting MLAs. Be ready. More than almost half of the BJP candidates out of 182 are freshers.
It's easier said than done. I mean, if you have a leadership like that of the Congress party, it's very easy to say it.
No, but you've got to do it.
It is extremely hard for a Congress party whose entire leadership is in an NGO mode.
MLAs? How will you help them win?
No, the fact is, I'm just...
It's not as easy.
Sir, you see, when you are in a situation where you've got the Prime Minister's home state, so the chemistry of Prime Minister Modi and a divided opposition, clearly the AAP increasingly is hurting the Congress. If you look at where the AAP is gaining in South Gujarat, in tribal belt, they are gaining at the cost of the AAP is gaining at the cost of the Congress. So the Congress is hit from both sides. It cannot match the emotional appeal and the charisma of Mr. Modi or the BJP's machine on one side, and it cannot also... It carries the baggage which the AAP doesn't.
But
this is the reason they decided not to contest.
I wouldn't put the blame on Congress MLAs. I think the blame should lie on Congress state leadership and national leadership. There were issues present. Why was Congress national leadership not going in the state? Why didn't they campaign as they campaigned in 2017? Unless you create... So, Rohan may say that, we were having a micro campaigning strategy. But what was the complaint every reporter wrote in their pieces from Gujarat? That a lot of voters in Gujarat think that Congress is not actually campaigning hard.
But
not just that. They feel that my Congress ko vote dunga, that congressman will go and switch to the BJP.
But Rajdeep-
Remember, 20 out of 77 Congress MLAs switched sides. And also, when we asked why is Rahul Gandhi, do you know the real story? Let's give you the story. Rahul Gandhi
Upset
says
at the local-
that these local leaders are useless. They fight amongst themselves. I don't want to campaign for them. This is what was said by Rahul Gandhi to someone who told him, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, therefore they decided eventually not to even send her. Plus, there was the fear that we don't want to make this election Rahul versus Modi. As I told you, Rahul, at the start, you can't go into an election in a defeatist mindset.
Look
you
at
have
the
to go ki
celebrations.
jeetenge.
The BJP is
Celebrations
celebrating
have begun.
already. This is history. BJP in 7th heaven this morning. 146, up 47 from the last time. I have the retained ratio matrix with me right now. The BJP is leading on 89% of the seats they'd won the last time. They had 99. Out of those, they're leading 88. That's an 89% retained ratio. For the Congress party, of the 77 seats that they'd won the last time, they're currently leading only on 16. That's only a 21% retained ratio, which means they're winning only 1 of 5 sitting seats. That just shows how badly the Congress is doing in this election.
You see, therefore, Himachal now becomes desperate times for the Congress. Because otherwise, even though it's Rohan Gupta's birthday, the only birthday gift that my friend Rohan can get is a victory in Himachal. Rohan, that is your only hope now. कि तमे कोई बर्थडे गिफ्ट મળે તો હિમાચલની બર્થડે ગિફ્ટ મળે તમે હિમાચલી કેપમાં આવી જાઓ હવે that is your only hope.
Let us see, Rajdeep. બંને
અરે
મળવી
let us
જોઈએ
see,
gift
let us see કરીને ક્યારે તમે થશો? The candles are already now blowing out one by one.
Rohan, this is the typical statement, હવે એડમિટ કરવું પડે કે કોંગ્રેસ was completely invisible these elections. Number one, this micro strategy. They said that we would not go to मैदान नहीं मोहल्ला में हम meetings करेंगे.
मैदान नहीं मोहल्ला.
मैदान से मोहल्ला. This did not work. Later on, Ashok Gehlot was in charge and senior observer, and he had this serious problems about becoming the national president. So he didn't appear. He was absent from Gujarat for over 3 weeks. There was no leadership. There was absolutely no leadership.
Do you accept that? આજે તમારો birthday છે. On birthday we must all be honest.
Other days we must be
Other days
dishonest.
क्या होता है birthday
Yeah, Rajdeep.
Other days let's be honest today. Rohan bhai.
So આજે birthday હોવાથી honest હોવું જરૂરી. I am always honest and I always admit that whatever the flaws are there. See, again I am telling you, Rajdeep, this time it was decided by the party. It's not that high command is not there. Rahul Gandhi, before he started Bharat Jodo Yatra, it was started from Gujarat where he declared the 8 promises. After that also he came. All our local leaders, whether Gehlot ji or even after Mallikarjun Kharge ji became president, everybody was here till last moment. See, defeat is a defeat. You cannot just put reason on 1%, 2%. It is the overall strategy defeat, and we need to work on that. So on birthday again, as you told, that I have to be honest. Yes, I am honest. What we expected is not coming out, but yes, we will fight back and will ensure that in future we work on ground, we work on overall strategy well, and ensure that we come back in Gujarat.
But this is what is happening since 27 years. In 1985, Congress got 149 seats, and in 1990, it was reduced to 33 seats. This is how the Congress
At this
works.
moment, the Aam Aadmi Party's Gopal Italia, contesting from Surat in Katargam, is trailing. He's up against Vinod Moradia and Kalpesh Variya. He is trailing at this moment. He's a state party president, one of the big faces, big hopes of the Aam Aadmi Party.
And I can tell you that what's
even Isudan Gadvi is trailing.
That's right. And at the BJP office, where Milan Sharma is, typical Gujarati style, kadhi is being already served with the farsan. It's a very interesting combination. You should try it.
They'll bring out the jalebis as well
and
soon.
there you are, Milan Sharma. Have you had your kadhi and farsan or not? Have the celebration started? Fafda and kadhi? Milan Sharma is more... Milan Sharma is pushing her mobile. Milan Sharma is there with at the BJP headquarters. We'll wait and see. Our producer says audio being checked. Meanwhile, Tuhin Sinha is joining us. BJP ready to celebrate. Tuhin Sinha, will you celebrate 7th consecutive victory? Big day for the BJP. This is remarkable. You should be in 7th heaven.
Well, absolutely. But unfortunately, instead of being in 7th heaven, we are always on the ground. And that explains why every time we get strong. But honestly, I think this was a foregone conclusion. On the first day when elections was announced, I was on your show with Preeti Chaudhary, and I had mentioned that 130 is the minimum, and it could well go up to 150, and that is what it seems to be. Because people of Gujarat over the last 27 years have developed a habit. They are habituated to the BJP, and this has been accomplished on account of many factors. Places like Kevadia, backward region, is a transformed region today. The economic activity over there vouches for the development which has happened across. At a time when Arvind Kejriwal talks about giving free electricity, there are so many villages in Gujarat that are at the cusp of a solar revolution. So I think the bond is unbreakable. But more importantly, I think these results are going to they are going to usher in an era of pro-incumbency votes. And that will be visible more so in 2024. As far as Himachal is concerned, I think you can draw similarities with Uttarakhand. People were calling it a close election because it's only natural in a small state which has a history of voting for one party on one occasion and alternating with the other party. It is but obvious to draw inferences and to be speculative. But I think Himachal is also pretty much in BJP's kitty. And the deciding factor over there is the 15% extra women who have voted for.
Let's not give Himachal to the BJP just yet. It hasn't happened. 33 plays 32. This is going down to penalties.
Rajdeep, the team of Isudan Gadvi has sent me a long list and a picture of the second round. Isudan Gadvi is leading. He's saying, why are you guys trying to project a picture that he's playing?
That's a good
we need to mark, there is a seat called Garyadar in Saurashtra in Palitana where Aam Aadmi Party. It's going to be a very interesting seat and it could be possibly the only seat where BJP could be number 3. Aam Aadmi Party could win.
What the Aam Aadmi Party is actually doing is wherever it's hitting the BJP, it's taking the margin of the BJP down. If you look at what's playing out, wherever it's hitting the Congress, it's winning. Or it's, completely taking a lot of the Congress out.
No, that's a very good point. And I think that will, that is something to look at. But just before Tuhin Sinha made the point about women voters, and I think that's going to be critical come Himachal. Himachal is about the BJP managing its rebels. Has it managed it effectively enough? The anti-incumbency it faces on old pension scheme, on Agnipath, on tourism down, on rising prices, versus the woman voter who is the Labharti. I think the woman voter, when we keep saying Labharti, beneficiary of Mr. Modi's schemes, the women are being promised bicycles and scooties. They've been given 50% off on Himachal Pradesh state buses. They've been given the benefits of the Ujjwala scheme. The woman voter, Rahul, is, according to me, the real constituency of the BJP outside Gujarat, where it's Hindutva plus woman.
And at the
In
moment,
Gujarat
the BJP
also,
workers are dancing at Kamalam, the BJP headquarters at Gandhinagar, which is also where Milan Sharma is joining us from. Milan, big celebrations on our screen at the BJP headquarters. It seems the BJP has decided it's party time. They've broken their own past record. They're very close to beating the all-time record. This is history in the making. Okay, there's clearly a lot of disturbance where Milan is. So give us a moment as we try and patch that connection. They're celebrating, they're dancing, they're having a good time in Gandhinagar at the BJP office. A lot of song and dance over there, impacting our ability to get through to Milan. But we'll do that just in a moment. The current information coming in is 147. Gujarat is done and dusted.
I think Gujarat is now about, do they break Madhav Singh Solanki's record or not? That's the story of Gujarat. And if they do, I think it's historic. It is remarkable. And BJP, knowing the party, will not make the same mistakes that the Congress made in 1985. They will use 149 or 150, whatever they get, to build for the future. And that's, I think, why the BJP is a dominant party. Rahul Verma made some great points where he put, what is the dominant party state? Charismatic leader, organization, religious posts and social polarization, vote bank, call it what you will there. All of it comes together in Gujarat. Micromanagement, man-to-man marking that the BJP does. It makes the opposition almost invisible. I mean, let's be honest. I know editors of Gujarati newspapers who are rung up and told, you will not take an Aam Aadmi Party ad, we will give you double the money next morning. Now, that doesn't happen in too many other states. They agreed. Now, it's Sam Dam Danda Bhed also, but it's also an emotional connect. Prime Minister, son of the soil, makes a huge difference.
Rajdeep, 2 points. One, yes. I think in a dominant party state also what happens that the politics gets frozen. You have a permanent opposition. So what was happening in Gujarat? You had a permanent Congress opposition getting 35 to 40% vote. This is what was happening in Gujarat till now. So I won't say that even if BJP gets 150 today, the politics is close because AAP and new entries happening. Same happened in Bengal where TMC came up. It took them 10 years. But then they not only replaced Congress, they challenged CPM. I'm not saying AAP is going to do, but now what is happening in Gujarat, that Gujarat politics is getting a new player. So in years to come, it will get...
Yeah, but the difference was Rahul Verma. Mamta Banerjee was a Bengali folk hero. Right? She was the one who was the face. Who's that face who's going to take on the BJP juggernaut day after day, expose local corruption and the problems in the government? If they do that, will Isudan Gadvi be the person? We don't know.
Internal surveys, you talk about the women vote. The internal surveys of the Aam Aadmi Party has actually pegged the Aam Aadmi Party very popular with the women, and they've given them the, the reverie that you call. The reverie that you
But they must question the internal surveys also, which are giving them 90 seats. We can't take the internal survey as gospel. Those same internal surveys were giving them 90 seats.
Who is taking it as gospel?
But those same internal surveys were giving them 90 seats.
For example, in the tribal belt, why are they doing well? Because the women are supporting them. The 1,000 rupees coming into their account every month.
Yeah,
so they are giving
many
them
of those guarantee cards of the AAP. The AAP is at 10.
I have the vote percentages now.
What are the vote percentages for AAP?
Just a very quick initial sense of where the vote percentages stand. The Aam Aadmi Party has 13% of the current vote that's been counted. That's not an insubstantial number. Make no mistake about that. The Congress is at 29% of the votes that have been counted. That's down 12% from the last time. The Bharatiya Janata Party is at 52% of the vote that's been counted. Wow, that's up 3. Remember, this will change. These are initial trends coming in from different counting centers, but that's the number as it stands. The BJP up 3, the Congress down 12.
And that tells the story. The 13% of AAP and the Congress is down 12%. So effectively, it would seem out of every 10 voters who voted for the AAP, 8 or 9 of them are Congress voters. But the BJP significantly, and I think that's important to say, is up. So the BJP is not only retaining its vote bank in Gujarat, it's actually up. So it's a huge performance by the BJP at the moment in Gujarat.
Rajdeep,
Incredible performance, yes.
Yeah, Rajdeep, it's like, BJP has made most out of the presence of a triangle fight.
That's right.
And used Congress, Aam Aadmi Party presence to its best advantage.
No, but can I contest what you're saying to say that it's not just the division of votes. If their vote share goes up from 48, 49 to 52, they've actually been able to turn this
So
into
that
a
is
pro-incumbency
because- no,
election. It's not anti-incumbency. What
okay.
you're saying would hold true statistically if their vote share was coming down from
But I'm
48,
adding
49
to
to
it.
about 41, 42 and they'd still win.
Every single political leader in India should learn that how BJP has fine-tuned to shield the final election result from the anti-incumbency and the ground situation. So now next time when our tribe journalist goes to the people, please remember that anti-incumbency is not the final, input of.
No, but it also happened in UP also.
Yeah,
People were complaining, but eventually they
But
turned Hindus inside the polling booth.
But let us.
So BJP has.
Just stopping you for 1 minute for Himachal, because while Gujarat, as I said, is about whether they can beat the record, look at Himachal. 33 BJP, 32 Congress and 3 others. Two of those 3 others are rebels who are BJP rebels. So 2 of the 3 rebels, one of them is from Nalagarh, KL Thakur, Nirdaliya, Himachal, he is Aage, and the other is Hoshiar Singh. So there are two BJP rebels who are ahead, and Kangra, which I said is going to be critical. It's 12 to the Congress now, 12 to the BJP, 1 independent. Whoever wins Kangra wins Himachal.
I have some vote percentages from Himachal Pradesh where the gap in vote percentage is much bigger than the gap in the seat share. The possible explanation for that could be that the BJP is winning in a concentrated fashion on the seats where it is winning, and the Congress is winning with limited margins on the seat where it's winning. 46 versus 40, so a 6% gap in vote share in favor of the BJP at this moment versus a 1 seat gap in seat share, which essentially means that, and Rahul Verma can build on that the BJP's wins are more concentrated and their victory margin versus the Congress is higher on the seats where they're there.
Maybe not, but because these vote shares which are coming from Election Commission of India, at the moment BJP is also leading in seats there. Their lead is 31 by 23. So in Himachal, what would happen, because constituency size are small, few hundred votes here and there, both seats and vote shares will change very dramatically.
So therefore, it's advantage BJP for the moment, because particularly the BJP doing very well in Mandi. There were question marks. Why was Jairam Thakur retained? Why did the BJP Rajat Sethi not do to Jairam Thakur what they did in Uttarakhand to Rawat there, changed 3 chief ministers in a year? Here they kept Jairam Thakur even though there was visible anti-incumbency against the state government. Is it because they felt that they didn't want Prem Kumar Dhumal to get an entry back into politics? What is the reason?
No, I think it is the internal politics of the BJP. They wanted to ensure that, they have identified a face, and the entire central BJP has backed him strongly, and they would not want to see any kind of divisions percolating and the wrong signaling happening right before the election.
Rahul Srivastava, why do you think the BJP stuck by Jairam Thakur in Himachal?
See, it was a decision which was taken very consciously, Rajdeep. Last time, in the last election in Himachal, there was a rally in Sirmaur in Rajgarh, where Amit Shah had gone for campaigning. It is there, first he spoke about, he insisted in the rally that asking people to back Mr. Dhumal. Later, the next day, he was at a rally with Jairam Thakur, and he told Jairam Thakur कि आपको कुछ बड़ा काम देना है. This was just before the results were announced during the campaign last time. 2017. So Amit Shah and Modi were plotting for Jairam Thakur right since then. They have chosen Jairam Thakur with a certain purpose and vision that they think he right now fits, and that's where they will stick with Jairam Thakur.
Yes,
they don't have many options.
Okay, interesting observation. Gujarat, Rajdeep, Prabhaba Jadeja is trailing now to the Aam Aadmi Party,
Very
while the AIMIM is actually leading on a seat in Kutch.
Yeah, that must be Abdasa.
Yes, exactly.
That is Abdasa. It's one of the few seats in Gujarat which has a large 30% plus Muslim population.
But
Remember, AIMIM contesting 14 seats in Gujarat, then one of their candidates withdrew, so 13. But Rivaba Jadeja, so like the Indian cricket team, starts off well but struggles in the middle overs. We don't know what the finish will be. But it's a tough seat.
But it's too early to say.
It's too early. It's a tough seat.
In Himachal Pradesh at this moment, there are 25 out of 68 seats which are being won or lost with a margin of less than 1,000. So they are poised on a knife's edge. You've got the BJP leading on 32, down 12 from the last elections. The Congress leading on 33, up 12. But out of those 25 seats, the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 1,000. The BJP is leading on 14 of those. The Congress currently leading on 10 of those. So that could change. 33 versus 32. This is going down to the shootout.
It's going down to the shootout. It's also because the constituencies are small and numbers will keep changing. What is very clear is, unlike previous elections, nobody's getting that big majority. Except for 98, look at all the elections of Himachal, one party has had a clear majority. This time, as of now, it seems a tighter race. It could change. 5 or 6 seats change hands. One of the sides could be close to 40. And I think the Congress definitely needs more than 35 seats. BJP can still form a government with even 32, 33 seats. So BJP has more scope to maneuver in Himachal than the Congress has. The Congress has to get 35 plus.
But something really interesting is happening, Rajdeep, which is basically many of these states which were not electing the incumbent government, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Kerala, have now started bucking the old 25-30-year anti-incumbency sentiment. So even if BJP, reaches very, very close to the majority mark and doesn't get, it's basically part of the larger trend where they are managing to reverse the anti-incumbency, like the campaign in Himachal was Rivaaz Badlenge. So it seems that in many of these states, the old trend is getting
Milan
changed.
Sharma is at the Gandhinagar headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Madhav Singh Solanki's record has been touched. 149 is the lead count at this moment. We saw lots of dance, dhol, celebrations, Milan, at the BJP headquarters where you were. So if you can hear me now, give our viewers a flavor of what's happening on the ground. Okay, there's just too much song and dance over there. I think that's why she comes through, we check audio with her, and then we go when it doesn't happen.
Rahul, let me make a point
Please
here.
go ahead.
That, the BJP, for the first time, is doing very well in tribal seats in Gujarat. There are 27 tribal seats. The Congress has always led in the tribal seats, but this time, the BJP is doing exceedingly well. And the reason is, there are women and the women voters. Of course, they have Modi has been always a very charismatic leader. But there have been 38 lakh gas cylinders distributed, and this is becoming a very important point for every woman who voted for the
So you're
BJP.
saying that even in Gujarat, the woman voter is more inclined to vote for the BJP
Because
than...
of the schemes.
Because of the schemes.
schemes.
Women,
Yes.
the
And
free
the
food grain
tribal
was
women.
a big issue. For the tribal women, the free food grain during COVID period was lifesaver. Rajdeep.
So in a way, if the numbers hold, if the BJP's vote share is also increasing plus a divided opposition, the BJP's vote share increasing perhaps because of some of these schemes which have been effective in parts of Gujarat where traditionally the Congress was strong, like tribal Gujarat, plus of course the Modi factor, plus a divided opposition. The BJP has done everything right possibly in Gujarat in this election. They've left nothing to chance.
But and it is not, I'm sorry, it is not that just during the election time. It is
Milan is
the
finally
last
through.
5 years that
Milan Ben, can you hear us or not? Fourth
Yes,
time
yes,
lucky. Okay,
Rahul,
tell
I
us.
can hear
Give
you
us a
very
flavor of
clearly.
the singing and the
can hear you.
dancing happening at Gandhinagar at the BJP headquarters.
Well, absolutely. Well, the supporters of the Bharatiya Janata Party have come out now, and in large numbers. You can see that there was Garba happening some time ago. Now they are waving the Bharatiya Janata Party flags here. And we also heard chants of Narendra Modi, of course, the Modi Juggernaut, and spoke to a few Karakartas as well who say that it's all because of Modi's campaigning, all because of Modi's power that all this is possible today. Of course, in the early trends, we are looking at the lead that's been taken by the BJP, and we are even asking them some questions. आप बताइए, आप यहाँ पर क्या आयोजन करने का प्लान है? बीजेपी पहले रुझानों में आगे दिखाई दे रही है.
जी जी अभी सभी लोग बहुत धीरे धीरे पहुंचेंगे यहाँ पे,
पहुंचेंगे।
तभी खुशियां मनाएंगे, भगवा लहराएंगे।
भगवा लहरा रहा है आज भी।
अर्ज करता हूँ कि इतनी मेहनत सब सफल होने जा रही है।
तो क्या यहाँ पे पापड़ और जलेबी का इंतजाम होगा?
पापड़ा जलेबी खाना जितना खाइए सब, दोनों टाइम खाने के इंतजाम।
We have some women supporters as well who have come in. मैम, आपसे बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सुबह सुबह आप लोग सारे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर पहुँच गए। बीजेपी का पहले रुझानों में आगे दिखाई दे रही है। जीत निश्चित है क्या?
जीत निश्चित है, इसीलिए तो हम आए हैं ना।
हाँ,
हम तो लड्डू लेके आए हैं।
लड्डू कहाँ है?
हमारी ऑफिस में रखा है।
अरे लड्डू फिर आपने खोला नहीं?
आपका भी मुंह मीठा होगा। ये गुजरात की जीत है, गुजरात की जनता की जीत है। गुजरात की जनता ने जो भाजपा पे भरोसा किया है, ये उसकी जीत है। ये लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो दिन रात संघर्ष करके भाजपा को जीत दिलाया है, उसकी जीत है।
अच्छा, so Rahul, of course, we've been told we're going to have some laddus here in the morning. There was a full breakfast of farsan with meaty kadhi, and there was papita ki chutney with that entire Gujarati breakfast that was fed here to the office bearers. But now, of course, colors coming in, dancing and flag waving, and of course Modi chanting going on in the Bharatiya Janata Party office at Kamalam in Gandhinagar. And once the laddu boxes are out, we'll come back to you for sure.
Okay, one of the stories, thanks very much, Milan. One of the stories of this election, as Preeti Chaudhary is pointing out, is what's happening in the tribal belt of Gujarat. Because in the tribal belt, South Gujarat, across Dang, across Narmada, across parts of South Gujarat, which were traditionally Congress areas. Remember, the only tribal chief minister that Gujarat has thrown up, Amar Singh Chaudhary, was himself from the Congress. What is happening this time? It's a sweep for the BJP. The BJP is winning 20 out of the 21 tribal seats for which we have 20 out of 23. Aam Aadmi Party leading in 2 of them.
But you know, this is a big micro.
Congress tried very hard to create these frivolous issues like what is a Vanvasi versus an Adivasi. You know, look at the kind of topics that Rahul Gandhi raises repeatedly. These are so cut off and so theoretical in nature, which have zero resonance on ground. And let me tell you this repeatedly, you know, these new management terms which are being thrown around, that they wanted to make this election a micro campaign, something on those lines. You know, why do they come out with every time with this management trick, which they believe is going to finally play out and show some results?
But Rajat,
nothing of this is
it could work in Himachal. But having said that, when you look at this,
none of it is going to work.
See,
Himachal by the very nature itself is a local election.
And let me tell you where the AAP is leading in a tribal belt. Dediapada, which actually was number, all the focus was on Surat, but it's Dediapada where Chaitarbai, Damjibai, Vasawa, part of the Vasavas, some of whom are with the Bharatiya Tribal Party, that is Chotubai Vasawa, but Chaitarbai Vasawa leading at the moment in Dediapada. Please go ahead.
He's a former congressman.
He's a former congressman. Go ahead.
The Aam Aadmi Party story right now is only unfolding. If you look at it in Saurashtra, they wanted to and they thought they will score big in tribal areas. It's not happening. I think one of the biggest headlines of if this result holds is going to be the BJP's inroads into the tribal area. And the Congress has always played on the insecurity of the tribal.
Let's give these Saurashtra numbers because they are fascinating. In 2017, 54 seats Saurashtra Kutch, Congress won 30, BJP won 24. Now you have a situation, BJP is winning 39, Congress 8, AAP 6. So out of the 9 seats of AAP, 2 are coming at the moment from South Gujarat and 6 are coming from Saurashtra. AIMIM, Asaduddin Owaisi's party, is leading in Abdasa in Kutch, an area which has a 30% plus, 40% plus Muslim population. Interesting if he can make his actual debut in an election in Gujarat. So completely the map of Saurashtra has changed, and that's how politics changes. You know, the issues in Saurashtra this time very different from what they were in 2017. But look at the BJP, 151, setting a new possible benchmark. Congress has fallen below 20. The Congress's worst performance, Sheila Ben, was 1990. About 33 seats. 33 seats. So this could be the Congress's worst ever performance in Gujarat. Are you surprised, Sheila?
No, I'm not surprised. I am joking to a lot of people that if 100 editors of India come in one room and investigate why Congress did not fight this election professionally, we will not be able to find out the mystery. It's an utter shame that the one political national party is not working hard enough to at least have a reasonable, respectable show.
But their troubles are of their own making.
The Congress
own
was
making.
not just interested. You know, the national leadership, they said that
Because they're all on the Bharat Jodo
they took it
Yatra.
for granted
They're all
that
busy
the
with the
BJP
Bharat
is
Jodo
winning.
Yatra, and that's where their priorities lie.
Yes,
Gujarat se kya
the
fark
Bharat Jodo Yatra should have ideally started from Gujarat, from Sabarmati Ashram, because it was an election year.
And just for our viewers, Kantilal Amritya, someone who I
Morbi.
interviewed on the campaign trail, leading now by 3,622 votes, leading by about 500 votes at the moment from Morbi. Remember, Morbi is where that tragedy took place, but Kantilal is leading at the moment. The seat where Mr. Modi's political career started, the first election, I asked people, was Rajkot 2, now renamed Rajkot West. Here you have Darshita Shah now leading by 8,000 votes, substantial lead. A big seat was Rajkot East, because this is where Indranil Rajguru, who switched at the last moment from Congress to AAP, back to Congress, as they often do in Gujarat, is now losing by 5,000 votes. The AAP is getting wiped out in these parts. Another interesting constituency is Vankaner, because this is one of the 3 constituencies where Muslims won last time. And in the past, the Congress has done very well. At the moment, Pirzada Saab is coming third. The sitting Congress MLA is coming third. AAP is second. The BJP is leading Jitendra Somani there. So there are interesting nuggets that are coming from different parts of Saurashtra.
But, you know, Raji, one trend, I think, at least when we constantly talk about the Aam Aadmi Party, and one trend which seems to have set in is everywhere where the Aam Aadmi Party is impacting the BJP, it's taking their margin down. But where it's impacting the Congress, it's advantage BJP. And that's what's playing out in most seats right now.
And Isudan Gadvi is leading. So all your sources, Preeti, who told you he's got 6,846. Interesting seat. He's got 6,846 seats at the moment. His immediate rival has got 3,631 from the BJP. Number 3 is Vikram Bhai Ahir, 3,426. What's happening is that the Ahir vote is getting split. And Isudan is holding on to an OBC Muslim vote bank. So Isudan could well be the face of the AAP going into the next elections if he wins. The AAP needs not just Kejriwal. You can't win Gujarat by bringing Kejriwal every week. You're going to need to build a local face. Can Isudan be that? We don't know whether...
Isudan Gadvi is a very popular, rather the most popular face in rural Gujarat.
Really?
Because during his television stint as a journalist, his main focus was rural areas, farmers' issues.
Let's look at Varacha Road, because that is a constituency just by 8 votes. Alpesh Katiria of AAP is leading by 8 votes, 3,842 plays 3,834 of Kishore Kanani, and the Congress is third. This is one of the seats that they hope to win. Then look at Surat North. Another interesting seat. Here the BJP is leading, but look at where Gopal Italia is. So Katargam, which was their other hope, BJP is well ahead, 3,000 votes ahead, Vinod Bhai Moratia. So the best hope for the BJP, for the AAP, is tribal area and Saurashtra.
Yeah, Garyadar and Khampalia. Garyadar in Saurashtra and Khampalia.
No, Dari.
I think Garyadar.
They're doing very well in
So
that.
let's walk across to the election intelligence dashboard. We have a fair base to now try and do some analytics and to give you a sense of where things stand. And there are some new interesting data sets that we worked on, which I want to introduce you to and give you a sense of where the fight is really going on. So I'll start with Gujarat, and here's what I want to show you. This is called the tug of war. So what this essentially means is it will give you a sense of what's happening on the seats where the 1 and 2 is BJP versus Congress at this moment. And just hear carefully what I'm saying. There are 112 seats out of 182 where the direct fight, winner and runner-up, is either BJP or Congress. Out of those 112 seats, the BJP is winning 82%, 92 of those 112 seats. The Congress, in a head-on-head winner-runner-up fight with the BJP, is winning only 18%, 20 out of 112. If I come now to the fight between AAP and Congress. Now, these are seats where the 1 and 2 fight is between AAP and the Congress. Here, you've got the Aam Aadmi Party winning 67%, 2 out of 3. So there are 3 seats where the 1 and 2 fight is between AAP and Congress. The Congress is losing 1, the AAP is leading on 2. Let's look at what's happening when the fight for 1 and 2 is between BJP and AAP. So there are 42 seats. Now, this is an important number because it means forget what AAP actually ends up with, which at this moment seems to be 8. But this number of 42 is important because that's the number of seats on which the AAP has been able to establish itself as the number 2 force, pushing Congress to number 3. And there you've got the BJP at this moment leading on 33, which is 79%. But this number of AAP being second at this moment on 42 seats is an important number. That's the extent of penetration that AAP has actually had.
What it also shows is how the Congress is getting decimated. It shows that actually the BJP finds it much easier to take on the Congress than even the AAP now. The moment it is the Congress, you saw those numbers that you showed me right at the start, Rahul, it's a wipeout. You know, it's a complete wipeout, and the Congress will well say that, you know, there was an AAP factor, but this is a wipeout. If I get 52% of the vote, you're down to less than 20%. The gap is much too huge. The Congress is finding it difficult to even take on the BJP in direct fights anymore. So the AAP may damage them in some places, but effectively, the BJP just wipes out the Congress.
There is another interesting data set I want to show our viewers. This is called the vote share heat map. What this will do is give you a sense of how many of these seats are being won by what kind of margin. At this moment, the BJP has 40% plus votes on 141 seats, 40% plus votes. 30 to 40% vote on 19 seats, 20 to 30% vote on 4 seats, which essentially means on most of the seats that they're winning, they're 141 plus. Let's now come to Congress. The Congress has 40% plus on 38 seats, 30 to 40 on 34 seats, 20 to 30 on 36. But let's come to AAP, which is where the analytics become important, because the Aam Aadmi Party on 95 seats is between 0 and 10% of the vote share. This is critical. On 95 seats, the AAP is between 0 and 10. On 30 seats, the AAP is between 10 and 20. On 17 seats, the AAP is between 20 and 30. And remember, these analytics are important because A, they are live, B, you won't see them anywhere else. And even the political parties don't have this depth of analytical processing capability at this moment. 30 to 40 seats, the AAP is between 10. And AAP has more than 40% seats, 40% vote only on 12 seats. So the seats where they've established themselves in a way that they could potentially win is 12. That's the number of seats where they've been able to make deep, genuine inroads.
And we'll add those 10 seats where they are 30 to 40, essentially 22 seats where the AAP is in the fight in this election. So even at best they can get is about 22 seats.
Not really, Rajdeep.
At
you have to leave. No, I don't agree. You have to leave this aside. 30 to 40 you have to leave aside. They're in
the race for the future.
In the future, yes.
You have to look at where the AAP is.
The
AAP is a factor. Look,
the AAP is a factor on these 12 seats.
Can you just give me the regional map?
If you want to theoretically bolster up the number, then you can also say that, okay, the data
फिर तो कुछ भी जोड़ लो ना, फिर तो ये 0 to 10 वाला 95 भी जोड़ लो.
Fundamentally, the problem of newsrooms across the country, they bolster the image of Aam Aadmi
what I'm trying to say.
Much more than what it genuinely is on the ground.
There are 182 seats in Gujarat, right?
This is all an artificial makeover.
So just a minute. 95 to plus 30. That is 125 seats where it's below 20%. It's virtually not a factor. AAP is essentially, as we've been saying in the past, a force in Gujarat, in Saurashtra and in South Gujarat. Just do a regional map. Okay. If you go into regions, I'll explain this to you. That how the politics of Gujarat works at the moment. It's a supposed three-cornered race. It's not. Actually, if you look at it, here you're looking at North Gujarat. North Gujarat last time, Rahul, 2012 and 17, Mehsana, Banaskantha, Sabarkantha, Gandhinagar was dominated by Congress. This time, what is it? BJP 18, Congress 8, AAP 1. Which means that AAP is not really a serious player in North Gujarat. Take a look now at South Gujarat. In South Gujarat, the BJP is wiping it out 30-3. But for AAP, South Gujarat was a hope because all these seats are in the tribal belt. It's a small beachhead. Take a look at Central Gujarat, which is the BJP's bastion. Wipeout, AAP is 0. So you're seeing AAP is not existing at all in North and Central Gujarat. So large parts of Gujarat, it's not there. Saurashtra, which is a relatively poorer part, which believe that the Gujarat model has not fully reached parts of Saurashtra, is where the BJP, I believe, is benefiting from the split vote. AAP is winning 4. So what is the AAP? AAP is a party at the moment in Gujarat, in the relatively poorer, backward parts of Gujarat, deep south, that's the tribal belt, and also parts of interior Saurashtra, not the cities. As a result, it's not a pan-Gujarat party at all. It's a party where, as you showed in the heat map also, there are only 22 seats where it's above 30% at the moment. 22 out of 182.
No, which also means that a lot of the breathless commentary was Hawabaji.
Exactly.
By the
That's
AAP
what I'm
and by
trying
the
to say.
cheerleaders. That's the fact. Once again, the AAP is a factor, but a very limited factor. If they are 40% plus in 12 seats, that's the genuine impact that they've had. Everything else is Hawabaji.
Rahul, AAP is denting heavily into Congress votes. Let me give you an example. The ex-leader of opposition, Paresh Dhanani, his driver, Ravi, is leading in Amreli.
Okay,
yeah.
I want to know
Paresh
that.
Dhanani.
You know,
He was his driver, Ravi Dhanani.
North Gujarat and
Yeah, let's look at this.
So you talk about North Gujarat and the AAP not featuring there, the places where the BJP is leading right now.
This is
the
a
Aam Aadmi Party is cutting
This
heavily
is
into
but
the
this is the
Congress's
story of
vote
Gujarat.
share.
Because
This is
this
the
is
story
very
of Gujarat.
important. Remember, the Adivasi belt has been a belt where the Congress has been dominant for decades. Out of the 20 reserved scheduled tribes seats,
29.
Out of the 29 reserved seats for the scheduled tribes, the Bharatiya Janata Party at this moment is leading on 24. That's a gain of 13 from the last time. This shows, this is the real story of this election. The depth of the proliferation of the Bharatiya Janata Party vote into areas where they've typically been strong, they've been weak. Now they've gone and built inroads over there.
Can we get the vote share here?
But even in the tribal
Is
belt,
it possible to
Rajdeep,
get vote share in the tribal belt?
even in the tribal belt, if you look at it, the Aam Aadmi Party was poised to do better. It's a Congress bastion. The Aam Aadmi Party has eaten into the Congress vote. Advantage BJP, not taking away that the BJP anyway which way had made in
No, the Aam Aadmi Party could have done better if they would have had a tie-up with the Bharatiya Tribal Party, the BTP.
The BTP didn't want it because the BTP saw the Aam Aadmi Party taking its
As
votes.
a
But look at tribal, just a minute, look at Dalit votes.
Out of the 12 Dalit seats reserved for the scheduled caste, the BJP leads on 10. This again is the proliferation of the BJP's vote into areas which typically have been strengths of the Congress. 10, the AAP not
Can we
opening
look
its
at the
account over
Patidar
there.
seats?
Can we look at the Muslim votes, please? Okay,
Sure.
just for a moment, 9 seats where the Muslims are in substantial number to be able to determine who wins and loses. The BJP there leading on 7 because of the split of the AAP vote. Now, what's happened here, Rajdeep, is that initially in the initial sets of surveys, the AAP seemed to be doing well because there was no clear position that was taken by Arvind Kejriwal on issues like
Bilkis Bano?
Like Bilkis Bano, like the riots. You've got the Congress getting a part of that vote, which is how BJP ends up with 7 of those seats.
These are the two traditional seats which are won by the Congress, Jamalpur and Daryapur, both in Ahmedabad. These are the two seats where the Congress is ahead. The one other interesting seat, of course, is AIMIM, which is in Abdasa. But this was expected. The fact is that the Congress today is preferred to the AAP, as our exit poll said, by Muslims. 54% as per our exit poll among Muslims preferred the Congress to the AAP.
No, but
Patidar seats.
Oh, I just came to strike rate, which is very important because what it tells you is the BJP has a current strike rate of 84% in Gujarat. It almost seems like a CBSE exam where you got a student topping it. The Congress is failing this exam very badly, a strike rate only of 11%. The Aam Aadmi Party on the seats that they contested at this moment has a strike rate of 4%. 4% is the strike rate that the Aam Aadmi Party has. You want to look at something else?
Patidar. I said the Patel seats because those were the seats which in 2017 had made a difference. If you look at the Patidar seats, you'll see the big difference that's taken place in Gujarat. And that's it. This is the big difference. 45-6-2. This is where the Congress was competitive in 2017. 5 years later, the Patidar agitation has fizzled out. Reservations have been given. Hardik Patel has switched over. Other Patidar leaders have gone and joined AAP. No one's come to the Congress. No major Patel. Who is the major Patel leader today that Congress has? Really no one. There is no major Patel leader.
Congress is down 12 on the seats that they'd won last time, which are Patel dominated.
So the big dent that the Congress has taken is among tribals, where the hit is because primarily the AAP has dented them there, and Patel seats where the BJP has gone up. So the BJP's vote share is also going up among the Patels, and the division is taking place among tribals, Dalits and Muslims.
Interesting as well. If I were to convert these initial assembly trends into Lok Sabha seats, and remember, these are live analytics. Usually it takes psephologists, and I don't say this with any disrespect to any of our pundits here, several hours of processing to be able to do this. We're doing it on the fly for you. If this was converted into a Lok Sabha trend, the BJP would have 25, the Congress would have only 1. They won 26 the last time.
I believe eventually it would be 26.
Okay, but this is where it is.
But at the moment, but let's go to our guests, Supriya Srinath, Syed Zafar Islam and Akshay Marathe joining us. Syed Zafar Islam, you must be smiling your way today because it's a big day. The BJP is set to sweep Gujarat, possibly break records, but Himachal is turning out to be a little tough. At the moment, marginal edge, sir, to the Congress. How do you see it at the moment? Dono haath mein laddu ya nahi?
Of course, dono haath mein laddu hai, Rajdeep, and as you rightly said, that is all the way BJP in Gujarat. Because you were in Gujarat, we had told you very clearly that Gujarat this time BJP will create history thanks to the support of the people of Gujarat. We draw comfort and confidence from the people of Gujarat, and we are grateful to them that they have given up their blessing. And this time the vote percentage also has significantly improved, and in terms of number of seats, you can see that we will break all the previous record, even in the break of Chimanbhai Patel's record of 149 seats. It's very apparent from the current trend that 155 seats where we are leading. As far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned, we will form the government there. We are confident. It is initial trend, and the margin, the gap between the two parties is not much, and we are confident that as we go during the day, that we will see that the Bharatiya Janata Party will come out as the victorious in
on Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah, please.
And give our viewers a sense of where things stand. What I love about Himachal Pradesh, I mean, love only in the sense that it's very interesting cephalogically. Love in the sense of who wins, who loses, I don't particularly care about. But love because it's really interesting in terms of the data. Okay, so here are the seats where the margin is less than 100 votes. So at this moment, there are 6 seats in Himachal Pradesh where the gap between the BJP and the Congress is less than 100. The Congress is leading on 4 of those. So this is Baijnath, Bhattiayat, Bilaspur, Fatehpur, Nachan and Nahan. These are the 6 seats where the gap is less than 100. The Congress's lead on those is 4. So very precarious gap that. At this moment in Himachal Pradesh, there are 16 seats where the gap is less than 500 votes. You see them on the map right now. The BJP is leading on 8 of those, the Congress on 7. There again, those 16 seats, literally anything can happen. Let's now come to seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up, or the leader and the person coming second, is less than 1,000. There are 27 such seats. So I think it's basically going to come right down till the end. Because if there are 27 out of 68 seats where the gap is less than 1,000, this, as the voting rounds continue, would keep us in the hunt, Rajdeep. So if you've got your, have you had your fafda or not had your fafda
and the worry for the Congress is here. The Congress is 17 out of those 27 is where the Congress is leading. So therefore the Congress's risk is more, but they've opened up an 8-seat gap, which is the largest gap that we have seen, and they've crossed 35 for the first time. But Supriya Srinath, you've got to smile a bit. But while you smile, there will be nervousness because, as Rahul pointed out, 27 seats, margin less than 1,000, 17 of those at the moment with the Congress. So it could change very rapidly. Are you going to smile or very nervous as always? This is a big, next 2 hours could decide your day for you.
I think Himachal we will win, and I'm absolutely confident about that. Gujarat has been a downer, and I will not deny that. Huge disappointment, but I'm absolutely confident about Himachal. I think the issues that we went to the electorate with will bless us. I think you're talking about some 27 odd seats where the lead margins are less than 1,000. I don't think that is a cause of concern. I think we will have a full majority government in Himachal, and Himachal will show the way to India as far as democracy is concerned. I think on Gujarat, you haven't asked me a question, but I'm going to preempt that and say it's been very unfortunate. I think there is a lesson for us there. We need to reinvent and reimagine Gujarat completely, and there is no denying that. But I'm absolutely confident about Himachal, and I think Himachal will hold us in good stead.
election, because at this moment I'm looking at the 25 seats of Kangra. The Congress is leading on 13 of those +7, the BJP at 11 -7. Now if this is the way it ends up and the Congress ends up at 35 plus, Mallikarjun Kharge will say, I managed to help as president of the Congress lead the Congress to power in Himachal Pradesh.
You need more than 35, Rahul, to say that. He needs 40. You see, the problem for the Congress is their margin for comfort is very low in Himachal. At 35, he is vulnerable. And remember what has happened on the other side. When the other side has just broken a record in Gujarat, what's going to be your big headline tomorrow morning? That the BJP breaks, a 37-year-old record, highest ever seats. In that sense, the Congress needs 40. 35 will put it in danger area.
Interestingly, in Himachal Pradesh, the Bharatiya Janata Party enjoys a 2% vote share lead over the Congress. The BJP is at 44% vote share, down 5 from the last time. The Congress is at 42, which is where they were. Others are at 13. The Aam Aadmi Party, for all the song and dance they made initially about Himachal Pradesh, has 1% vote share in Himachal. AAP has 44, down, BJP has 44, down 5 from the last time. They actually have a 2% lead. Rahul Verma, 2% lead for the BJP, yet in terms of number of seats, they're about 6 short of the Congress at this moment.
So it might be happening that in the seats where BJP is leading, they are leading comfortably, which is giving them advantage in the vote share. And Congress, as you rightly mentioned, there are a lot of seats where they are leading, but they are leading either within 100 vote margin or 1000 vote margin. So they're going forward, we don't know which way these seats are going to go.
Rahul, the rebels could be spoiling the BJP's conversion in Himachal.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of rebels and anti-incumbency, but, Akshay Marathe, very quickly, just 6 seats to the AAP in Gujarat. Do you concede that, as Rahul said, for all the song and dance, the AAP is still very much a marginal player in Gujarat politics? Or do you believe if you get 10-12% vote share, you're at 12% vote share at the moment, is that enough?
Rajdeep, today is a historic day for all Aam Aadmi Party supporters. Within 10 years of our formation, Gujarat has made Aam Aadmi Party the fastest growing nationally recognized party according to the Election Commission of India's qualification rules. That is a very big deal for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Akshay, you have changed the goalpost. Akshay, you have changed the goalpost. Until yesterday, it was about winning Gujarat. Now it's about becoming a nationally recognized, which is a huge achievement. I don't deny it. But then you should have said that's our goal. Our goal is to become nationally recognized.
No, one second, but that's also not factually true. No, one second. Since the morning, this is the third Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson who said AAP has become the party which has gone from being a local regional party to national party in the fastest time. That's actually not factually correct. It is the National People's Party, which was launched in January 2013, led by P.A. Sangma, which became a national party on the 7th of June 2009. The NPP took only 6 years. So obviously this is part of some AAP toolkit where they go out and say the same thing.
No, I'll tell you why.
The NPP became a national party in 6 years, unlike AAP, which has taken 10 years. So that record is not correct.
No, the rule is that you have to have 6% or more in 3 states.
NPP.
In 4 states. Sorry, 4 states. NPP went across the northeast.
Arey Baba, everybody is saying that this is a record, it's a record. I'm saying just in terms of the data, it's not a record. What they've done is commendable. That's not in dispute.
Yeah, but
it is not a record.
Is a national party.
They are now clutching at straws because the fact is...
No, but they're all saying it's a record. It's a record. It's actually not a record. NPP, Sangma has that record.
Rahul, being a national party is no big deal because even BSP is a national
party.
What
does it get you?
What does it get you?
Rajnath
Singh have one.
Defense Minister, let's listen in.
27 साल से लोगों ने भरोसा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात की जनता का बहुत ही बेहद विश्वास है।
मोदी मैजिक ही सब कुछ है, मतलब मोदी मैजिक जो है।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। गुजरात में आपने भी बड़े अग्रेसिवली कैंपेन किया था, क्या लग रहा है कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात जो कर रहे हो? व्हाट इज द सिचुएशन मिस्टर सिंह?
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी ही नहीं, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी गुजरात में रही है।
सर, गुजरात में नया रिकॉर्ड बन रहा है,
नया रिकॉर्ड बन रहा है और इसके प्रति हम लोग पहले से ही आश्वस्त थे। ये कोई हम लोग इससे चमत्कृत नहीं है।
सर, क्या ऐसा कारण है कि 27 साल से लोगों ने भरोसा?
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात की जनता का
At this moment is one of the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat. Purushottam Rupala is the fisheries minister, animal husbandry, dairies minister. Rupala ji, BJP 7वें आसमान पे है आज सुबह, 156 लीड इस वक्त माधव सिंह सोलंकी का 1985 का रिकॉर्ड आप तोड़ रहे हैं। ये तो एक तरीके से चुनावी इतिहास दर्ज हो रहा है।
जी जी, आपने सही फरमाया। हम ऐतिहासिक जीत की ओर जा रहे हैं और इसके लिए गुजरात की जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और शुक्रिया अदा करना मैं चाहूँगा। और ये गुजरात की जनता ने हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की बातों पे भरोसा किया है, प्रधानमंत्री जी पर प्रेम जताया है।
नहीं, प्लस आम आदमी पार्टी काफी हवाबाजी कर रही थी, कह रही थी कि 90 सीटें आएंगी। इस वक्त 6 लीड्स आ रही हैं, तो 6 और 90 में 84 का फर्क है। जिस तरीके से बात हो रही थी कि आम आदमी पार्टी धूम मचाने वाली है, बहुत बड़ा धमाका करने वाली है, लगता है कि वो टाई फिश निकला धावा।
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही मेरी तो राय थी ही। जो आपने मेरे पुराने इंटरव्यू भी इलेक्शन के दौरान के देखे होंगे, तो मैं तो मानता ही नहीं था कि उनका कोई वजूद इस चुनाव में रहेगा। मगर ये मेरा मानना ये है कि किसी के असंतुष्टों को इकट्ठा करके राजनीति करने से चुनावी रणनीति नहीं बन सकती। वो कुछ हलचल कर सकते हैं, गुब्बारा कर सकते हैं, मगर धरती पर कोई रिजल्ट निकालने में कामयाब नहीं हो सकते।
आपको लग रहा है इस चुनाव में कांग्रेस खत्म हो गई? 77 से अब 16 पे आके सिमट गई है कांग्रेस। क्या आपको चिंता है कि आगे चल के आपकी लड़ाई बीजेपी और आपकी होगी? कांग्रेस का वजूद तो खत्म होता दिख रहा है।
नहीं, ये कांग्रेस को सोचने का वक्त है। हमारा वक्त, हम तो हमारे ही दल के लिए सोचेंगे। मगर हम लोकतंत्र में हैं, इसलिए तंदुरुस्त विपक्ष का होना भी लोकतंत्र के लिए ज़रूरी होता है। मगर वो अपने हिसाब से वो कांग्रेस के लोग इनके बारे में सोचें।
पुरुषोत्तम भाई केम छो? કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન્સ, તમે બહુ મોટી જીત હાસિલ કરો છો ગુજરાતમાં। 158 થઈ ગયા છે। સાચે કહો, તમારે લાગ્યું कि આટલી મોટી जीत થશે? डिड यू थिंक, आपको लगा इतनी बड़ी जीत होगी? जीत होगी सब कह रहे थे, इतनी बड़ी?
ये આ ગુજરાતની જીત છે, અમારી જીત નથી। ગુજરાતની જનતા જીતી છે, ગુજરાત જીત્યું છે। અને ગુજરાતની જનતાએ ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી ઉપર અને પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદી ઉપર પ્રેમની વર્ષા કરી છે।
नहीं, ये आप मोदी जी का करिश्मा मानते हैं? ऑपोजिशन का वोट स्प्लिट हुआ था ये मानते हैं, या जो लाभार्थी स्कीम्स है उसकी वजह से? क्या मेन कारण क्या? इतनी बड़ी जीत के लिए कोई मुख्य कारण तो होगा।
नहीं, ये कारण तो ये मोदी जी का प्रत्येक गुजराती के साथ जुड़ाव है। और मोदी जी ने जो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दोनों सरकारों की ओर से जो कार्यक्रम चलाए हैं, वो कार्यक्रम की उपलब्धियां नीचे लास्ट माइल आदमी तक पहुंचाने में दोनों सरकार कामयाब रही है। पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता भी कामयाब रहे हैं और पार्टी एकजुटता से लड़ी। ये तीनों कारण आप इसमें सम्मिलित कर सकते हैं।
पुरुषोत्तम भाई, खूब अभिनंदन। And this is a very good moment for Purushottam Bhai, who is from Amreli district. In 2017, Amreli district did not give a single seat to BJP. અને પુરુષોત્તમભાઈ, તમે અમરેલીમાં ખૂબ મહેનત કરી આ વખતે, અને I think it's a big victory because the campaigning that he did in Saurashtra.
No, I can give the data from Amreli. 7 seats over there, 5 leads for the BJP at this moment, 1 for the Congress,
and 1 for AAP.
But 5 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Amreli.
And in 2017, they had 0 seats.
You see, what has happened in Saurashtra, all the parts of Saurashtra where the Patidar agitation, farmer unrest, all came together, have switched. Importantly, the BJP changed a lot of the candidates here. So a lot of the new candidates, पुरुषोत्तम भाई, क्या आप मानते हैं कि उसका भी फायदा हुआ? कई कैंडिडेट्स को आपने बदला, नए चेहरे दिए, इसका फायदा हुआ कि नहीं? पुरुषोत्तम भाई, इसका फायदा हुआ जितने कैंडिडेट्स आपने बदले? Okay, we seem to have lost Purushottam Rupala. Yes.
Amit Shah met media in Ahmedabad and he said there is an undercurrent of BJP. I can tell you, Ahmedabad Gujarati journalists, they were little bit laughing at the claim, but it looks nobody. If you are saying if they have increased their vote share, we have missed something, that actually this anti-incumbency, we will have to understand how to read
because
that.
I keep making this point again and again, and I want to drive this point home. There was massive anti-incumbency in Gujarat, but that anti-incumbency was against the Congress party, which has come down from 77 to 18. It is the anti-incumbency against the Congress which has led to the kind of split in vote share, which has created and ceded some space to the Aam Aadmi Party, which has also helped the BJP break Madhav Singh Solanki's record. This is history in the making. Massive anti-incumbency at play, Rajdeep.
Also this word undercurrent. We journalists must stop using this word undercurrent. Either there is
but how do journalists make the same mistake again and again?
No, either there
they
is a-
go each and every time. It's like a confirmation bias. Each and every time they go and the same set of journalists go and make the same set of mistakes. It's almost as if...
1 minute.
I'll tell you, the problem is TRP. It was a boring election. Now, how do you make a boring election exciting? So you have to say there is something, some undercurrent happening.
This was not a boring
This
election.
was a boring election.
Fascinating election.
This is an election.
This is Rajat is being unfair. Rajat is being unfair to the BJP. No election is boring. You ask anybody.
What was interesting?
You ask anybody who's fighting an election, he'll tell you no election is boring. Elections are very difficult.
Can I
Thing that people were discussing was guaranteeing cards of Arvind Kejriwal.
ऐसा है थोड़ा कभी तुम लोग है ना हमको बहुत गाली देते हैं वो ठीक है ट्रोल करते हो my column written 10 days ago the Gujarat 2022 Assembly elections are a unique contest. The winner is certain, but the real interest lies in who the runner-up will be, and that's what has happened. That is exactly. This is not an election of the BJP.
No, but what happened to AAP ki 90 seats? The AAP was supposed to get 90 seats. They're sitting at 6 seats right now.
Rahul, please appreciate this. While we gun for the AAP, and the AAP has much to introspect. When a political, look at the difference between the way the AAP goes into an election and the Congress.
Of course.
You see, if I went into an election saying मेरे को 5-6 सीट मिलेगी तो कोई मुझे वोट नहीं देगा.
That's fair.
I have to go into an election
Devu Singh Chauhan joins us. He's the Minister of State for Communications. Devu Singh bhai, welcome and congratulations. ये तो बहुत बड़ी जीत है. माधव सिंह सोलंकी का जो रिकॉर्ड है 149 सीटों का, वो आप तोड़ के 156 पे इस वक्त बैठे हैं. ऐतिहासिक जीत, 7वें आसमान पे बीजेपी इस वक्त.
जी बिल्कुल आपने सही बताया, ये ऐतिहासिक जीत है और हम डे 1 से बोल रहे थे कि इस बार गुजरात चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगी. न केवल रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी सीट का, लेकिन वोट शेयर भी बढ़ेगा और लीड जो होगी वो लीड का जो गैप है वो भी सबसे ज़्यादा रहेगा. और बिल्कुल वैसा ही नतीजा आज हम देख रहे हैं. इसका कारण यही है कि हमारे श्रद्धेय प्रधानमंत्री आज जो विश्व के नेता हैं और जो हमारी गुजरात की सरकारों ने 27 साल तक गुजरात की जन अपेक्षा के हिसाब से जो कार्य किया है, जो विकास का मॉडल जो जनता चाहती थी वैसा विकास हुआ है. न केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सोशल सर्विस, यहाँ तक कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट की हर कोई योजना है वो डोर स्टेप तक पहुँचती थी. चाहे सेवा सेतु हो, चाहे वो ऐसा कोई कार्यक्रम हो, शाला प्रवेशोत्सव, कृषि महोत्सव, गरीब कल्याण मेला. तो एक तरीके से जनता और पार्टी और सरकार ऐसा इतना समन्वय इतना अच्छा था जिसके कारण हम डे 1 से बोल रहे थे कि इस बार हम सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगे.
बट देव सिंह भाई, ऐसा है गुजरात में ये हो रहा है, हिमाचल में नहीं. अगर ये स्कीम्स इतने सक्सेसफुल है, इतने आप जमीन तक पहुंच पाए, वही हिमाचल में क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? वही हम देख रहे हैं जो गुजरात में होता है हिमाचल में नहीं होता. तो गुजरात में डबल इंजन चलता है, हिमाचल में नहीं लगता कि डबल इंजन उस तरह से चल रहा है.
नहीं, ये जरूर आपकी बात सही है कि हम केवल 2 या 3 सीटों से हिमाचल में पीछे हैं. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हमारा कोई रकाश हो गया वहाँ. वहीं हम सरकार बनाने में करीब करीब नज़दीक में पहुँचे हैं. लेकिन आप ये नहीं कह सकते डबल इंजन की सरकार फेल है. गुजरात में भी चल रही है, हिमाचल प्रदेश में चल रही है. और ये 2-3 सीटों का जो गैप है, इसके कारण आप अगर ऐसा बोल रहे हैं कि हमारा वोट शेयर कहीं कम हुआ है, तो आप देखो, ध्यान से देखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का भी समर्थन विकास को और हमारे श्रद्धेय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति आज भी इतनी आस्था से लोग वोट कर रहे हैं.
Supriya Srinath, as you are looking at that, आप सुन रहे हैं what the मंत्री is saying. BJP is ecstatic, the ministers are coming out. Is there going to be any acceptance now of the Congress that Gujarat is a state that you messed up? While we can go into the AAP factor, the AAP fought the election. The Congress accusation in Gujarat now will be that this hyper-local model doesn't work.
And which is why even before you asked me the question, I said we will have to reinvent and reimagine the whole Gujarat way of handling an election. I said it up front. And I will say one more thing though, and I think the BJP has every reason to be ecstatic in Gujarat, but the BJP is really clutching to straws in Himachal Pradesh. Actually, they are 14 seats down, so what exactly are they celebrating? And we will form a full majority government. I reassert that with equal gusto. My question is really on the Aam Aadmi Party. You're all talking about how they fought an election in Gujarat. They also fought an election in Himachal Pradesh. What has happened to them there? What is their vote share there? What are all the tall claims? You remember the whole Solan victory show that Arvind Kejriwal ji did? I think some questions should be asked of the Aam Aadmi Party for Himachal as well. Don't let them be scot-free in that state just because...
Don't worry about AAP, worry about yourself. AAP is not living up to its claims and promises, which is absolutely true. But the Congress can't cite what's happening to AAP. Your fight wasn't with the AAP, your fight was with the BJP.
No. Rahul, 1 second. No, Rahul, 1 second. I am not worried about the AAP. I started off, I don't know if you heard my answer or not, I've said it 3 times. I'm worried about what has happened in Gujarat. I don't know if you heard me and so you're hurling back at me. I'm absolutely and very worried about what has happened in Gujarat with the Congress. I think there is some deep introspection that's required. I think we need to reimagine how we are contesting in Gujarat. I also feel we perhaps needed to put up a more spirited campaign. There is no denying that. You know, the winner takes it all. I'm not going to deny, sit here and say, I'm not worried at all. Absolutely, I'm worried. But I will ask questions of other opponents as well. Because there was this huge hawabazi that was being made of the Aam Aadmi Party, including on channels like yourselves. And I'm entitled to ask this question, am I not?
Yes, Mr. Marathi, you know, I think it's a good point to ask. You've got about 13% of the votes. You're leading in 7 seats in Gujarat. You're wiped out in Himachal Pradesh. You had a tough day in the MCD. You just scraped through. Has the AAP's bubble been burst after all the high of Punjab earlier in the year?
Rajdeep, there are some Gujarat-based journalists on your channel. I request you to please ask them. They will attest to the fact that it was the Aam Aadmi Party that set the narrative for this election 6 months ago. When Manish Sisodia went to visit government schools in Gujarat, he made education a mudda in Gujarat. When we talked about the plight of job seekers who have lost the opportunity to get government jobs,
your campaign from
set
Surat.
that narrative in Gujarat.
Akshay, the last 20 days you based your campaign in Surat. You had the Delhi Chief Minister who was practically in Surat. Every day you were tweeting out these visuals of thousands or lakhs coming into Italia's rally. The roadshow of the Delhi Chief Minister. Bhagwant Mann was in Surat. Look at your showing in Surat. Your party president in Gujarat is also trailing if you look at Surat.
Our party president in Gujarat, Gopal Italia, has got 42% of the vote share in Surat. Yes, the votes are being counted. Hopefully we will win the majority mark there. But
but you promised to, but you made a promise to the Janta of Surat in a rally that out of 17 in the district you will sweep 11.
The Bharatiya Janata Party getting 42% of the vote is a huge victory, Preeti. I think let's acknowledge that. It's a big day for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, so you're saying it's a big day. You know, different definitions of what's a big day. Yes, vote share 13% is not bad, but it's not a big day. It would be perhaps
Milan Sharma joins us from the BJP headquarters. Just 1 second. Milan Sharma has lots of dole, nagada, and then in that drum we tend to lose the audience. Audio. So let's just go across to Milan Sharma. Milan, the BJP dancing, they're celebrating Garba, Dandiya once again.
Oh yes, absolutely. Look at that. The colors of Gujarat are out in full form in the BJP office. At the moment also I'm trying to show you that the people here, firecrackers, in the morning you may not be able to see the kind of colors that they are leaving behind in the air, but firecrackers here being burst with gusto outside the BJP office at the moment. And of course, this is because of the big lead very long day, at least in the BJP office. And soon perhaps we'll look at a box of laddu or a gatia or a fafda jalebi perhaps, and we'll come back to you with that. But leaving you with that live orchestra at the moment, where youngsters wearing the BJP saffron are dancing and singing to the tunes of the party, and with women also swinging to the beat here, whether it's fusion music or just the sound of the Bharatiya Janata Party's victory in Gujarat.
Aparijita Sarangi is joining us from the BJP. But before that, a quick look at some of the key candidates, because interesting results are coming out in Gujarat. Bhupendra Patel, for example, is at the moment through. He's almost through, leading by a huge margin at the moment. Take a look at some of the other VVIPs at the moment. Jignesh Mevani, the Dalit face last time, he is at the moment in Vadgam trailing. Now, I thought he would win because he had done work during COVID. Clearly, the BJP bringing in a congressman, former congressman there against Jignesh. Jignesh Mevani is trailing in his constituency. Isudan Gadvi, the Aam Aadmi Party's face, is at the moment leading. So the big story for AAP is maybe they found a local face who could win in a tough constituency. And there's a message for news anchors who want to turn politicians. You can be successful. Who knows? Don't get me into trouble. Hardik Patel.
And with 3 states to contest from.
Okay, 3 states to contest from. I'm not going anywhere. I like Hardik Patel is leading. So Hardik Patel, making his political debut at the age of 29, last time was too young to contest, is leading from Viramgam near Ahmedabad. Take a look at some of the other key contenders in Gujarat at the moment. Take a look at Harsh Sanghvi. Remember, Harsh Sanghvi is possibly a future face of the BJP. We are trying to get into Harsh thing. Rivaba Jadeja, let's see how Rivaba Jadeja is doing. She is leading now, so she's gone up and down, but as of now, Rivaba Jadeja is leading in a tough seat of Jamnagar North. Sitting Minister Dharmendra Singh Jadeja was removed in the BJP. Let's take a look at just a couple of more key candidates there. The young Turk Alpesh Thakur, how is he doing? Alpesh Thakur is here, and Gandhinagar South is leading. So in this is Amit Shah's, of course, home base, and therefore Alpesh Thakur switched sides after 2017 is leading at the moment. And Payal Kukrani, Naroda Patia worst massacre of 2002, she's leading again by a big margin. Some things don't change in Gujarat. So those are some of the key candidates.
Rajdeep, what's interesting is when you're talking about the key candidates and the lead, we were talking about the Hindutva card there. Godhra candidate in BJP is actually leading with a margin of over 25,000 votes. And they ran an explosive campaign there.
So you've had 3 young Turks. Alpesh Thakur leading, switched sides, joined BJP. Hardik Patel switched sides, joined BJP leading. The one young Turk, Jignesh Mevani, who switched from being an independent to the Congress, is trailing. He built an oxygen plant in Vadgam. We don't know the margin at the moment because this is, as I said, a seat which could be very close. Let's just take a look.
Sir, there, right on top, Rajdeep.
Yeah, that's right. No, we are just looking at the margin by which he's losing at the moment. Let's look at...
Rajdeep, he had no support from his party.
Crowdfunding your own election. This is a question that you should ask Supriya
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think
you know,
it
Supriya
is
Shine, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, that is also
You know,
true.
even Jignesh Mevani had to crowdsource his election. He didn't have the resources, he said, to fight it. Supriya Shine?
That elections in this country are increasingly, I said that's exactly what we are saying, that elections in this country are increasingly very difficult to fight because there is no level playing field. I mean, look at the point that we make about our mics being switched off in Parliament. Yesterday, Adhiranjan Chaudhary was speaking on committees and his mic was suddenly switched off. Election bonds are opened at will of the BJP. I honestly feel that as far as Jignesh Mevani's election is concerned, I personally want him to win.
Just one
and I
question.
desperately want him to win.
Supriya, just one question, and that question comes from
answering that
Jignesh
question.
Mevani only.
Please
The
wait
fact
for
that
me to finish.
he had to crowdfund his own election.
Unfortunate as it may seem, but that is the reality of elections today. That parties other than the BJP are not flushed with funds. And as far as Jignesh Mewani's election is concerned, I am really desperately praying that he wins. He deserves to win. He's done a lot for his people there. But I think questions should be asked of the AIMM and the Aam Aadmi Party as to why did they all field candidates and corner that one man.
The problem is that you are allocating your resources behind a failed politician, Rahul Gandhi. All your money went into organizing Bharat Jodo Yatra in some other state. You did not even support Jignesh Mewani, who had a fair chance perhaps of winning this election. Why are you allocating your resources after a failed politician?
No, that's not. No, that's not true at all. I take huge offense to this. You are today wearing an analyst hat, but I know what your political preferences and alignments are. So please don't ask me questions that I would...
No, it's a fair question, Supriya ji.
Why
was the planning of Congress party's election completely bereft of any kind of leadership interest? Who was busy, your Rahul Gandhi was busy doing his Bharat Jodo Yatra and didn't even bother to come in and campaign for some of his future young leaders of Gujarat. Jignesh Mewani was brought into the fold, made the working president.
Okay.
He could have got the support of the Congress leadership. And it was missing throughout. And he, poor chap, he had to fight on his own.
I am really touched. I am very touched by your rant. I really am. I'm happy that you're wearing an anchor's hat today. But I will answer that question. I think Bharat Jodo Yatra is very, very important. I am sorry. I am not going to sit here and take any criticism on that. I think that's extremely important. Elections are a different machine. Elections should have been fought better.
So Congress party has transformed itself into an NGO now.
Blamed for management from the center. Why
do you agree the Congress party is an NGO?
You know, I'm not taking your jibes. Let me answer a question.
Okay,
I am here on a show anchored by Rajdeep Sardesai and Rahul Kabal. I am not here on a show to suddenly see a BJP man turn an analyst. Let me answer what the point that you raised. I will not take criticism against the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
I'm a conscientious citizen of this country and I'm worried to look at the level that your party has stooped down to.
I don't think so.
It is now struggling to
No, but is it also not a fact, Rajat Sethi?
I'm not a primary
one second. Is it not a fact that if it's a fight between, say, BJP and the Congress, it's like a fight between the mighty West Indies and Zimbabwe. You punch them, pummel them to the ground,
and therefore all around. What do you do then?
No, but the BJP is more irritated.
There is no Australia in this battle anymore.
The BJP is more irritated with having to take on AAP than they are take on Congress. Taking on Congress is easier.
This is what, Rahul, we need to settle this today. Aam Aadmi Party has got disproportionate access to media channels and newsrooms, courtesy they are sitting in Delhi. You know, you have tomorrow, you have an Aaj Tak show, a big, annual show that you do. You will only call Aam Aadmi Party.
By all your top ministers are coming.
Quick plug.
The one thing, Rajat Sethi, just a minute. The one thing
to a man. I'll one more point. He wins an NCT election and he becomes a claimant to the chair of the Prime Minister in 2024. What kind of an arithmetic this is?
1 minute.
You win a corporation election and suddenly you boost the entire day is only focused on this one man.
Okay.
Why was NCT telecasted the entire day?
I just want to make a quick plug.
If there is one party that should not complain of disproportionate media space, it is the BJP.
Because it is at least proportional to its presence nationally.
Okay, that's your view, and there is a view that
it is nationally the most relevant political force.
Sure, there is.
So it will get a proportional response.
Rajiv, can I come in?
That's the second time you want to comment on how newsrooms operate. I have been a reporter for 36 years. I will go and cover something which... No, 1 minute. Rajat, don't do this to me. You do this to Rajdeep, not to me.
No, I'm giving you the courtesy because all of you have consistently for the past 1 year.
You are not allowing me to speak.
This has been the consistent policy.
I will not allow you to speak then.
So please go ahead.
No,
speak.
Let me speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Do this to anchors. I am as panelist as you.
No, you pointed out to me, right?
Because
so you lost that courtesy, by the way. But please go ahead.
Because I'm saying because you are talking about newsrooms.
Yes, of course.
Yes. I will, as a reporter, go and cover anything which I find raises my curiosity. Any new entrant does it.
Very well.
Similarly, yes. Same has happened. I have done it with Mayawati. I have done it with Mulayam Singh Yadav. I have done it with Yogi Adityanath. And we will do it with anybody.
How many times have you shown Manpuri's election results today? Samajwadi Party is trailing in Manpuri. Have you shown? You have not shown. This is also very important. You will not go ad nauseum debating a frivolous party who is not there.
Rajat, you made your point. You claim AAP is a fringe party that is getting...
For the past 2 hours, I'm just trying to say,
Rajat Sethi, there's a time.
One party has won 7th time.
Your time is over.
No,
okay?
it's the 7th
I am
time
a
the party
decent.
has won.
Do not take advantage of my niceness.
No, I am also being very decent.
So you are welcome. You made your point. You made your point. You cannot make it 10 times.
Make it a personal battle. Let's do it then.
Kindly do not raise your voice. I raised it only now because you are now interrupting the flow of the program. This is not your show.
It's a rant now.
Now it's a rant. Please keep it out to here. Aparajita Sarangi, the fact is at the moment, we can discuss the disproportionate media space, and I know southern politicians who also feel that because Aam Aadmi Party is located in Delhi, it gets disproportionate space. But the fact is at the moment, and Rahul Srivastava made a good point, when a party is a new party, it will always attract a lot of attention. And because the Congress has weakened, people do look for challengers, and many believe the AAP could be a future challenger. We are in 2022. The one thing I would advise all political analysts is hubris. Arrogance when you win is something which leads you to make disproportionate claims about your own party and about your opponents. Aparajita Sarangi, when you don't 1 minute Akshay Marathe, because otherwise you will be accused of getting disproportionate space. Aparajita Sarangi, you are of the BJP, you are the ruling party, you are getting 155 seats as of now in Gujarat. But Himachal is a tougher battle. Is today about only Gujarat for you, or you need to win both for real bragging rights? Your remarkable win in Gujarat, for you which you deserve full congratulations. Winning 7 elections, not easy. I want to ask you very simply, ma'am, how do you see the larger picture? Is Himachal as important as winning Gujarat by such a big margin?
Yes, of course. Himachal is as important as winning Gujarat, and I can tell you that for Bharatiya Janata Party, every state, every election is important, and that is why we put in so much of hard work. I can only say that कितने नादान थे ये शहर के सारे जुगनू मिलके कहते थे सूरज को नहीं उगने देंगे. And today the sun is rising in Gujarat. And please don't forget that it is after 27 years of our continuous rule in Gujarat. And this is the 7th time we would be forming the government in Gujarat. There is pro-incumbency wave. And in Saurashtra Kutch region, we had thought out of 54 seats, we would be around 40. But, you know, it's very surprising. To our great delight, we are beyond 40. We are closer to 54. This is amazing. And I can only say that we are very thankful to the people of Gujarat who have reposed confidence in the leadership of Bhupendra Patel ji. And of course,
I'm glad that Bhupendra Patel has finally been mentioned by a BJP leader.
With the people of Gujarat.
I'm glad that Bhupendra Patel has finally been mentioned. Many believe he's remote control from Delhi.
It's always a team effort, though. Honorable Prime Minister is our tallest leader, but yes, we acknowledge the contribution of each and every leader. Now, let me please complete. As far as Congress is concerned, see, Congress has the habit of blaming Mr. Modi for everything before the election, and after the election, they blame the EVM or the law and order situation. They have the habit of blaming the chessboard, and that is why they are where they are. They should have gone into self-introspection long time back. Instead of getting into that Bharat Jodo Yatra, which has hardly any impact on the people of India, I think they should have put their homes right, and they would have jodoed their own party. So that's the problem with Congress. There is no neta, no netagiri, no netritva, no niti and no niyat. And that is why Congress is suffering like this. And as far as AAP is concerned,
can I please come in?
AAP के लिए प्रदर्शन का सवाल है और कांग्रेस के लिए अस्तित्व का सवाल है.
I just want to make a mention of the fact that we have this big agenda Aaj Tak program happening tomorrow, which is just a day after this massive BJP victory in Gujarat, this humdinger of a contest in Himachal Pradesh. We'll have the Union Home Minister Amit Shah there, we'll have the BJP President JP Nadda there, we'll have the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh there, we'll have Nitin Gadkari, multiple leaders from the ruling government and from the opposition. Bhagwant Mann will be joining us from the Aam Aadmi Party, Chief Minister of Punjab. So it's a power-packed political fest where we'll talk about what the import of these elections is for the BJP, for the Congress and for newbie upstarts who think they're the next big thing. At this moment, some of that looks like a question to be asked and answered in the future, not at this moment. So maybe some people were getting ahead of themselves, and that's a fact also to be looked at very carefully. So do watch out for Agenda Aaj Tak coming up across the India Today network all through the day, tomorrow and the day after. Quick plug-in, just so that you know this is where you need to be, not just today, but also tomorrow and day after.
Supriya Srinath, you were putting your hand up while Rajat Sethi was attacking you on why are you focusing so many of your resources on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Aparajita Sarangi makes the same point. Let's clear this once and for all. Is for the Congress this election result going to halt your Bharat Jodo Yatra's so-called momentum? Do you concede that you can't be on a yatra that decouples itself from electoral politics? Electoral politics matters in this country as much as going to the people through a yatra.
No, I take your point, and both to Rahul and you, I will only say that please do not allow your fellow panelists wearing political hats to and unleash them on political guests to settle petty political scores. I expect both of you to not do that, but it has happened and I take offense to that. I will have to leave after this. As far as the point on the Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned, I appreciate everybody's concern. But to say that Bharat Jodo Yatra is not having an impact is actually reading ahead of themselves. I think Bharat Jodo Yatra is creating a huge momentum. I have no doubt in my mind that when the Yatra finishes in Srinagar, we will have seen a very changed political scenario in this country. Already the states through which it has passed, we are seeing an impact. I will only make one point before I
No, 1 second. Supriya Srinath, let me question you on this. While the crowds are coming up and... No, 1 second, Supriya. Answer this question. How do you gauge the political success of the Bharat Jodo Yatra? How do you determine that this effort was to some political use?
Because there will be elections that will be held in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan and in Karnataka, through which states this yatra has passed through, and you will see positive results there. I think that will be the barometer of the success electorally, if you insist on it. But I think the success of this yatra is on the motive of this yatra, to keep this country united. But I will make a 30-second observation on BJP's victory. Yes, the winner takes it all, and we've lost, and we are perhaps losing very badly in Gujarat, so it will be rich coming from me. But 40 lakh unemployed in Gujarat, people reeling under high prices, the 137 people who lost their lives in Morbi, and surprising, the BJP still wins there, 22 paper leaks. These are questions that will continue to haunt however the BJP comes back to power. These issues don't cease to exist. These issues will haunt anybody in the BJP who comes to power, and anybody who's going to be made chief minister. I hope he gets a seat next to the
political
Prime
litmus
Minister.
test of the Bharat Jodo Yatra is what happens in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka and Rajasthan. That's where you judge whether the yatra was a success or a failure?
See, I think that is for Congress party to decide where
Seriously?
they want to see the success
I've
of
been
it.
waiting for the last...
Electorally, and the party may have some strategy that we are going through this yatra and we are going to reap benefits of this 5 years later. Who am I to say it's not right for you to do? I think Bharat Jodo Yatra has some positive political traction. It is giving some image advantage to Rahul Gandhi where nothing was happening in the Congress party. So comparison to that negative side, there is some positive build-up, but it's not enough or putting them in a pedestal where they can actually challenge BJP. And the problem which Congress party is not realizing is that more you go down electorally, like you lost, you are now not a party in Delhi. You are not going to be a serious player in Gujarat. More states you are going to lose, you will not be able to recover.
Which is why I believe that for the Congress party, the next 2 hours are critical. If they don't win Himachal, you see, if they win Himachal, they can at least claim that there is one state ruled by the BJP where they have managed to wrest it away. That's very important. In psychology.
But as of now, Rajdeep, Himachal seems to be a hung house, and whatever's happened, whether it's Goa 2017, Manipur 2017, Meghalaya 2018, Haryana 2019, whenever there's been a hung house, it's usually the BJP that wins.
As I said, if they reach 36, they have reason to hold on to something. The next big state that goes to the polls is Karnataka. And that is the state where out of all the states, I believe the Congress perhaps has its best chance in the next 12 to 18 months. But you need to start winning. You can't all the time say moral victory. You can't say this is a Modi-run state. They need Himachal desperately. That's why I said the next couple of hours will decide the complete mood. I'll tell you, you mentioned the Aaj Tak conclave. Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president, said, I need to wait till Thursday afternoon before I can confirm that I can come.
Because
Why?
it depends on Himachal?
Because they are all waiting to see, can they at least have some positive talking point? The positive talking point for them can only come. The AAP, Akshay Marathe says he's been waiting here, for a long time and, wants to answer. But Akshay Marathe, you can claim MCD. The BJP has got the big prize of Gujarat, which is why all that is left is Himachal. Now, will you accept at least before you leave us, that for the Aam Aadmi Party also, it's time to introspect. This constant being on a high energy treadmill, ye hoga, wo hoga, will eventually, recoil on you unless you're a little bit more focused.
Rajdeep, we will do whatever learning has to be done. We are a party that is constantly evolving. And even in this victory that we feel in Gujarat, we will still take lessons for the next 2027 elections, hoping to win the next Gujarat election. But let me make one point before I go, Rajdeep. We were talking about Isudan Gadvi, our chief ministerial face, leading from the seat of Khambalia. For the last 2 weeks, all the political pundits who used to come on your show and other shows were saying that it is an Ahir-dominated seat and Mr. Gadvi has no chance because of the caste combination. I think it's time to realize that the Aam Aadmi Party is a party that has managed to build class coalitions beyond the traditional lens that we have seen politics through.
Do you remember Himachal, Akshay Marathe? The last rally which was held by Arvind Kejriwal in Himachal said that the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, before your entire leadership defected to the BJP, will again come with a huge mandate in Himachal. That Satyendra Jain was your face there. What happened there? You are actually being counted in as others, not even as your individual self as Aam Aadmi Party. It's BJP, Congress plus others.
Preeti, I have no hesitation in admitting that we have not done well in Himachal Pradesh. And the fact is that we were very occupied with the Gujarat campaign where we saw better results for ourselves. We saw an opportunity to breach the fortress of the Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah ji. And we have been able to do that. We have breached the fortress of the duo that runs the country. In Himachal, it is a very good state for us. The next election will be.
I don't know what you're saying. Are you listening to what you're saying, and are you comparing what you're saying with the actual results? You're saying you breached the mighty duo in Gujarat. They've just gone to a historic victory. They're at 150. You're at 7 seats. What have you breached?
Rahul, it is very easy to make fun of the Aam Aadmi Party.
I'm not making fun. I'm just saying be realistic. No, one second. You fought a good fight. We're not making fun at all. I'm just saying measure what you're saying. You're saying you breached the bastion of the BJP top leadership. You're at 7. They just made a record.
It doesn't mean we have defeated them.
Okay, Akshay,
we have made inroads. You have to admit that.
Time out. I want to look at Himachal because this, in the next 2 hours, Himachal will decide what happens in... Rahul, why don't you join us?
Okay,
and give us, because, in a way, this is going to decide what happens. Less than 1,000, which is critical at the moment because you still have several rounds to go. There are 17 seats at the moment, less than 1,000. But the BJP is leading in 8, the Congress in 8. So it's even Stevens now, which was earlier heavily weighted in favor of the BJP. It's now even Stevens, less than 1,000. Less than 500. 5 seats BJP leading, 3 Congress leading, 1 other. Less than 100. You actually have 2 seats, 1 with the BJP, 1 with others. So it's still very close. It could go anywhere, Rahul. But I think the key thing is the region-wise map. Because this is where the story of Himachal is unfolding. In Kangra, the Congress has once again taken the lead, 14 to 10. They hold this lead. The Congress has the edge over the BJP. It's a 6-seat edge, which is, for now, the Congress is over the halfway mark. Look at Mandi, and the situation is completely reversed. Here, the BJP has 14, the Congress has 8, others have 2. Shimla is where the Congress was expected to do well, and it is doing well, 13-5-1. So that, BJP tried to give reservations to the Hatis. The BJP tried to sort of get back. The scheduled caste, the Dalits, have come in large numbers in Himachal to the Congress. We often forget, we think of it as a Rajput Brahmin state. 25% of Himachal is Dalit.
We can look at what's happening on the Dalit dominated seats or the reserved seats. So if you give me a second, I'll pull that out for you right now. If you look at what's happening in the Dalit-dominated seats of Himachal Pradesh, on those 13 seats, the BJP is leading on 8, the Congress on 5. If we look at the Brahman-dominated seats of Himachal Pradesh, on those 14 seats, the Congress is leading on 7, BJP leading on 4. If you look at the Rajput-dominated seats of Himachal Pradesh, of those 27 seats, you've got a dead heat between BJP and Congress at 13 and 14 each.
Do we have something to know who these others are at the moment? Would we know who the others are? We know a couple of them definitely are BJP rebels. Do we know who the others are, possibly, at the moment?
There's one rebel from Kangra.
One rebel from Congress. So once we know who the others are, it will give us a better sense. But the BJP presumably is counting on those others. You know, if they are BJP rebels, Rahul Srivastav just told us Vinod Tawde from Maharashtra BJP has been also sent to Shimla to see what to do about the rebels. Remember, Prime Minister Modi rang up one of the rebels who didn't agree to withdraw, even though the Prime Minister
But look at the power map of Himachal Pradesh, and here you've got the 2017 results on this side, and you've got the 2022 leads on this side. So in the upper Himachal region, the region where the erstwhile Maharaja Veerbhadra Singh was the formidable political presence, even in his absence, the Congress has swept in that region. This is where the BJP had done well last time. Now you've got a situation where the Congress has done well in the lower part in the last elections. Right now they're doing well, not just in Kangra, but in the Shimla belt as well. It is in Mandi, mercifully, which is where JP Nadda comes from, which is also where Anurag Thakur comes from, where the BJP is still ahead. So there'll at least be some solace for the BJP president in the fact that in his belt around Bilaspur, you still have the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead. What we can do is a Lok Sabha conversion. If you convert these assembly trends into Lok Sabha, you've got both the parties at 2 each. 2 each. So it's a dead heat.
You know, it's fascinating what's happened in Himachal. In 2012, the Congress wins. 2014, Lok Sabha, BJP sweeps. 2017, BJP wins again. Then 2019, BJP gets 69% of the vote, wins all. Come 2021, Vidhan Sabha by-elections and Lok Sabha Mandi, Congress wins. So Himachal has gone through a lot of shifts in recent times.
So you mean to say in 24 Modi is winning again?
I would expect so. Look, my belief is when in the national election, Mr. Modi is on the ticket. I want to make one point. The limitations of the double engine. You see, while we are doing the BJP deserves a lot of credit for what's happened in Gujarat. There are limitations of the double engine if you put a weak chief minister. Mr. Modi can only do so much. We've seen in state after state, Mr. Modi is expected to pull up the BJP.
But he swept the Gujarat this time around.
Ma'am, he's on the ticket. Mr. Modi is a son of the soil.
Nobody even knows who the chief minister is in Gujarat.
Yeah, it's Gujarat.
Preeti Chaudhary, Mr. Modi is a son of the soil. He's on the Gujarat ticket. He's not. Himachal, what did he say? When you press the lotus, you're voting for me.
Vote mere paas aa raha.
Right? He tried the double engine. There are limitations of the double engine. Anti-incumbency is a reality. It gets arrested at times, it doesn't. We saw it in Haryana. BJP lost 25% of the vote between 2019 Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. We saw it in Jharkhand. We've seen it in other states. When Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, the BJP doesn't necessarily... If the chief minister is weak, Yogi Adityanath, strong chief minister, BJP benefits. And I would like to see that Mainpuri, if the BJP, as Rajat Sethi just said, if the BJP is winning Mainpuri, it's huge.
No, Dimple
Yadav.
Dimple is leading by 1 lakh.
No, that's what he claimed.
By double the amount.
1 lakh.
1 lakh.
So he claimed that Mainpuri, this was Rajat Sethi claiming that in Mainpuri, the BJP was winning. It's not Rajat Sethi. Dimple Yadav is winning. I'll get into trouble with Samajwadi Party for saying that.
This is the most important thing right now. In Himachal Pradesh, the victory margin is 35. So you've got a assembly where you've got 35 is the victory margin. You've got 34 for the Congress, 30 for the BJP. These 4 independents, if they come here, the Congress goes to 38, and you've got Mallikarjun Kharge jumping very happily.
He'll come for your agenda.
He'll come for agenda Aaj Tak tomorrow. However, if those 4 MLAs go on the other side, then nobody really gets to say. That's very tricky. And the problem...
There is a problem, Rahul.
Which is?
The total number the Congress commands has to be more than BJP plus others. Because if it is not, the governor will technically call anybody who has got the largest numbers. If the BJP gets the others and is one even more, BJP will get the invite. That gives the BJP...
No, I'll give you the example of what happened in Goa in 2017. If I have 34, right, 68-member house, I have to go 34 plus 1. The mistake Congress made, they didn't go to the governor. I take 35 people, the governor has to call me.
Yes.
I have to take the 35. You see, in the past, in Manipur, the examples that Rahul gave, they didn't take their numbers. Yes. Therefore, the other side got enough time. The Congress, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, is perhaps the only person I believe who can swing it for the Congress here. He has very good connections in Himachal. And I know some of the rebels, there are a couple of the rebels with whom he has, he's built connections in the past. So for Mr. Hooda, who's been given full charge of Haryana, this is a big assignment. If these numbers hold. At 35, the governor, like it or not, will have to call.
35 plus BJP and others. Then what?
Sorry?
35 Congress, BJP and others are more.
If the BJP and others are more, the BJP forms the government. How can 35?
At 35, how can there be more on the other side? Yeah, there's 68 seats over there. There can't be more. Okay, here is the way it is. There are at this moment 9 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500. These are the seats of Banjar, Bilaspur, Fatehpur. Bilaspur is where JP Nadda ji comes from. Dhanduta, Jubbal Kothal, Manali, Rampur, Shilai and Una. These are the seats where the margin is less. And I can actually do this seat by seat. So if you see the Banjar seat, you've got the Congress's Khimiran at 10,310 votes, trailing from Hiteshwar Singh at 9,609. So that's the first seat. Let's now go to Bilaspur. Bilaspur, you've got Trilok Jamwal at 8,646 votes counted last of the BJP. Trailing is Bambar Thakur, 8,235. That's in Bilaspur. Now this becomes critical, and this is the kind of micro detailing that you don't get to see on any other network, because we can do this live straight out of the India Today Election Intelligence dashboard. This is now Fatehpur, where you've got Rakesh Pathania of the BJP at 11,041. Trailing is Bhavani Singh Pathania of the Congress at 10,565. I can go on, but just to give you a flavor that this really is how tight this battle actually is. Shehzad Poonawala of the Bharatiya Janata Party with us. Shehzad, one is to win 2-0 and to make this a complete BJP day. History in Gujarat, history in Himachal if you win again. At this moment though, it seems some of these balls are up in the air and Himachal Pradesh is going to a penalty shootout.
First of all, Rahul and Rajdeep, who Gujarat na lokano abhar manu chu. My family partly comes from Gujarat, and I remember I got the honor of being on a discussion with you. You've got to get your Gujarati right, Shehzad. Lokonu.
Not lokanu, lokonu. Your Gujarati, my Gujarati is better than yours, but go ahead.
Well, maybe the dialects differ a little bit, but I am an authentic Gujarati. I am not part Goan.
They don't. You got it wrong. Go ahead.
Anyway, the jury is out on that. My mother taught me well as well. But anyways, let's not get into all of that. Rajdeep, couple of days when I was with you, I had predicted that perhaps the exit pollsters have got it wrong on MCD. I was proven right on that. You all have obviously got it wrong on Gujarat. You all didn't predict that it would be a historic sweep. We are right about that.
No, we did. No, Shehzad, again, Shehzad, we predicted 151. Please do not criticize the exit poll when you got it right. Learn to give credit. Learn to give credit.
મને complete તો કરવા દો ભાઈ તમે બોલી રહ્યા છો મને complete તો કરવા દો. Now I hope my Gujarati is right. Let me at least complete, sir, with all due humility. Sir, what I'm trying to tell you is that even in Himachal Pradesh, we will be forming the government. एक जगह इतिहास हम बरकरार रख रहे हैं गुजरात में और एक जगह इतिहास बना रहे हैं हम हिमाचल में. The reason is that the women of Himachal, just like the women of Gujarat, have voted for us in tremendous manner. Perhaps right now it is a close fight, all said and done. When we had lost the 4 by-polls, nobody was giving us a chance. You mark my words, we will form the government in Himachal, just like we have formed the government in Gujarat in a big historic manner, because the women of this country, and particularly the women of Gujarat and Himachal, have backed the policies of Prime Minister Modi. Rajdeep, the Himachal state is a state where Nal Se Jal Yojana has worked most effectively, where Ration Yojana, where the Yojana that was given for Ujjwala, all of these have converted women of Gujarat and Himachal into our prime labharthis, and all of these women are coming and voting for us. You mark my words, in 1.5 hours the situation will change and you will find that in Himachal, Rivaj badalega, Raj nahi badalega. This is the first time politics of pro-incumbency will become part and parcel of political lexicon of Rajdeep and Rahul Kanwal, the most sought after political analysts in the country on election day. Now from now onwards,
you made our day. Thank you.
अरे अच्छा ही बोल रहा है, अच्छा ही बोल रहा है. मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि अभी केवल प्रो इनकम्बेंसी, राहुल और राजदीप का हर एनालिसिस प्रो इनकम्बेंसी से शुरू होगा. जो पिछले 8 वर्ष पहले एंटी इनकम्बेंसी से शुरू होता था, वो अब प्रो इनकम्बेंसी से शुरू होगा, क्योंकि उत्तराखंड में भी आपने देखा है, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी देखा है.
What's really remarkable is the seriousness with which everyone who matters watches India today. And oftentimes when you say something, you're saying it just in the spur of that moment based on what's happening later. And you later find out that the most powerful people in the country were actually watching, noticing and remembering what was said. So you have to be very, very careful about that. Now, I've just heard from our Congress reporter that the Gandhi family is off to Ranthambore to celebrate Sonia Gandhi's birthday, which is tomorrow. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Robert Vadra are to join Sonia, and Rahul Gandhi could come from his Bharat Jodo Yatra as well for this birthday celebration. This is in Ranthambore. If we saw what happened at Uttar Pradesh last time, the moment the verdict came in, Prime Minister Modi was in Gujarat doing a big roadshow leading up.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is passing through Savai Madhopur on the same date, so they managed to, the dates are clashing.
By the way, just as a talking point, the one place, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has a house in Mashobra. And therefore, she was sent into the campaign. She did 5 rallies. Rahul Gandhi, as I said, did 2 meetings. Knowing the way the Congress is, they may well say, Priyanka aayi, Congress khilai. You see, this is how the party works. The party works there.
Gandhi may join the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Rajasthan at Savai Madhopur, where they are going to be at Ranthambore.
For
so it could also be a photo op.
No, but you've got...
Yeah. It's planned. Sonia Gandhi will join the
Bharat Jodo Yatra. We don't grudge anybody the right to celebrate their birthday, but you're up against people who, like many of our viewers, I hope, care about their birthdays, and you should. There's nothing wrong with that, absolutely. Who are up against a relentless political machine that eats, breathes, sleeps politics. There's no birthday celebration for Messrs. Modi and Shah. They'll be out trying to figure out how to set right the hot mess in Karnataka.
When Prime Minister will be at his BJP headquarters as usual, you know, customary speech.
No, just a minute. Will he do the customary speech if the BJP loses Himachal?
Rajdeep, from the Prime Minister's perspective and Amit Shah's perspective and the BJP's 150 seats.
So he'll do
That's the big one. That's the big one.
No, I'm saying just 2 points that Supriya ji was saying that litmus test is where Rahul went for Bharat Jodo. You should check those states. So I think she may be wrong because in this case, if you see Gujarat figures, it clearly suggests that Prime Minister Modi visualizes things, he dreams, then he builds the bridges with the people to connect with them, and then enters Amit Shah. Then Amit Shah goes to all constituency, reviews all constituency, and that dream is translated into strategy, and strategy is translated into votes. So how will Bharat Jodo Yatra, where is the Amit Shah of Modi, Congress? Who will take this ideology and high talk and moral
no, absolutely right. I think Sheila has hit the nail on the head. Because you see, you can do all, and there Rajat Sethi had a point also. If you put the same organizational resources, you know, the manner in which the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been worked upon by the party leadership, put it into an election. And then you will perhaps over time see results.
But he doesn't think elections are important. He doesn't think this...
he thinks power is poison, but look, let me...
No, but if power is poison, find something else. Yeah? Become a consultant for Boston Consultancy or for McKinsey.
Let me be fair to Rahul Gandhi. If you are in politics for a lamba race, you have to have ideological convictions. And you have to build organization. Rahul Gandhi today may be mocked at, and every reason to do that. But if the Congress stays around for 10 years... The only reason they will is if they retain the ideology. Why is the Congress where it is now?
Where have they built any Sangathan?
That's right. So it's a long race. You see, the problem is...
If you want to focus on ideology, you can also run an NGO. It's a less expensive way of doing it.
Rahul, you know, we in television studios tend to be very... You know, we live in the moment. Politics is evolving. Many of the... 10 years from now... If Arvind, this is a lesson for Arvind Kejriwal as well. You're going to have ideological convictions and organizational rebooting.
Right now.
If you build, if only then can you survive. Just a yatra and then all your energies are on a yatra, then you go off for a holiday somewhere, it won't work.
Ranthambore.
Or wherever, your party, who is your next run?
Prime Minister will give a news value to today's speech. This election will give him a fantastic platform to start his G20.
He will, no,
his
not just
G20
he'll start
and all
his
other
24
things.
campaign from this evening.
And 2024 first step is today.
No, he'll start his campaign from the evening.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, within an hour or two, Prime Minister Modi will address BJP in Gujarat.
See, Rahul,
this is how it works.
Rahul, I'll tell you something
So
very
that
interesting.
consolidates.
On the day the Prime Minister Modi went to cast his vote in Ahmedabad, he flew back at 1 o'clock. He was sitting in a meeting of all the office bearers and others in the BJP. After that meeting, Rajdeep, out of the 52,000 odd polling stations in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, the BJP has its entire structure ready in 42,000. Can you believe it? That
you see,
that's the level. They have
it's
already started sending people out to their polling booths. Right?
Politics is about competition, it's not about entitlement. And I think the Congress has to recognize that politics has changed. If they don't recognize that, they will always be a step behind and keep introspecting as the BJP moves ahead. The BJP is a machine, and it's been built over years. It's a party which started with 2 seats in 84 to where it is today. Let's give them credit. This is a huge achievement, particularly in Gujarat. Let's get a Congress perspective on that. We are joined by Prashant Pratap Singh. You agree, at the end of the day, the Congress now needs to wake up and smell the coffee. You can't constantly say, hum introspection karenge, atmachintan karenge, and nothing happens. Is it time that you realize that India is otherwise leaving you behind? This new India wants action, wants to see something actually, some narrative. What is your narrative? Please give me a narrative. Aam Aadmi Party, for good or bad, is giving a narrative. What is your narrative?
Firstly, if the Congress bashing is over, I might like to say Jai Siya Ram to the BJP spokesperson. And starting with the Congress, yesterday BJP lost 1 election. Today, out of the 2, they are losing 1. We are going to go to 40. And still, Narendra Modi ji is being hailed as a charismatic leader. People are suffering.
No, but why are you saying Jai Siya Ram to the BJP? If you were to say it, you could have said it to the viewers, you could have just said it in general. Why are you making a political point by saying Jai Siya Ram to the BJP spokesperson?
Rahul. No, they were just trying to, because Shahjaz Poonawalla made a point that we put women on priority. We are seeing everywhere that in Himachal also, women have not voted. I don't know why he was trying to put that point. So that is what I was trying to say. If you put women in priority, you would have not been
Okay,
getting...
Shehzad.
Rahul, if they stop saying Rom and come to Ram, I am the most happiest. So Jai Siya Ram, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram और Jai Siya Ram में कोई अंतर नहीं है. Shri stands for Lakshmi and माँ सीता is an avatar of Lakshmi. शायद चुनावी हिंदू आप हो इसलिए आपको ज्ञान नहीं है. जय श्री राम, जय सिया राम, रोम बंद करो, राम राम बोलो. इससे मधुर बात क्या हो सकती है?
आप तो आइडियोलॉजी रखते नहीं है. पहले कांग्रेस में थे, बीजेपी में था, इसलिए तो आप इस बात को ना करें तो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा. You are part of Congress itself before, so when you say this that कि हम चुनावी,
and guess what you lost?
No.
And guess what you lost?
Shehzad, let the other, but Mr. Singh, you're holding on to Himachal. Where Rahul Gandhi did not campaign at all? Are you saying now that a hyper-local model focusing on local issues is your future? It didn't work in Gujarat. It may work in Himachal. We don't know the final numbers. But is there a template that you are going to go into elections in 2023 as India's still biggest national opposition party?
I think the point people are missing is that we have decided to be on the ground. Though you say Bharat Jodo Yatra is something on the ground. When you talk about Sri Rahul Gandhi missing from the campaign, Bharat Jodo Yatra is a political campaign. It may not be going to the states which are in election, but it's a campaign on the ground.
No, but there's a club match going on at a time when the World Cup of football is going on. What is more important? Would you be playing that club match, or would you try and get your team first from the quarters to the semis and then to the final? It's a question of political priority for any politician. He's not running an NGO.
We've always been criticized for not being on the ground and overtly being there.
Sir, but कौन सा ground match का चल रहा है, आप बैटिंग का कर रहे हो?
वो पहले से डिसाइडेड थी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा. अभी उसको छोड़ के गए होते. Everybody would have said कि Rahul Gandhi left Bharat Jodo Yatra in the middle.
But you knew, sir, the Gujarat and Himachal elections were pre-decided. It's not as if their timing wasn't known, so you could have picked another time for the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
See, we had Bharat Jodo Yatra, so there was an introspection which was requested by all the leaders.
No, but you know, it can't be for television channels or for anchors to feel bad for the Congress. The Congress needs to feel bad for the Congress and do something about it. There's no point in there being a rant in the TV studio.
No, Rahul, I'll tell you something. I asked a Congress leader in Saurashtra, you're doing this Bharat Jodo Yatra. Why didn't you think about the fact that maybe this is Gandhi's land? You can do at least a sub-yatra from Porbandar to Rajkot. Forget about the whole state.
Or take this yatra through Gujarat.
Do one part. Do one part.
Or take this yatra through Gujarat.
You see, that they said geographically not possible, but Porbandar...
Why Maharashtra se upar aa jate? What is difficult? It's about how you form the route of that yatra.
One day in each state.
Sir, symbolically,
they could have come earlier.
The two biggest...
You were in Maharashtra, you could have gone to Gujarat.
Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel hail from Gujarat.
That's the point.
So Bharat Jodo Yatra had to pass through or begin from Gujarat. And Prashant, when Rahul Gandhi did not take Gujarat seriously, the state leaders also took the election very lightly. That's the fact.
But
and meanwhile, we are having news that the swearing-in ceremony in Gujarat has already been fixed for December 11th. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming to Gujarat.
Oh, naturally he will. 152.
Yeah. December 11th.
The biggest story of this election is not that the AAP balloon went kaput in the way that they were building it up. The biggest story of this election is that the BJP is on the verge. If it let the final vote be counted, but 152 out of 182 is around 80% plus. In terms of strike rate, that is a phenomenal achievement for a government that is now coming back to power for the 7th straight time. Next time, they would be trying to break the record of the CPIM. The CPIM won 7 times from 77 to 2011, but 2 terms before they were actually ousted, Jyoti Basu wasn't there any longer, and therefore Buddhadev Bhattacharya couldn't take on Mamata Banerjee. But that record, Rajdeep, at this moment, if this is where their starting point for the next elections in 27 is, BJP would be very difficult to dislodge, and they could break that record as well.
I keep using the Don dialogue. BJP ko Gujarat mein harana mushkil hi nahi, almost namumkin hai. I use the word almost. But to answer the, my story of why, when I asked them, why didn't you take the yatra through Gujarat, through, let's say, the land of Gandhi, land of Patel? They said, देखिए अगर आप यहाँ, if we bring the yatra here, it will become all about elections. So I said, isn't that what you want to do? There is an election. They said, no, we don't want to confuse the yatra with an election.
We want to build the nation.
So therefore that's, in a way, let's be honest, the Congress has given up on Gujarat.
Definitely.
While we will look at the AAP's performance today.
Sorry, Radhi, I see arrogance of Congress in this.
No, whether it's
arrogance.
I don't see arrogance.
I tell you why. They are not doing well in electoral politics, and they want to still hold the opposition space.
Absolutely right.
How?
Absolutely right.
No, but in a cricketing metaphor, it's a pitch where the bounce is very tough. The batsman find it difficult to bat, so he's batting ही नहीं करनी. मैं पट्टा wicket पे खेलूँगा, यहाँ खेलना ही नहीं है, मुझे batting ही नहीं करनी है.
No, that's why. That's why even
because again it's a difficult pitch to play.
That's why even though Rajat will not like it, I actually believe that the Aam Aadmi Party has taken a calculated risk. Please understand, there are 2 reasons, Rajat. Now that we are quietened down, you go into the Prime Minister's home state. Dare the Prime Minister. For 30 years, the Congress has rarely fought Modi. 20 years, they have not even fought him. Finally, someone comes and starts saying things. Hum Modi ko takrayenge, we'll take it on. Naturally, as journalists, we get excited. We have found a challenger maybe to Modi. Obviously, it can't happen in an election. But the calculated risk the AAP has taken is twofold. One, you're going into the lion's den. And therefore, whether you win or lose, people will say, यार दम है, आपने मोदी जी को टक्कर दे दी. Which what Kejriwal tried in Varanasi.
किसने दम है यार? 152 पे वो बैठे, 7 पे वो बैठे.
Sir, 1 minute. That's one point. Number 2, you have realized that this is a state where the Congress is on sharp decline.
That's true.
And therefore, as we've seen, and Rahul Verma will confirm, where the Congress goes on sharp decline over a period of time, it starts ceding space. You will see what will happen after this election. Don't be surprised if a number of Congress leaders leave to join AAP.
But no,
and they
Rajdeep, the real challenge, I
Aap
beg to
fights a
differ.
panchayat election 2 years from now,
Rajdeep,
seriously.
I beg to differ. The real challenge for the Aam Aadmi Party begins now. I'll ask Deepal or,
छोड़ेंगे नहीं.
yeah, no. The 7, do you think the 7 people will stick here? The challenge will be, will they go to the BJP?
So,
No,
That's
they
the
won't
And they
go.
will make their...
No, I don't think they would go because
7 of
I
them
would
here.
They
say
will
that
find
the
that this
Aam
is a
Aadmi
huge
Party,
opportunity.
It will be very difficult.
Oh,
Look at
wow.
what
There's
happened in
something that
Surat.
just
the Aam
happened.
Aadmi
What happened in
Party
Kutch?
has given a very spirited fight
Spirited
and they were
people,
already
yes.
expecting.
Spirited
They did not
people,
There's
yes.
something
Wait,
very
before the-
important that happened which is very critical, which is that the India Today Access My India, you can see the smile and relief on my face, is finally seeming to be coming true. The Congress at this moment leading on 38, the BJP at 27, the BJP at 151, which ironically was the upper end of our range.
Okay.
So 151 is what we had said. The Congress at 20, the AAP at 7. So it's pretty darn close at this moment to being an exact poll. We are waiting for the final goal to be scored. But at this moment, Rajdeep and Pradeep Gupta can do a bit of a dance.
I said it yesterday.
You will dance, you said.
You see, I unfortunately got into trouble 2 years ago because
that time you were dancing for AAP. Now if you don't dance, then they'll say AAP हार गई इसलिए Rajdeep ने dance
You
नहीं
should
किया.
dance for BJP.
I will
Today
certainly-
You should do Garba for
No,
BJP.
I'm bad at Garba, but let me
I'd
tell you
like
what.
to see the Garba.
Can I tell you what happened? It was 2 years ago. Rahul Kanwal was away in Harvard. I was alone with my friend Ankit Tyagi, and it was afternoon 3 o'clock. Only one state, Delhi, election a washout. Producer says, "यार थोड़ा हमको अभी थोड़ा नाच गाना करते हैं." He comes and says that Pradeep Gupta, like you, also likes Hindi music. Played some tune from Salman Khan. I told Pradeep, "What do you want?" He said, "Dance karte." We went and danced. That dance went viral. Then we were told you are dancing because AAP is winning. We told people we are dancing because our poll
No,
is
but
right.
the BJP, no, one second.
मैंने बोला ना,
Many top BJP leaders called me and said, will Rajdeep dance if the BJP breaks a record? They actually called.
101%.
But you did dance. He did dance in 2019 exit polls. You did dance.
100 boss,
On
देखो,
Dawn, I remember
I
as
started
well.
this morning by saying, today from morning to night, I am a Gujarati. It is my Janma Bhumi. It is a land I love dearly. I love the people of Gujarat. And I am determined today to show you how well I can do. I can't do the Garba well.
I'll sing the Garba. You
I
can
will try.
नाच लोगे अभी मत नाचना यार प्लीज बाहर हमें झेलना पड़ता है
अच्छा ये देखो ये श्रीवास तो बड़ा बदमाश है यार।
नहीं, today
यानी लोग हमसे हम यानी गाली हम खाते हैं
But Rajat Sethi, do you agree with that? That because AAP has challenged Modi, whether they win or not, naturally they'll get disproportionate coverage. Why not accept that?
Rajdeep, one point I want to make here.
Rajdeep, I
You see, 1 minute,
totally
1 minute.
agree.
Sheila, 1 minute. You see, there is a state called Kerala where the battle is between LDF and the UDF since independence. Has the BJP won 7 seats till date in that state? It has not. The day it does, it will get attention. So, to say that undue attention, I think it's very unfair comment on young journalists who are out on the ground. They work very hard. They give a lot of attention. Just see how we covered when PM Modi went to vote on that day. We had 5 reporters.
Forget about when PM Modi went to vote, Rahul Srivastava, when he went that mammoth road
You
show.
know,
I remember
it is
being
an
there
effort.
from morning to night in the road show, 50 kilometers.
You
it
get
wasn't
7
ending.
seats. You become a challenger to UDF and LDF in Kerala.
That is true. Only because you have the Congress on that same side. See, actually, the Panja is a very strong political symbol, and if they weren't so listless about it, they could do better. But if the Congress is determined on ceding space, then nothing can be said.
Very spirited.
Okay, now we've got,
yes, I
and
do
this is
agree,
exciting
but
that
what
the
I was
India
talking
Today
about-
Access My India exit poll is coming right, and that is very, very critical at this moment. You've got in Himachal Pradesh, the Congress now leading on 38 seats plus 17. Rajiv Shukla would be delighted. 27 for the BJP, down 17. So this is not good news from the BJP's perspective. History in Gujarat, history being repeated in Himachal where that wave of Parivartan, the government changing every 5 years. Aam Aadmi Party, which again in Himachal Pradesh, after the victory of AAP in HP, made a big song and dance or a Bhangra over Himachal saying, oh, it's several of the areas of Himachal are close to Punjab, we'll do well in Himachal next. Hamare poll dikha rahe hain, kya dikha rahe hain? They're at 1% vote share and 0 seats in Himachal Pradesh at this moment. That is the reality. Let's now come to the margin, which will give you a sense of how close this battle is at this moment. In Himachal Pradesh, where the Congress is now leading, there are 2 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 100. These are the seats of Manali and Jhanduta, where the gap, and both are with the BJP at this moment. Let's now look at seats where the gap is less than 500. You've got 9 such seats, the BJP leading on 3, the Congress on 6. Now the problem here potentially could be that if some of these 6 seats switch to the BJP, then Rajdeep, the gap could become tighter. But at this moment, the Congress at 38, are they planning, Rahul Srivastav, to rush some of these MLAs to a resort, take them to Jaipur, put them under Gehlot's care? But you never know with Gehlot, what is he thinking in his head?
Baghel who's managing it this time.
Taking them to Chhattisgarh is tougher, na?
See, Rahul, the problem is that their numbers are good and it will be very difficult for the BJP, because if the BJP tries to split in a situation where the Congress has larger numbers, it will go to the Supreme Court.
Let's just make the point now. For the first time since the morning, the gap is 10 seats.
Yes.
For the first time since the morning, the
BJP
gap
plus
is 10
others.
seats. Once the gap goes to 10 seats, that means, and this is where Axis has got it right. You know, we get a lot of flack. And as I told you, I was also skeptical of Pradeep's numbers because of the woman voter. He's got it spot on. All the other polls, Rahul, every other poll put the BJP ahead of the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. We have got it right. I also want to salute the Lallan top team because they kept telling me, Rajdeep bhai, we have got it a clear mandate for the Congress anti-incumbency. And I'll tell you one thing, it's not great economics. Sometimes good economics makes bad politics. The BJP said we want to go ahead with the new pension scheme.
That's true.
The Congress, which had actually pushed the new pension scheme, said if we come to power, we'll bring the old pension scheme back. The old pension scheme is what? 50% of your last salary. This is a state with 1.5 lakh government employees and 1.5 lakh retired employees. It will drain your state's finances if you go back to the old pension scheme. But it's a winning scheme. And therefore,
even BJP leaders in Himachal want that scheme back. But
now
the central leadership doesn't want it.
And now, Rahul, while we go on about Mr. Modi and Shah, what about Mr. Nadda? Mr. Nadda is from Himachal, and actually in the areas in Mandi, not in some of the areas.
I'll show you.
In some of Mr. Nadda's areas, the BJP is doing badly.
I can show that.
It's time for the BJP also. That's why Himachal becomes important. The bubble of Gujarat, they can celebrate. But as I said, anti-incumbency is there. Poorer parts of the country are feeling the pinch of rising prices. Wake up and smell the coffee for all sides.
In Mandi,
Congress, BJP.
In Mandi at this moment, in the region of Mandi, the BJP is leading on 11 seats, the Congress on 6. That's the region that JP Nadda comes from. So they're leading in Mandi, but that's of no great consequence if the party is not winning in your state. That's a problem there, there's no doubt about it. Let's now try and show you the swing seats. The seats which change the winner every election for the last 3 elections, the 38 such seats, 22 of those going to the Congress, a lead of 13, 14 of those going to the BJP, down 12. So a lot of these swing seats have continued with that trend of being swing seats. Let's now look at the routes to power. The Congress at 39. You've got Mallikarjun Kharge dancing on that chair, the political chair, because at 39 they are quite comfortable. The AAP at 0. You've got 3 independents. Even if those 3 independents went to the BJP would only be at 26. If some of these independents, and these independents typically chase wherever they think they can be part of the political gravy train, then the Congress is 42. When Pradeep Gupta comes, he can definitely dance. Because if against conventional wisdom he gets this right, this is as close to being an exact poll as there is going to be.
In fact, I'm just getting a message from a Congress friend of mine from Himachal. He's saying, Rajdeep bhai, please stop this analysis. We are reaching 42 on our own. Now, I don't know where he's getting these numbers.
No, plus the independents will come to that.
He's saying without it. 42 on our own is his last message. 42 on our own. We have won Himachal. Start giving us some credit also. You see, Congress ko bahut bash kar diya aaj.
That would happen if you look at the seats where the margin is less than 500. BJP is leading on 2 such seats. If those seats switch, then they still go up from 39 to 41. So 42 to fir bhi nahi ho raha. If they look at seats where they're hoping for margin is less than 1,000, so there are 12 such seats. Congress is leading on 8. So at the most, the Congress can get those 4 seats. In a small state, getting more than that would really be difficult. So they can add 4 more at the most, but some of those, Rajdeep, can also go the other side.
Can you just tell us the Kangra region, Rahul? What is the Kangra position?
Just 1 second.
Because according to me, as we've said, the road to Himachal leads through Kangra. There's not a single election where the party that has not got a majority in Kangra has not won
In
Himachal.
Kangra, the Congress is leading on 16 seats out of 25. The BJP leading on 8. That's down 10 from the last time. The Congress gaining 10. This is the swing region of Himachal Pradesh. Whoever wins Kangra typically in the past has won Himachal Pradesh.
Yes, Shehzad Poonawalla is still with us. He said, I want a last comment.
Shazia is with us.
Shazia Ilmi is joining us. Shazia, you're joining us at a time when we are dissecting Himachal. Great news for you from Gujarat, but not so good news from Himachal. So technically, we are at 1-1 today. How do you see it? Will the huge win in Gujarat offset any disappointment that could come from Himachal?
No. I mean, it's a huge win from Gujarat for sure. But about Himachal, why would you say it's not great news? I think it's fantastic. An incumbent government having done so well.
Ma'am, you are leading in 26, Congress leading in 39. That's a 13-seat gap. They are forming the government as of now.
Well, let's wait a while. But I think it's great, and that BJP has done this well, having been the incumbent party. So I don't see it as dismally as you do. But I think overall, when you see these elections and how they are panning out, the results, I see a lot of myths being busted also about the delusions some other party members had. So I feel that the whole thing about pro-incumbency, Rajdeep having been a journalist of yesteryears, I mean, pro-incumbency was not even a factor. The only thing we ever discussed was anti-incumbency. And here, I think we're on the verge. We are there. We're getting there. Maybe we're inching slower than what we expected. But I think we will make it, in Himachal. So I wouldn't call it bad news at all, to say the least. And I feel that Congress has done very, very well. I will not begrudge them that at all. But also to say that, thankfully here, Congress does remain the principal opposition party, as opposed to all the conversation in the media about Aam Aadmi Party having taken their space. So there is some kind of a lining in that for others. But where BJP goes, I mean, it's fantastic stuff for a party which has been in power for so long, and as an incumbent party having come this far. And I'm sure it's going to get better.
Nitin Tyagi of the Aam Aadmi Party is also with us. Nitin, after the Punjab results came out, we saw a lot of bombastic claims from the Aam Aadmi Party about Himachal Pradesh being the next bastion of AAP, because Himachal was adjacent to Punjab. You thought you could do smashingly well over here. You were convinced, especially in the lower regions of Himachal Pradesh, that you would do very well. 0 seats and 1% of the vote share. That's why AAP stands in Himachal right now.
See, I think it's very clear from quite a few months that Aam Aadmi Party was concentrating on Gujarat and Delhi Assembly, Delhi elections, MCD elections. And we're a very small party, probably the smallest party that we have here in contention in these 3 elections that we had. So we had limited resources, extremely limited resources, extremely limited number of people who could go and represent the party and talk to people everywhere. So I think we have done pretty well in Gujarat. So many votes coming in Gujarat. I mean, more than 12-13 lakh people voted for Aam Aadmi Party. It is a big start for Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party becoming a national party because of this. And so many, I mean, we are getting a few seats over there. And definitely for the first time in so many decades, Gujarat will see a proper opposition where people's voice would be put forth, at least in the assembly. We would be actually, this is a good start. We cannot thank enough. I mean, we are so thankful to the people of Gujarat who have given us this kind of votes and this kind of faith they have shown in us. And I think it has been fantastic for Aam Aadmi Party. Great beginning.
You've got people dancing at Gandhinagar at the BJP office, where there is a Garba taking place. This is a big victory. There can be no question about it. The fact that they're at 154, breaking Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1985, you would have thought that this kind of a record is very difficult to break. Remember, it was in 1951 that the Congress won 90.2% of the seats. The seat strike rate of the Congress was 90.2 way back in 1951 in Uttar Pradesh. The other big victories like Sikkim 2009, where the SDF won all the 100% of the seats, right? So they won all the seats, but that was really in a much smaller state. So in a big state, 154 out of 182, the BJP is on 7th heaven in Himachal. But everybody has something to take home today because the Congress is winning in Himachal Pradesh.
And guess who is going to spy? Not a bad day for journalists because you've got a news anchor turned journalist, turned politician, Isudan Gadvi, who's
beginning to trail
okay, he was. But you've got Rajiv Shukla, journalist turned politician, was in charge of the campaign in Himachal. And many people said, is he the right person to handle a state like Himachal? Rajiv Shukla could well turn around if these numbers hold. And Mr. Huda was on the line just now with me. He's in Shimla. He's saying, "Hum safe hai.
Wow.
Hum kar denge sarkar." Now, how he's going to do it, we don't know. But at 26-39, obviously,
no, if they're at 39,
at these numbers, he's very comfortable. And think of the number of Congress leaders who left to join BJP. Harsh Mahajan, one of the senior leaders of the Congress, left to join the BJP, and he was telling everyone, "Arey Congress khatam ho gayi Himachal mein."
No, Anand Sharma was saying the same thing. Bad ticket distribution, bad selection. They've sold tickets.
But Rajiv, the accolades need to go to the local leadership, not Rajiv Shukla, not Huda, not anybody, not even Priyanka Gandhi. It needs to go to the local leadership of Himachal who ran a hyper-local campaign.
Will you give the credit in Gujarat to Bhupendra Patel or Narendra Modi?
They're two very different campaigns that they were fought.
Okay, so one is a national campaign, one is a hyper-local campaign.
Rajiv Shukla cannot be the hero of the story.
No,
it is
not
the local
about being the hero, but he sat there as the party in charge of the state. He ran the party's campaign. There are different factions. The Pratibha Singh faction, the Mukesh Agnihotri faction, the Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu faction. He kept them all together, and whoever runs the campaign gets credit for it.
Rahul Verma, but to understand for our viewers, there are some states which are uniquely anti-incumbency. And Himachal Pradesh is one of them. Since 1985, no government has got repeated. In fact, even that was a government that had lasted only 3 years. If you go back to 1972, 50 years, no government has got repeated. Why is it that this hill state wants to change governments every 5 years? There are some parts, Rajasthan is another example where governments seem to change. Why do you think that is?
So, I don't think it would be right to put big states and small states and then come up with an answer. I think in smaller states, governments change largely because constituencies are smaller and local leaders can mobilize here and there, and that's why every time you see change in government. But for places like Tamil Nadu, except one election, or Kerala, except one election, Rajasthan, I think in these states, perhaps the social sort of coalitions have not settled in. And so you don't have that kind of deep party caste loyalties as you see.
Because I wonder, and Rahul Srivastav, you could give us an answer. Uttarakhand takes place 9 months ago. That also had governments changing every 5 years. BJP defeated anti-incumbency and had a pro-incumbency vote despite changing 3 chief ministers in the last year. In Himachal, it's not working as of now. Congress has touched 40 as we speak. So my sense is, what is the difference that you see between a Himachal and an Uttarakhand? Is it the old pension scheme that made the huge difference in a state with a population where government employees matter perhaps more than any other part of the country given the size of the state?
See, Rajdeep, Uttarakhand and Himachal don't have a lot of difference. Uttarakhand is also dependent a lot on tourism and agriculture and other elements. Uttarakhand also has a lot of people in the army and government services. They want the old pension scheme. The fact is that in a state where a political party gets, as Rahul said, creates those tie-ups with these caste and subgroups, which are of a slightly more permanent character, like a Mulayam Singh Yadav and Yadavs, or for example, the Brahmins and Thakurs in some region. In Himachal, if you see, the Thakurs and the Brahmins haven't stuck to really one party or group. They remain as flexible in their political affiliation as anybody. And I think that is what is a problem. The day they get a fix, somebody gets a fix on one particular, say the BJP says the Thakurs of Himachal are totally with us now, come what may, I think things will start changing. But I think right now, Himachal remains one of those states where people are not affiliated to political groups, they vote as a caste group, more as a caste group. One important thing, I've just got news that the BJP is likely, as Shiv Deepal was saying, soon after the result, they will likely to go soonest. 10th and 11th are the 2 dates which are being talked about. PM and Amit Shah and others, Chief Minister allies are likely to be there.
For a swearing in.
PMO has been asked for timing on these 2 dates. The auspicious time is being said to be 12:39.
All of this.
Sir Vijay Moore.
Yes, Rajat.
That's Sir
5
Vijay.
years we might see a Congress swearing in. It's been 5 long years. I mean, it was Madhya
No,
Pradesh.
I think Madhya Pradesh, it's since
been
4
20
years, what you're right, since 4 years, in a direct fight between the Congress and BJP, the first time the Congress could be defeating the BJP since Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And let's not minimize that. I keep repeating, it shows, Rahul, there are opportunities if you're willing to fight. In Gujarat, the fact is it's a Hindutva state. You know, we keep giving, just as it was a left citadel, Gujarat is sui generis. If I was a BJP today analyst, I would be worried. Because on the ground, the fact is, in times of economic decline, post-COVID, you thought that you can win every election. The voter sends you reminders from time to time that not sab changa nahi hai. You don't, maybe they could have changed Jairam Thakur. I wonder why they didn't change an unpopular chief minister. I wonder whether there were internal politics within the BJP.
Don't have, Rajdeep.
Mr. Dhumal never campaigned.
Why did you keep Mr. Dhumal out of the campaign? His son is a minister, but you kept him out of the campaign. Why? Do you not want strong leaders? See, the BJP, Rahul,
also you have not let too tall a leader.
That's the point I'm asking you. You see, the worry that the BJP has, all very well in Gujarat, where Mr. Modi is on the ticket, you can have Bhupendra Patel, you can have anyone. Rajdeep Sardesai ko bhi ticket par rakhiye, you will win the election in Gujarat. Trust me.
On a BJP ticket?
On a BJP ticket in Ghatlodiya, I will win. Trust me. I will speak again. She agrees.
Yeah.
And Ghatlodiya, I will
live
win.
in Ghatlodiya.
But the fact is, you can't all the time have weak chief ministers. Because somewhere the opposition gets its act together, and Preeti makes a good point. When you hyper-localize the election, run it well, Sukhwinder Sukhu, Agnihotri, all of them were there on the ground this time in Gujarat. In Himachal. You can win.
There was no infighting. Did you see any infighting between them?
Please understand, all of this is at this stage.
Yeah, now is a different ball game
altogether. At the moment, we don't know what the final numbers will be. But there was clearly anti-incumbency, and there is another stage. Go to Karnataka today. There is huge anti-incumbency there against that government. Now, can the Congress be good enough to? You have to be good enough.
No, but this will give. No, once again, what's happening in Himachal Pradesh will give the Congress a lot of solace and strength for Karnataka, where they have more than half a chance. At this moment, all the opinion polls in Karnataka suggest that the Congress actually has the edge. And even BJP leaders, when you talk to them privately, call Karnataka a hot mess, that this is a problem they realize, and they thought they would be able to work on fixing it after winning Himachal and Gujarat. The fact that in Himachal Pradesh the Congress is ahead will give the Congress some strength, at least for the campaign in Karnataka, where the Congress will go all out to try and win. There can be no question about it. But Rajdeep, like the Bangladesh team against India, they're also capable of finding some way of imploding between now and March, April to keep Shiv Kumar, Siddaramaiah, Parameshwara together between, and now you got Kharge as well. Is complicated.
And even in Himachal, the Congress has warning signals like they had in Madhya Pradesh. You formed a government in a very
How
close
do you reconcile the aspirations of Mukesh Agnihotri and Sukhu?
You see, everyone wants to be a CM. I kept saying for 50 years there was no option to Veerbhadra Singh. Then when the towering figure goes, everybody wants to fight for the spoils. Now all of them think, mera number kab aayega? I know that Sukhu was thinking, agar mera number nahi yahan hai, dusri taraf jayenge. You see, the Congress, this is where the BJP has got Gujarat spot on. Mr. Modi left 8 years ago. They've had 3 chief ministers. But there has been no major revolt because Mr. Modi is so powerful. The double engine works. The one downside for the BJP is double engine size doesn't fit all. तुम हिमाचल जाओगे 1 week before से मैं uniform civil code लाऊंगा when people are talking about old pension. You want to change the narrative to suit you. Some states it may not work. And I think there's a lesson in that for the BJP. Today, what are they doing in Karnataka, Rahul? What is the need to bring up Belgavi? Because your government is failing, you're trying to bring up an issue of Kannada sub-nationalism. You brought in hijab. You have realized that somewhere people will start saying, "Tumhari sarkar achhi nahi hai, hum aapko vote out karenge." Mr. Modi is not the solution to every problem. We in the studio think Modi sab kuch kar sakta hai, BJP thinks sab kuch kar sakta hai. Mr. Modi also has his limits.
No, but to come back to the point you made in the morning about the BJP being like Argentina, at least they have a Lionel Messi.
Oh, absolutely.
Who can win the match for them.
Absolutely.
Who does the opposition have, especially the Congress, who can win a match single-handedly for his team?
And I will tell you this, if there is a 2024 Lok Sabha election in Himachal, BJP will probably win all 4. Yeah. Because then it will be on Mr. Modi. That's how it is. The BJP won 69% of the vote when Mr. Modi was on the ticket in Himachal in 2019.
It almost seems as if the Himachalis vote on one day and next day start working against that very government.
No, it's also one of the states where the Congress's machinery isn't corroded. If you go to Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, there is no Congress worth speaking of. In Himachal Pradesh, because a lot of the politicians actually come from the student movement, the Congress on the ground has a strong organizational base, and I think part of the result that we're seeing is actually on account of the fact that they still have a machinery on the ground.
Meanwhile, the independents are hoping that 37 becomes 34 so that they can be back in the race.
See, Rahul, you make a good point that they have a structure. It's because Veerbhadra Singh was so tall, he could keep the high command away and he could cultivate leaders there in the state.
And that's what the Aam Aadmi Party realized, and they backtracked because they realized when they tried to look for candidates, they were not getting candidates to fight for them. They realized it is a state where even losing on a Congress ticket will help a candidate than actually fighting on an Aam Aadmi Party ticket.
Let's go and see some of those key candidates. Rahul, you want to, tell us?
We can see, because if you're at 37, what could potentially change from here? I think
from Himachal. Let's get our election dashboard up. It comes up like the...
I'm very fearful of this motor, because any of these motorized things...
You are a young man, I am an old man.
No, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about the motor functioning.
Okay, sorry. He laughs at me, my friend Rahul Shiva.
No, because he's dating you also, Raj.
Okay, what are we doing? We are looking at margin, because this is the critical factor now in Himachal. Less than 500 at the moment. There are seats.
5.
BJP leading in 2, Congress in 3 in less than 500. So
one second. So let's explain that to our viewers.
Yes.
Which essentially means if 3 of these Congress leads where the margin is less than 500, switch the other side, the Congress could potentially be down to 34.
Less than 1,000, which is also interesting what happens here.
3.
BJP leading in 5, Congress in 3. So what's happening is the BJP is also leading in a number of narrow seats.
So that means the Congress can potentially come down to 34.
Yes.
The BJP can potentially get these 3 extra seats and go up then
to
past
31.
30. Yeah.
So that's one possibility. Less than 100, are there any which are less than 100? Yes, there is one, which the BJP is leading.
So Congress can become 38 then.
Yeah, so
Congress can become 38.
So you've got a very close contest, but at the moment
that seat is Rampur. In Rampur, where the margin is less than 100 votes, you've got Kal Singh at 15,123 of the BJP, trailing Nandlal at 15,218.
Okay, let's look at some of the VVIPs, because everyone wants to be a chief minister now.
Who do you want to start with?
You start on that side with Anil Sharma.
Anil Sharma.
Sukram's son from Mandi is leading. Interesting. Joined the BJP. Remember, was once part of the Himachal Vikas Congress. He's leading. So that's an interesting seat.
Just go back. Just 1 second.
Okay. Let's look at the chief ministerial candidates. Jairam Thakur. Leading, and the party is doing very well in Mandi.
Yeah, so he's already won.
Okay, so he still hopes to become chief minister.
Now let's come to the 2 guys who could potentially become like a Gehlot, Sachin Pilot kind of situation.
That's
if it comes to that.
Yes.
So you've got the Brahmin face Mukesh Agnihotri. He hopes to be chief minister. He and Sukhu don't get along particularly well.
Yes.
A lot of time was spent trying to keep these 2 camps together. He is leading. He's got 15,730 votes. He's the leader of the opposition. He's currently leading.
And is it a good margin? Okay, so we'll wait and see. The other one is Sukhu.
Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu.
Brahmin factor.
Okay, he's leading by a decent margin. He's got 18,796. What it means, both the chief ministerial candidates at the moment of the Congress are leading. So that battle, in a way, remains. Himachal has had only one Brahmin chief minister so far. Shanta Kumar is the only Brahmin chief minister that Himachal has had so far.
So let's look at where the Thakur and the Brahmin seats are going at this moment. So in the Brahmin seats, there are about 14 of these seats. The Congress leading on 8. They're winning almost 2/3 of those seats, right? So BJP only on 4. Let's now come to the Rajput seats. In the Rajput seats, 27 of those seats. So the Congress is doing well, both on the Brahman. It's a tough one. It's a tough one now for Mallikarjun Kharge to figure out how to resolve this.
Look, Mukesh Agnihotri versus Sukhu is going to be a problem at some stage. You see, this is what happened in Madhya Pradesh as well. That eventually individual ambitions brought down that government. They tried to sideline Scindia, and the rest is history. Here also the Congress's challenge is management. Now, who's going to do that? You see, the Bharat Jodo Yatra can't do that. That has to be done by some person at the wheel.
Priyanka Gandhi would have to do this.
Priyanka Gandhi, actually, there are those around Priyanka Gandhi Vadra.
And Rajiv Shukla is a blue-eyed boy of Priyanka.
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's people won't say this openly, But typically, there are those within the Congress who are privately saying Priyanka Gandhi Vadra went and campaigned, we've done well. Please, this is how the party
But
operates.
she hardly campaigned. Come on.
5 rallies, Mallikarjun in one.
Look at Amit Shah and Modi in Gujarat.
Sir, you
5 rallies means what?
No.
Come on, this is a bit ridiculous. 5 rallies. She doesn't get credit for the Congress's victory in Gujarat. She had a peripheral role to play.
I will be very direct with you.
Which is?
How does the Gandhis operate like I operate with exit polls? When we get it right, I take all the credit. When we get it wrong, I put it on Pradeep, our friend Pradeep Gupta. Similarly, in the Congress, when they win, the Gandhi family gets the credit. When they lose, you will blame the local leadership. The point that Preeti made, local leadership has worked. God forbid if they lose, all those local leaders will be told, you failed us. Not that the Gandhi family failed us, you failed us. That's how they work.
No, but Rahul Gandhi never came to Himachal and they still did fine.
अरे वही तो है, फिर भी कहेंगे भारत जोड़ो यात्रा ने हम सबको इतना enthuse किया था. This is how the party works. The Congress's party's biggest problem has been that they need to start getting.
No, the Congress's real problem, Rajdeep, is that Pandits are more worried about the Congress than the Congress is itself. No, but it's true. It is true. You look at the manner in which the Congress fought the election in Gujarat. You look at how worried our Pandits and other Pandits have been about the Congress's fortune. The Congress wasn't worried about the Congress's fortune in Gujarat. Rahul Verma, when I ask you about the Congress, you मुझसे क्यों पूछते
हो? Last time because I think that was
but that's true.
You are absolutely right about it, and in some ways, see, at some point Congress is like 19 or 18 or 17 seats. We are forgetting that if Congress goes below 19 seats, it may actually lose the leader of opposition position also, because you need to be above 10% seat share mark, and if you don't have even that.
No, but because this is Gujarat, the BJP may give it to them. It's better to have a Congress leader.
No, BJP didn't do that to them in 2014 nationally. So BJP is not going to be perhaps. But see, the larger point, yes, there is a good message for the Congress party from Himachal Pradesh. If they manage to win that state, form government, it's going to give them some sort of boost up. But they should be really, really worried about losing or actually becoming a very marginal player in big states like Gujarat. Because you can have smaller states, but then the total would not add up to many, many more seats.
I would want to add that since we are talking about Gujarat, we have the Daryapur constituency in Ahmedabad, which has over 65% Muslim votes. And this is after 2007 that for the first time the BJP candidate Kaushik Jain has won.
The vote is got
Gyasuddin Sheikh has lost.
The vote got split, the opposition vote.
Yes, and it is because of Owaisi mainly. And it is after 2007
No, but
that
Owaisi
the
is in
BJP
this
has won.
catch-22 situation,
Right.
Rajdeep, and we met him
And,
in Ahmedabad. He said, if I
Khambalia,
don't
where-
fight, why should I not fight? How do I increase my presence?
And in Khambalia, Isudan Gadvi is now trailing by over 5,000 votes.
Well, as I said, I didn't expect him to win Khambalia because it was an Ahir-dominated constituency.
And
It's not
BJP is
easy.
ahead.
But
BJP
the
is ahead.
point I will make, you asked about Owaisi. And this is the point we need to know. The Congress has never really fought an election in Gujarat, and Muslims have got invisibilized. 9.7% of the population, they won 3 seats. And interestingly, when the Kham was there, that's when they won double-digit seats.
19 seats.
19 seats to now
Highest.
winning 3 seats. The Muslims do not matter in Gujarat's electoral calculus anymore. So if I'm a Muslim today and I know I'm not winning any seats, then at least in a municipal election like in Godhra, like in Ahmedabad, AIMIM comes, मैं कहता हूँ यार ये तो मेरा झंडा है कम से कम, मैं इनके साथ कौम की लड़ाई है. It actually is a double-edged sword because Owaisi's visibility is used by the BJP to play Hindu-Muslim politics. Let's be honest, I don't know whether Rajat will agree with this. BJP also plays its toxic Hindutva politics. In what did Himanta Biswa Sarma come? What did Yogi Adityanath come and say in Gujarat? You bring, agar Gujarat mein isi tarah se love jihad chalega to hazaron aftab hoge. This is the Chief Minister of Assam saying this in Gujarat. Why? Because you want to play the Hindu card.
But there were
so
riots
somewhere
that happened even during this Navratra. We all know that.
Yes.
There were communal incidents, and why not? I mean, if it is happening and over it has the same sort of a
there are
connotation.
no riots now in Gujarat. In fact, the BJP takes great credit. Have been shown their place.
Stone-pelting incidents that happened.
In Kheda there was. What did you do? You flogged the people in public. There was to be an inquiry. The inquiry never took off. Let's be honest now, Rajat. BJP's Hindutva state is Gujarat. So while there is the Modi factor, while there are Labhartis, while there are women voters, बीच में ये
It's
भी
all
है
part of
कि
the
लोगों को रिमाइंड करना है कि लतीफ हुआ करता था और वो लतीफ राइट्स करता था कांग्रेस के जमाने में। ये सच्चाई है।
Maximum rallies of Yogi Adityanath, which area? Saurashtra. Maximum rallies.
Yogi Adityanath, Himant Biswa Sarma and Smriti Irani, these three people focused only on Hindutva.
Exactly. And in Saurashtra, where till now it was caste which was the calling card, didn't fall to, at least communally they would never vote.
Rahul,
That's changed.
there is something we need to look. The Congress has lost 77% of its seats compared to last time. The BJP has gained 55. Something has happened in Gujarat which was not seen on the ground.
See, I'll tell you something.
55% rise in seat and the opposition losing 77% of their seats.
See, what happened is in 2017, Congress won 77 seats. But then, over a period of time, like right now, when the Congress went to polls, they went with 56 seats because the others had defected, right? I spoke to a couple of Muslims. What is happening in Gujarat is a very clear-cut division. I spoke to Muslims. They're totally dissatisfied with Congress. And Aam Aadmi Party's Jai Shri Krishna and Hanuman Chalisa put them off. So they knew that meme is not winning, meme. But still they said, we want to give some confidence to OWC, that we will stand by OWC. Even if he does not win, we want to give him some votes to show that Muslims are supporting a Muslim party.
OWC might be, an easy sort of an exigency here, but it might snowball into a major problematic because his politics is even more communal than what the way he has been saying. But what if he projects? He made an entry into the MCD elections. He won one seat. You will see him playing up this rhetoric over and over again. And what will it leave the electorate at?
Rajat, in Gujarat, okay, people love the lotus, right? And they call OWC Lilu lotus, Lilu Kamar, green lotus.
Green lotus.
This is how OWC is taken. So it's either you vote for lotus or you vote for green lotus.
Nationally, what is happening on the Muslim vote right now, the way the game is stacked, Muslim consolidation and Muslim fragmentation, both is going to advantage. If it consolidates, then BJP is going to play the counter consolidation Hindutva card, and if it's fragmented, then basically Muslim vote is not going to put any opposition candidate in a position to be basically fight.
Bihar was one state. It was because of OWC, his play in certain regions where...
But at
what is the battle to contest? You can't tell, Mr. OWC, you can't contest, but the real battle is Himachal Pradesh. Rahul?
Kamaljit Sandhu joins us from Shimla. 37 versus 28. The Congress at this moment with a marginal lead and seeming Kamaljit in a position to form the government. Have they already started claiming "Main hu CM"? What's happening to these prospective MLAs? Are they being taken to Jaipur as was being thought of earlier?
Well, a loud sound of chair coming right from behind, and if you can try and see how things are panning out, a lot of people now jostling. Vikram Aditya is speaking to the media. We'll try and get him in some time from now. But yes, Congress party elated. Now he gave a victory sign once he did step out. But what is significant and clear is that everybody here switched on Aaj Tak and India Today. We just try and pan you out the big boardings out here very clearly because this is the only channel which predicted an edge to the Congress party. The Congress has been extremely confident. They say we wouldn't have to do anything of that sort. The reason being they firmly believe they have the numbers. So based on that particular confidence, they feel there is no requirement because Congress will emerge as a single largest party. The trends are now firmly placed, and that is why if we can try...
But Kamaljeet, our numbers are showing the Congress at 36. That's just one above or two above the halfway mark. The BJP at 29. Does the Congress have a backup plan B, or are they relying on reaching 35 and then going and staking claim right away? What is, are they worried that this 36 could go to 34 and then it's, once again, all options are open? So what is that? Where is the Congress's confidence coming from?
Well, they believe the numbers may be fluctuating, but they're giving us a number of 42, 43. That may not be the case, but the number of independents have actually come down. Now, what Congress now needs to do is to keep its flock together. One, because they haven't announced the CM face. Who's going to be the top leader there? Is it going to be Sukhwinder Sukhu? But many believe that he's not a man who's actually gone out beyond 6 constituencies, may not be the right candidate. Mukesh Agnihotri, another challenger. But many believe
Nitin Patel is now joining us. Kamalji, we are coming back to you in a moment. We're going across live to Mehsana. The ex-Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat is going to be with us in just a moment. But till then, Kamalji, go on. Between Agnihotri and Sukhwinder Sukhu, who do you think is more likely, or will they find a third khiladi so that these two can be kept at bay?
Well, the laddus being distributed, this is a sure sign of victory. But yes, if we can try and get you a sense of what's really happening here, it is about the top leadership. And we spoke early this morning to Pratibha Singh. She kept saying that this is not the time to decide. It is going to be, see, a lot of jostling happening here. We'll try and get you a word with Vikramaditya. He is obviously surrounded. This is a moment of joy and elation for the party. But we also asked that question whether Vikramaditya is a man who could actually be the face of Congress party in Himachal Pradesh. And Pratibha quickly retorted that he's too young. And then we spoke to Vikramaditya and he said, before I finally officially speak, this is not my time right now. So yes, they're keeping in mind what the high command really thinks. And this is a time they would want to avoid any sort of controversy. But yes, the Congress is looking for problem because yes, there is an issue because Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu has already declared himself as the CM face. He was already looking at appointments, perhaps too early. But how to keep the flock together is something they would consider. If the numbers are pegged at 42, 43 as what they're suggesting, then they don't have to really worry about taking, because remember the number of independents now really sharply coming down, and the rebels, whether it's the Congress or the BJP, they are obviously not forming a position where they can help BJP. But again, the laddus, we'll just try and track down how it is being distributed out here. So moment of joy. Again, we'll try and get back to the crowd. Perhaps in some time, we will have that interview with Vikramaditya, who's firmly here, surrounded by lots of media persons. And yes, a lot of cheer going on. It's not like the Punjab scene, you know, where there's dhol nagada. We kept asking them what really happens. But you can see the Himachali topis and the laddus being devoured out here. Kis tarah se celebrate kar rahe hain aap log?
We are very happy because our leader Shri Vikramaditya Singh is winning from Shimla Gramin, and it is proud moment for us that Holly Lodge जो अपना जो रुतबा बनाए हुए हैं आज भी कायम है।
ये सीएम फेस किसका होना चाहिए? ऐसे सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू है, मुकेश अग्निहोत्री है, किसको आप देखना चाहेंगे?
मैम, हम चाहते हैं कि रानी प्रतिभा सिंह जी हिमाचल प्रदेश को लीड करे, क्योंकि ये
प्रबोध हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता जिन्होंने कांग्रेस पार्टी में अपना विश्वास जताया है और अभी रुझान हमारी तरफ है। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि अभी हम पूरी तरीके से जीत चुके हैं, मगर जैसे ही हमारा बिल्कुल क्लियर हो जाएगा उसके बाद हम प्रदेश की जनता का फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करेंगे। और जो हमारे आगामी हमारा टास्क फोर्स है, जो हमने 10 वादे प्रदेश की जनता ने किए हैं, उनको पूरा करने के लिए हम वचनबद्ध हैं, जिनको हम पूरा करेंगे।
क्योंकि बीजेपी नजदीक दिख रही है, क्या डर है किसी प्रकार का आप लोगों का को कि विधायक तोड़े जा सकते हैं? भूपेश बघेल, हुड्डा साहब वगैरह को भेजा जा रहा है।
हमारे बहुत श्रेष्ठ अनुभवी नेता यहाँ पर उपस्थित है। कोई भी ना बिकेगा, ना कोई हटेगा। हमारी सरकार बनेगी, पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ बनेगी और पूरे 5 साल हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार चलेगी। वीरभद्र सिंह विकास मॉडल के ऊपर सरकार चलेगी, ये मैं कह सकता हूं।
नेतृत्व कौन करेगा? नेतृत्व कौन करेगा? किसे मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाएगा? आपकी क्या चाह है?
देखिए, मेरी चाह और ना चाह से ये फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। चाह जो है वो विधायक दल की होगी, हाईकमांड की होगी और हम मिलकर हिमाचल प्रदेश को आगे ले जाने के लिए हम सब वचनबद्ध है। ये निश्चित तौर से ये बात मैं कह सकता हूं कि वीरभद्र सिंह जी का एक बहुत बड़ा नाम था जो इस चुनावों में हमको, जिससे कांग्रेस पार्टी को फायदा मिला है।
उनके ही चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ा कांग्रेस,
उनके चुनावों पे, उनके नाम पे ये चुनाव लड़ा गया है निश्चित तौर से, और हाईकमांड का भी उसमें पूरा सहयोग था। प्रियंका गांधी जी की ताबड़तोड़ रैलियां हिमाचल के अंदर हुई है। सब चीजों का मिलकर
आप चाहेंगे कि प्रतिभा सिंह मुख्यमंत्री बने, क्योंकि उन्होंने अगुवाई की प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के तौर पर?
जो विधायक दल चाहेगा, हाईकमान चाहेगी, हम उस चीज की पैरवी करेंगे।
वो रेस में भाजपा के वरिष्ठ नेता भी यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं, जब वो मुख्यमंत्री की रेस में
हाँ
है।
बिल्कुल, शी इज वन ऑफ द कंटेंडर्स फॉर द नेक्स्ट
भाजपा के वरिष्ठ नेता यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं। क्या विधायकों को बाहर ले जाया जाएगा, प्रदेश के बाहर ले जाया जाएगा खरीद फरोख्त से बचाने के लिए?
हम हर वो चीज करेंगे जिसके लिए हमको लोकतंत्र को बचाना है, क्योंकि भाजपा कुछ भी कर सकती है। हमने छत्तीसगढ़, हमने महाराष्ट्र में देखा है, मेघालय में देखा है, गोवा में देखा है, वो चीज हिमाचल के अंदर रिपीट नहीं होगी, इसका मैं आपको विश्वास दिला सकता हूं।
एक सवाल, भाजपा के लोग भी बात हुई सर, सोनिया जी ने फोन किया सर, मेजोरिटी आने के बाद
अभी
बात हुई प्रतिभा जी के ऊपर?
अभी करेंगे बात, अभी थोड़ा सा मेजोरिटी क्लियर है, उसके बाद
करेंगे।
The son of Veerbhadra Singh and Pratibha Singh, people around him, of course, hoping that Pratibha will be the chief minister. Would that be a Rabdi Devi kind of situation where you bring in the wife of the former chief minister, in that case Lalu Yadav, or will they pick somebody else? We don't know just at this moment, but Vikram Aditya Singh is winning. Sambit Patra now joins us. The BJP at 154 seats at this moment in Gujarat, breaking Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1985. I hope you've got some jalebi for Rajdeep and me, Dr. Patra. This is history in the making. You've actually scripted a new history. You must be in seventh heaven.
And if you don't give me jalebi, I will give you gathia. So either you take my gathia or give me jalebi.
No, of course, Rajdeep. No, we will give you phafda also, we will give you jalebi also. You are welcome to a party office. We have a stall for the same. But nonetheless, on a serious note, I would say this kind of celebration of Indian polity in Gujarat is something which is phenomenal. I mean, just imagine 27 long years of performance and thereafter beating anti-incumbency. There's nothing called as anti-incumbency in Gujarat, and breaking the record both ways, in the sense that we have broken our record of 127 seats. We have broken the record of Gujarat of 149 seats, as rightly pointed out, Madhav Singh Solanki ji's record, and the Congress also has broken its record of the lowest seats. In fact, 33 was the lowest that the Congress had ever gone. They have gone below 33, so all records have been broken.
Remember, I want to go across to Nitin Patel. Nitin Patel is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, joining us from Mehsana. 154 leads, Nitin bhai, for the Bharatiya Janata Party. ये माधव सिंह सोलंकी का बहुत पुराना रिकॉर्ड आपने तोड़ा है. बीजेपी तो आज 7वें आसमान पे होगी.
नहीं, हम बिल्कुल 7वें आसमान पर नहीं है. हम जमीन पर, फील्ड पर रहते हैं और रहेंगे. ये गुजरात की जनता का आशीर्वाद हमको मिला है. आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का नेतृत्व और हमारे गुजरात सरकार के जो भी काम है वो लोगों को पसंद आए हैं. और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष CR पाटिल जी ने जिस प्रकार से संगठन को, कार्यकरों को प्रोत्साहित करके इस चुनाव में जिस प्रकार से हमने प्रचार किया, लोगों के बीच गए, लोगों को साथ में लिया, इसका ये परिणाम है. और हम कोई किसी प्रकार आसमान में नहीं है, हम प्रजा के बीच है और प्रजा के बीच ही रहेंगे.
पर नितिन जी, आप खुद एक तरह से आप क्या रिटायर हो गए हैं, आपने चुनाव नहीं लड़ा? क्या एक नई पीढ़ी आ गई है गुजरात की राजनीति में? क्या एक नए चेहरे आ गए हैं सर?
देखिए, मैंने 30 साल तक पॉलिटिक्स में रहा हूं. मैं 6 बार MLA रहा हूं. मैं 19 साल गुजरात के सभी CM हमारे BJP के साथ उनकी कैबिनेट में, मैंने कैबिनेट में काम किया है. और गुजरात की संगठन की, जो हमारी पार्टी की जो व्यवस्था है, उसमें भी मैं जुड़ा हूं. तो मैं काम करता रहा हूं और काम करता रहूंगा, ऐसा मैंने बार बार बोला है. तो ये लोग नए उम्मीदवार आते हैं और हमारे जैसे उनको मदद करते हैं, मार्गदर्शन देते हैं, उनको प्रेरणा देते हैं. और हम प्रजा के बीच जाके
તમે માર્ગદર્શક મંડળમાં ચાલી ગયા છો કે શું કરશો? હવે લડશો, રાજ્યસભા આવશો, શું કરશો તમે સર?
वो पार्टी को तो एक करना है.
નીતિનભાઈ, તમને ટિકિટ ના મળી છતાં પણ આ કારણ શું છે કે ભાજપમાં ટિકિટ નથી મળતી તો પણ જે વિદ્રોહી હોય છે, जिनको टिकट नहीं मिलती है, फिर भी वो कैसे कांग्रेसમાં તો ઝઘડા થઈ જાય? તમે લોકો કેવી રીતે કામ કરો? તમને તો ટિકિટ, તમે બહુ ડિઝર્વિંગ કેન્ડિડેટ હતા.
तो તમે બધા ગુજરાતી બહુ સારું બોલો છો, એ બદલ બધાનો આભાર. लेकिन मैं हिंदी में जवाब दूंगा क्योंकि पूरा देश सुन रहा है. देखिए, मैं एक कार्यकर हूँ. मैं 7 से बीजेपी जनसंघ के समय से मैं काम करता रहा हूं और अभी भी काम कर रहा हूं। तो मैं एमएलए या मिनिस्टर बाद में बना, पहले मैं कार्यकर था और अभी भी कार्यकर हूं। तो ये पद लेने की लालसा या किसी भी प्रकार का विद्रोह कर देना, पार्टी के खिलाफ बोलना या पार्टी के खिलाफ काम करना, ये मेरा संस्कार नहीं है। ये मेरा संस्कार है कि मैं पार्टी के लिए काम
बहुत बड़ी बात आपने कही और मुझे लगता है बाकी नेताओं को जानना चाहिए कि बीजेपी गुजरात में इतना अच्छा क्यों करती है।
Yeah, Raddeep, I would want to add here,
Yes.
you know, that...
because he could have easily been, you know, he was logical choice, many thought for being a chief minister, one day never became. But, you know, today he's still, you're right, still fighting for the party, still was there in Mehsana campaigning.
He went with Dhol Nagada.
I want to give an example of Rajkot.
मैंने पूरे गुजरात में प्रचार किया है।
बिल्कुल।
मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की 3 रैली में, महसाणा में, दहगाम में और हिम्मतनगर में मोदी जी के साथ रहा हूं। मैंने वहां प्रवचन भी किए हैं। मैं सूरत भी गया था, मैं अहमदाबाद भी गया था और पूरे गुजरात में सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मैं लगातार जुड़ा रहा हूं।
बहुत सरस काम કર્યું नितिन भाई।
नितिन भाई, good to see you on the show. Thank you very much for joining us and congratulations. તમારું બહુ અભિનંદન, તમે આવ્યા. Thank you so much.
Raddeep, I would...
સંબિત પાત્રા, how is your ગુજરાતી? તમારી ગુજરાતી કેવી છે સંબિત? તમે ગુજરાતમાં હતા, તમારી ગુજરાતી ઇમ્પ્રૂવ થઈ ગઈ કે નહીં? સંબિત, कुछ गुजराती बोल सकते हो कि नहीं? संबित पात्रा, डॉक्टर पात्रा?
Rajdeep, yeah, Rajdeep, I have got you.
No, I was just asking, તમારી ગુજરાતી કેવી છે? તમારું મૂડ આજે કેવો છે?
I cannot speak Gujarati. I can understand Gujarati, of course, but I will learn. I have been listening to you since morning, and you have spoken
I hope you are only watching India Today since morning.
Gujarati from you. We are watching all the televisions because every cabin is side by side. I can hear the other spokesperson speaking from the other side as well. But let me come to a serious issue. As far as Gujarat is concerned, look, I have always maintained one thing, Rajdeep and Rahul, that PM does not just stand for Prime Minister. It means pasina and mehnat as well. Despite the performance of 27 years, despite there being no anti-incumbency, the kind of hard work that the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi had put into the campaign, just imagine. I mean, at his age, the kind of hard work that he has done is an inspiration in Indian politics for all those who call themselves youth leaders. I mean, this is the way he has to work at the booth level. This is the way one has to go ahead. And remember, you were just not talking to Nitin Patel. I was in the other channel with Vijay Rupani ji. I mean, look at the discipline of the party, the dedication of our senior karyakartas. They have given way to the younger generation without any dissent, without any kind of disenchantment. This discipline is unheard of in other political parties, and this happens only when you are trained over a period of time. So what has happened in Gujarat today is a case study in itself.
You know, you're saying that, but also there is some disappointment in Himachal or not?
See, as far as Himachal is concerned, Rajdeep, you and Rahul both, in fact, are aware of the fact that Himachal, Uttarakhand have their own way of voting, you know. They have their own way of voting, rivas, in the sense that every 5 years they do change their government. But despite that, the kind of fight that Bharatiya Janata Party has put up there, and I'm sure by the time this whole thing settles down and we have the consolidation of the result, Bharatiya Janata Party is going to do far better than what the numbers are right now, because there are 12 seats as of now, while the counting is still on, which has a margin of less than 1,000 votes. So that may go this side or that side, and we have about 7 of them being Congress battlefield. So I firmly believe that by the time the sedimentation takes place and the consolidation of the results happen, it may go either way.
You know, the BJP was speaking a lot, Dr. Patra, about pro-incumbency, so far not taken very seriously. But right now, with the BJP at 54% of the vote share in Gujarat, 5% more than the last time, you know, the point that BJP is not winning because the AAP is in the fray. BJP is not winning because opposition votes are getting split. BJP is winning because more than half the population of Gujarat voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
See, Rahul, because of a very poor network, I could hardly hear what you have asked me, but I could make out that you were asking about the vote performance in BJP, the vote share performance of BJP in Gujarat, and something about the opposition's vote share getting divided. Now, I believe as far as democracy is concerned, opposition is a very powerful tool and we should have a strong opposition. But ironically, that's not the duty of Narendra Modi ji or Amit Shah ji or JP Nadda ji to, in fact, see to it that the opposition is strong. I mean, remember, as far as Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat is concerned, the kind of hype the Aam Aadmi Party had created, AAP, all about propaganda. I mean, in fact, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal in every sabha was writing a letter that Hamara hi sarkar banega, signature, and all those kinds of propaganda, all those kind of drama did take place as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. But I am sure, while BJP is breaking the records, it will get the maximum number of seats in the history of Gujarat's election. Congress is breaking its own record of getting the minimum number of seats. Aam Aadmi Party would also create a record of, in fact, losing the deposit in maximum number of seats as predicted by us. So, if one prediction has come true, it is a prediction of the leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party that we are going to set record and Aam Aadmi Party is going to lose deposits in maximum number of seats, which it has done.
Interesting. We've got spokespersons from the AAP and the Congress. Meeta Chakrabarti is spokesperson of Congress. From the AAP, we also have a spokesperson, Anumita Mathur, joining us from AAP. But Meeta Chakrabarti, are all the Congress's eggs in the next 2 hours on Himachal? Your entire election, it seems, this date depends on what happens in Himachal. It could be your one victory of 2022, and as was suggested, the first Congress Chief Minister who could be sworn in almost 4 years, 5 years now, in 4 years.
Okay, let me make a couple of very quick points. Before this set of elections, we had two states, mainly Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, which were governed by BJP. And then we had Delhi Municipality Corporation that was also being governed by the BJP. At the end of this results, it looks like that AAP is replacing BJP in Delhi Municipality Corporation. And we are very confident and comfortable as of now that we'll be able to form a stable, comfortable government in the state of Himachal Pradesh, again replacing BJP. Yes, I'm not taking anything away from their decisive victory in the state of Gujarat. And I do accept that we have to do a lot of self-introspection and reflection and course correction in the state of Gujarat. But a big reason as why the numbers went up to the numbers that they did in the state of Gujarat can be attributed to the fact that the opposition vote, whatever be the opposition vote share, got split between the Congress and the new entrant AAP in the state of Gujarat. So less to do with the performance. I'm not taking anything away from their victory, but more to do with the hype that was created around
AAP. The BJP is getting a record, ma'am, we must be clear with our facts. The BJP is getting a record 54% vote share. So it's not just this is the highest vote share.
Not across all constituencies, sir. 54% not across all constituencies. That's an average figure that you have come up with.
Okay. Let's not, it's not
that
you
is an
versus
average
me.
figure that you have. And lastly, give me 10 more seconds.
Yes.
This entire media perception that was created 2 months back that is going to be a BJP versus AAP battle in Gujarat is completely exposed. That was completely an over-exaggeration because obviously we see that AAP is a lot about hype and very low on substance.
Ms. Mathur, you want to respond? You are more hype than substance.
We are definitely very...
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm afraid I can't hear. Is your question for me?
Yes, ma'am. Are you more about hype than substance?
Is your question for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Right. We are actually not very concerned today about how we are perceived, and especially what the Congress party that's on the decline wants to comment, because we are very happy that we have become a national party today. And if you see any other party's history as well, including the BJP, in fact, I was just looking at some data on their victories, on their journey in Gujarat, BJP's journey. They started in 62 as Jansangh, and it was only in 1990 that they formed their first government. Congress, of course, has inherited a political space. But other than that, I think that what Aam Aadmi Party has received today is remarkable. We'd like to congratulate the BJP and the Congress. We're in a good place as well. And no, I don't think that I think our contribution to the Gujarat election was very significant. We actually ruled or controlled the narrative.
The Minister of State for
Home
Affairs,
thought we
holding 10
we
portfolios,
created
speaking at this
visuals
time.
of Amit Shah
Let's
and Modi
listen
ji on
to the young
in
Gujarat
kindergarten.
minister.
चलो रेडी रेडी एक बड़ी जीत है लाइव जा रहे हैं नेशनल चैनल लाइव जा रहे हैं हिंदी में बोल दीजिए बड़ी जीत है क्या कहेंगे आप
गुजरात के अंदर સૌથી મોટી લીડ સાથે જીતી સાથે हिंदी में सारे
आज गुजरात की जनता ने 27 साल के ये संबंध को एक ऐतिहासिक तौर पे आगे बढ़ाए हैं। पिछले कई महीनों से विपक्षी दलों द्वारा मेरी गुजरात की धरती को, मेरे गुजरात के लोगों को बदनाम करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। आज गुजरात की जनता ने मोदी जी के प्रति, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति उनका जो विश्वास है, संबंध है, दिल का जो नाता है, वो निभाया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गुजरात की जनता दुनिया की जोड़ी नंबर 1 आज साबित हो चुकी है। गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से एक बार नया इतिहास लिखा है और गुजरात में नफरत की राजनीति को, बहकाने की राजनीति को, देश को तोड़ने वाली राजनीति को गुजरात के लोगों ने बाहर भगा लिया है। गुजरात की जनता और भारतीय जनता पार्टी साथ में मिलकर फिर से एक बार गुजरात के कोने कोने में विकास का काम आगे बढ़ाएंगे। हर्ष भाई, आप लोगों ने कहा आम आदमी पार्टी का क्या योगदान रहा है जीत में? देखिए, मुझे मेरी आपसे विनती है कि वो पत्र जो आप हर रोज दिखाते थे, वो मुख्यमंत्री जो पत्र देते थे लोगों को, लिख के जो गारंटी देते थे, अलग अलग रिपोर्टों के बारे में बातें करते थे, वो सबको आज सवाल जरूर से पूछना कि गुजरात के लोगों को मात्र एक चुनाव के लिए और चुनाव में जीतने के लिए आपने गुजरात के लोगों को इतना बदनाम क्यों किया? मेरी गुजरात की धरती को बदनाम करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। आज गुजरात के लोगों ने चुन चुन के जवाब दिए हैं। गुजरात के हर एक कोने में ऐतिहासिक तौर पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विजय हुआ है। मोदी मोदी के नारे गुजरात के हर कोने में, जिस प्रकार से कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी में मोदी मोदी के नारे गूंज रहे हैं, उसी प्रकार से आज सौराष्ट्र, उत्तर गुजरात, दक्षिण गुजरात या मध्य गुजरात, चारों ओर विकास के नारे, संबंधों के नारे, मोदी मोदी के नारे गूंज रहे हैं। गुजरात की जनता को दो हाथ जोड़ के नमन करता हूं कि आपने जिस प्रकार से दिल का ये संबंध, विश्वास का ये संबंध आपने फिर से एक बार देशभक्त होने का एक बहुत ही बड़ा ये नतीजा एक प्रमाण पत्र के तौर पे देश के सामने रखा है। गुजरात की धरती पे सकारात्मकता की राजनीति चलती है। गुजरात की धरती पे कभी भी नकारात्मक राजनीति का कोई स्थान नहीं है। गालियां दी गई, शब्दों का प्रयोग किया गया, आपको लगता है उसकी वजह से असर हुआ? मोदी जी को जो गालियां दी गई, गुजराती अस्मिता का जवाब दिया गया है यहाँ की जनता की तरफ से। देखिए भाई, गुजरात के लोगों ने इन सबको जवाब दे लिया है। गुजरात के लोगों ने गुजरात के हर एक कोने में ये सभी को जवाब दिए हैं। मेरी तो एक ही विनती है कि हर रोज टीवी चैनलों में चमकने के लिए जो नए नए पत्र जो लिखते थे, जो नए नए आंतरिक रिपोर्टों की बात जो करते थे, उनको ये सवाल पूछना चाहिए।
लेकिन क्या उनसे आप वोट बटे हैं? आपके खिलाफ के जो वोट है वो बटे हैं आप आम आदमी पार्टी के?
देखिए, रिजल्ट आपके सामने है। रिजल्ट में जनता ने ये तय कर लिया है कि ये चुनाव सत्ता का चुनाव नहीं था, ये चुनाव विश्वास और संबंधों का चुनाव था, और विश्वास से महान कुछ नहीं होता।
आउटगोइंग गवर्नमेंट में आप जो है गृह राज्य मंत्री हैं, अगली सरकार में क्या आप और कोई पद चाहेंगे और कोई पोर्टफोलियो चाहेंगे?
गुजरात के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी ने पिछले कई महीनों से गुजरात के कोने कोने में गुजरात के हर एक वर्ग के तबके के लोगों की सेवा की है। वो एक बेहद अलग प्रकार के व्यक्ति हैं जिनके मन में सभी व्यक्तियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी जगह है। हर लोगों को मदद करने में वो हमेशा तत्पर होते हैं। गुजरात सरकार आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के मार्गदर्शन में हम सभी विधायक गुजरात की जनता की सेवा करने के लिए तत्पर हैं।
ओवैसी ने कहा था कि गुजरात की जनता जवाब देगी, आपको लगता है ओवैसी का जवाब देगी?
देखिए, हर एक व्यक्ति के सवालों के जवाब जनता ने दे लिए हैं। आप सभी की स्क्रीन पे गुजरात का एक एक नागरिकों का जवाब आज झलक रहा है। जिस प्रकार से गुजरात की धरती को बदनाम करने का प्रयत्न किया गया, गुजरात को अलग अलग रीत से तोड़ने का प्रयास किया, चाहे वो कांग्रेस हो, चाहे वो ओवैसी हो या केजरीवाल जी हो, सबको चुन चुन के गुजरात की जनता ने जवाब दिया है। इससे ज्यादा कुछ बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है।
150 प्लस થઈ છે શું કહેશો? 150 ગુજરાતમાં 150 પ્લસ ઇતિહાસમાં પહેલી વખત।
આ તો આપણે સૌ ગુજરાતીઓએ ભેગા થઈને ગુજરાતના હિતમાં ચૂંટણી લડ્યા આપણે સૌ, અને આપણા ગુજરાતને માત્ર સત્તા માટે જે લોકોએ બદનામ કરવાનો પ્રયત્ન કર્યો।
Okay, there was Harsh Sanghvi, Gujarat's Home Minister, the young face of the Gujarat BJP. Rahul, you spent a lovely day with him. You played cricket together. What's your sense? Do you see him as a future leader of Gujarat, potential chief minister?
Let me ask Deepal and Sheila that question.
No, you're not answering it. What's your sense?
No, I think he's being built both by Prime Minister Modi and by Home Minister Amit Shah for something special in the future. His caste potentially goes against him. He comes from the Jain community. He's a diamond trader, still knows how to, polish diamonds. Would Gujarat accept somebody who doesn't come? Because why have they got Bhupinder Patel? They got him because he comes from the Patidar community.
Hold on, Vijay Rupani was not from one of the dominant communities.
He had to be removed then.
He had to be removed. But the fact is, I asked somebody, is Harsh Sanghvi from the Anandiben group? Is he from the Amit Shah group?
He's in everybody's group.
I was told he speaks directly to PM.
He does.
He has a direct connection to the PM.
He's a blue-eyed boy for both.
So is he a potential chief minister of the future? You don't think so, Sheila?
No, I don't think so.
I think he's a potential junior Amit Bhai Shah of Gujarat.
Why do you say that?
He can be the Amit Shah to Amit Shah.
I think he has good organizational abilities. He communicates well. He is good at management, strategic management.
Are you trying to say that he is the Amit Shah to Amit Shah?
Meanwhile, there's another hero there, C.R. Patil.
153. You have to give him credit.
He's the Gujarat Congress.
Here's another blue-eyed boy of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Who again talks directly to the Prime Minister, gets his instruction very often. उनके generator में ईंधन वहीं से आता है PM से. And he's born in Gujarat, brought up in Gujarat. He's Patil, and therefore his family traces its roots to Maharashtra.
He has his own house.
But he's a full-fledged Gujarati, and this is very irksome for him. You call him Marathi. He gets very irritated with that. He comes from Navsari, which is where he won with the biggest mandate in 2019, biggest record margin in that
India.
He comes from Jalgaon. He's from Maharashtra. You want to give us his surname Patil just because he's added 2 A's.
So that means that in Gujarat, we just don't want Patels and Shahs. See, we can have a Jain or we can have a Patil also.
So
right?
you're saying, but C.R. Patil cannot be chief minister, surely.
No.
He's not a chief minister. He's more the manager of the party.
I even doubt if he's going to get a repeat as the BJP state president.
No, but this is a big achievement, and a lot of the credit goes to him. Before the big guns got activated at Kamalam, it is C.R. Patil who was leading the campaign. He kept saying 180 आएंगी. He had to be ticked off by the BJP top brass saying 180 मत बोलो ये ठीक नहीं है. People will get complacent. Say that we are fighting a good election. His war room management, his office has an ISO stamp. That's how methodical he is in terms of how he runs his campaign and how he manages his office. In fact, it's a case study where people can give complaints, they track what happened to those complaints. So in that sense, he's a master manager.
And remarkable career rise. In the 1970s, he was a constable.
He was suspended. He was
suspended because he allegedly was supposed to be part of these of the so-called bootlegging groups. He was linked to them. He was suspended from the police.
And then Rajdeep,
Nomination ke baad he doesn't go to the constituency.
Rajdeep, do you know that he became a journalist and ran a newspaper and was an editor?
चलो अपना नंबर भी आ सकता है.
Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Delhi. Rajdeep has multiple choices. He can jump onto any board.
But he's a very hardworking.
There though now suddenly is the fact that the Congress is at 39 in Himachal Pradesh. We're going to call Himachal Pradesh up on the screen. Some relief for Mallikarjun Kharge, some relief for the Congress party. In Himachal Pradesh, they're now sitting at 39 seats. I'll bring up the current map of Himachal Pradesh, 18 plus for the Congress. If they hadn't got this, it would have been a washout for the Congress. The BJP's vote share is at, oh my God, 43. The Congress's vote share at 44. Just a 1% gap. This is exactly the kind of modeling that Access My India had done for India Today in Himachal and in Gujarat. So a very, very credible performance by the exact poll. Let's look at the power map, which will give you a sense of where the Congress is picking up these seats from. It's across, whether it is Shimla in the lower reaches or it is the Kangra region, except for Mandi where the BJP still has done reasonably okay. In the other regions of Himachal Pradesh, the Congress is doing very well. 39 seats now. Rajdeep, they'll be comfortable. The fact that they've now almost come close to being able to win. Let's look at how many seats are at close margins. So only one seat is at a margin of less than 100 votes. That's currently being won by the Congress. This is the seat of Bhatia. Let's now look at seats with a margin of less than 500. You've got 8 such seats. Oh, this is interesting. There are 7 seats where the Congress is leading at this moment, where the margin is less than 500. The BJP is leading on only 1 such seat. So there's a little bit of luck rolling. And Rahul, does luck play a role? Politicians believe that whichever way the hawa is blowing, you tend to win more tight fights. Statistically, but statistically that's very improbable, right? But do you think that's possible?
No, statistically what will happen that now the leads are going to consolidate in the favor of whoever has edge, right?
No, but at 500 votes you can't really say.
Can't, but think of it, right? Like now they are leading in 7. It's less probable statistically that they will lose all 7.
Sure.
Right? So if it's a 50-50 probability, Congress, because now it has a 10 seats lead, it's very less likely that it will get reversed.
And what is also happening is that their vote percentage is identical. So the BJP, where it's winning, is obviously winning with a bigger margin. The Congress is winning on narrower margin, but is winning in Kangra. And it's a clear lead now. 16 is playing 10. So once you've got that lead in the biggest constituency of Himachal, or the biggest district of Himachal, unlikely that you will go below the halfway mark.
Yeah.
13 seat requires a huge swing now in the next 1 hour, which seems unlikely.
No, also politicians
the BJP is facing a lot of...
Politicians are very superstitious. If they lose, they'll say, "Yaar, ye luck ne hara diya, hum to jeet hi rahe the, we just about lost." The fact is, in a tight fight, there's an equal probability of the dice rolling in either favor. It's 500 or 100 votes. You don't know which way it's going.
And with equal probability, Congress now, because it has edge, it will continue to hold on to
and
edge.
even if they lose some of those edges, they'll still win. So the Congress seems poised now. Mallikarjun Kharge may come to agenda Aaj Tak. We're continuously saying it because he's under pressure. The entire Congress media cell should be under pressure. We want to see him there at agenda Aaj Tak. And if he's at 39, he has something to talk about. Forget the 20 seats in Gujarat. 39 in Himachal is not a bad performance.
You see, this is where the BJP is the master of the game. What will happen at 6 p.m. today? The Prime Minister will address his cadres, and it will all be about the historic and no doubt remarkable achievement. Drowned in that will be the fact that the BJP is actually losing a state government. Now, had it been the reverse, the BJP would have, if they had won Himachal, would have made a noise about it. Now the Congress will worry, pehla kisko credit dena hai, kaun banega chief minister, who is going to address the gathering.
I hope they don't say we won because of the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
No.
They can turn around and say because the Bharat Jodo Yatra galvanized the Congress worker and the class and the cadre, Now, some of these guys in a hope, in the bid that they can become chief minister.
They will not be able to really, draw the volumes and the sort of focus that they want to that. They
See,
will never be able to do that.
I think, see, when PM is going to speak today, of course he's going to talk about the historical nature of Gujarat verdict. He will congratulate his workers in Delhi and he will also congratulate his workers in Himachal Pradesh. No, he would basically say, हिमाचल में कभी हार होती है, कभी जीत होती है. मैं अपने वर्कर्स को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत टफ फाइट की. See, it's also important for the leader to stand with the party and the cadres when they lose. And that's the message that he will give.
There is a very important data set that's just come to me. I want to read this out to our viewers. Of all the people who are watching, and this is a live exit poll as it were, of all the people watching television stations or a live election video feed across different channels and their social platforms, 47.62% of the viewers are watching India Today television.
Wow.
Republic is being watched by about 30, NDTV by about 11, Times Now by about 7, CNN by about 4%.
Wow.
So the India Today television enjoying a vote percentage similar only to the Bharatiya Janata Party in terms of its dominance.
No, we have not reached 54%.
Thoda kam hai. 48 ho gaya.
You see, now I'm going to be like Amit Shah. You can be Mr. Modi and say, nahi, aur badao.
Arre,
Or I will be Modi. And you're Amit Shah.
48 is
and I'm
good
saying,
enough.
nahi,
48 is 1 in 2 people watching, which is why every neta who's coming is saying we are watching India.
मुझे 55 चाहिए.
राजदीप प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम लोग सब भूपेंद्र पटेल टाइप हैं. तो परसेंटेज आप ही को बढ़ाना है.
Preeti is Pratibha Singh. You're Bhupendra Patel.
हम लोग को नहीं, आप ही को बढ़ाना है.
Preeti is fully self-made.
You're very much in the race, absolutely.
But you're Sukhvinder Sukhu. And he's Agnihotri. You're Mukesh Agnihotri.
No, there is no discord. You're 48% of the vote share in terms of those watching television at this moment is quite significant. That's the kind of dominance the Bharatiya Janata Party enjoys at the centre and in Gujarat.
In Gujarat, you know what is the talk right now? I'm a member of lots of WhatsApp group. Very first thing is that in Saurashtra, Congress people are very angry on AAP and so many angry messages, incredible.
No, but they can't, this has to stop because you see the constant
They say AAP spoiled our party. Just a minute, I'll give you a lot of messages. Then Amit Shah's constituency has 7 assembly seats and out of that 4 has got 1.25 lakh. Massive lead and another 3 has a 50,000 plus lead. Then Bhupendra Patel back to action, meaning governance and all other issues already on. And now everybody in the bureaucracy is asking me, which I don't know the answer, that what will happen to Kailash Nathan? Will the things change or will remain here?
Why won't it change? Kailash Nathan is the Prime Minister's key associate.
Yes.
He runs the key part of the bureaucracy
and Amit
in
Shah,
Gujarat.
Amit Shah is in the gym. He is happy with his gym. He is in the meaning he is relaxing.
He's on the treadmill.
He is relaxing now because
he
has because of his caste combination and caste strategy in every single.
He is the master of this campaign in terms of how he stitched it and brought it together.
But he inquired about about Himachal Pradesh and then he went to the gym. That's what WhatsApp messages are telling me.
Amit Shah goes to the gym.
Treadmill. No, he's also lost a lot of weight as he's gained political
weight. What's worrying me, then I must start going to the gym. If Amit Shah goes to the gym, it's about time I did too.
आप भी तो walk के लिए जाते हो?
मेरा walk बहुत, मैं टहलता हूँ.
Amit Shah is your inspiration.
मैं बहुत धीरे से टहलता हूँ, वहाँ किसी से बात करता हूँ.
Somebody gives jalebi.
In our park, we end up talking more than walking. That's the problem with being in our park. Yes,
something about Gujarat, which is, I think, like Congress and AAP can keep complaining about each other playing vote cutting exercise. But think of it: Congress has 27% vote, AAP at 13% vote. They are still both added are 40%, where BJP is 53%. So even when you add, BJP is leading by 13 percentage points. That's a huge number.
And that's where
cannot be filled up in 2024.
And that's why I said this logic that the AAP is the B team of the BJP doesn't work this time in Gujarat because the BJP has actually grown in its vote share. Had it been only because of a split, it's chemistry plus arithmetic that's worked in Gujarat. RP Singh, good time to get you in. Congratulations, Sardar Saab. What are you feeding us? You're a man who likes to feed people in good times. क्या आज क्या menu पे क्या है? Congratulations.
Rajiv, I will send you a personal message for a treat at a new place. So I'm right now sending it to you. Preeti knows about that place, so I'm sending you that message. Although Preeti has also not visited that place. But coming to the issue, sir, I was waiting for that 20% vote for Aam Aadmi Party, which you were expecting that they will get in Gujarat.
That's right. They've got 12. No, 1 minute. They've got 12% vote. So in terms of vote share, our one prediction that's gone wrong in Gujarat is that we overestimated the AAP. But they've got 12%. Now you could argue that's nothing. Others would say that's not a bad debut. How do you see it?
Let me take it further. Uttarakhand, where are their party leaders today in Uttarakhand? Their party head, person who was heading the party there, has joined our party. Wait for time, because this party has no ideology. But other day, your colleague Rahul Srivastava rightly said that white paper can sell dream to a certain extent, but till the time you have ideology on issues and subjects, till the time you have clarity on issues and subjects, people don't come to you. You can keep coming and saying, okay, this free, but that will also taper off after a certain time, and that time has come today. And by saying that they have won Delhi, I'm sorry, I'm adding Delhi to this. मैं एक मिनट दे दीजिए सिर्फ आधा मिनट. By saying that they have won Delhi, that's why उनके सब पाप धुल गए. पाप तो पाप है, वो अगले 10 दिन में, 15 दिन में, महीने में आउटकम आएगा ही आएगा. I mean,
there's an interesting comment that's just come from Rajiv Shukla, who ran the Congress's campaign in Himachal Pradesh. Interestingly, he credits Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. His comment is, if Congress wins in Himachal, we'll do everything in the people's interest. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra worked hard, campaigned extensively. This is Rajiv Shukla just now.
I told you, this is the one party that never fails to disappoint you. Because that's the, look, having said that.
No, but why have expectations given their track record?
No, having said that, I will at least say one thing, that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra did step into Himachal. She put herself in front. I know that even in
but
the ticket...
hardly, Rajdeep.
Look, even in the ticket selection, I believe that she had a role to play. She even today is the one who has, was day before yesterday directing. We are told the likes of Hooda and Baghel. Baghel is very close to her. Please go there.
As is Rajiv Shukla.
As is Rajiv Shukla. So, look, it is when the Congress got decimated in Uttar Pradesh, Priyanka Gandhi must take responsibility.
No, but there she campaigned. You can't compare this. How can she get the credit for this? Come on, she hardly campaigned at the periphery, at the margin, in comparison to how Amit Shah ran the BJP's campaign, sitting in Kamlam till 1 o'clock at night. You can't give her credit in the same way.
I'm not saying it cannot be suitable. It can't be suitable.
But it cannot be the other. One minute.
Sir.
If we criticize Priyanka Gandhi Vadra when they were decimated in UP,
but she ran that
campaign. To say that she had nothing to do with Himachal is also wrong.
No, but 1 minute. Yes, I agree with you. But she cannot be credited.
I'm not crediting her.
You see, no.
Rajiv Shukla is.
See, Rajdeep, if she's a good leader and she did well in Himachal, she should have been there in Gujarat for losing how many? 60 seats.
You see,
helping Congress win 39 seats.
No, and you don't do anything. If you go 5
Gujarat,
days to a campaign, you're hardly doing anybody a favor. It's a campaign.
I think something what BJP needs to think about Himachal. Think about it. Congress has gained marginally. They had 42% vote last time. This time they have got 43. The introspection for BJP should be that last time in assembly elections they were at 49 and in Lok Sabha they were at 69%. So basically they are losing a very, very big portion of Himachal votes, and the Congress needs to think or the BJP needs to think what is it about Himachal Pradesh voters or which segments are deserting it. That should be like if the way BJP likes to think about elections ahead, they need to think where the losses are.
This new pension scheme versus the old pension schemes debate should be addressed and completely.
Yes.
Even the fiscal aspect of it should be handled only by the states. It should not be like the Congress chief minister, whenever he's sworn in, he comes with a fiscal begging bowl before the center that now you need to support the OPS. Because this OPS thing, even the Congress thinkers, by the way, they came out and called the fiscal irresponsibility of the old pension scheme.
No, that's the likes of Praveen Chakravarti, yeah, these people have been talking up by their own party. You see, now what the worry is, having won Himachal or possibly won it.
How will they do it?
Yeah. They will now go to other states and say, we'll we'll bring it here. Already they are talking of bringing old pension scheme in Rajasthan. It is a disastrous scheme fiscally. It needs to be communicated, new pension scheme better.
Yeah.
You see, we've seen in the past, good economics sometimes makes bad politics. Chandrababu Naidu, was a good example of what went wrong. A lot of his reforms were forward thinking, but he suffered electoral defeat. So I think we have to disconnect at times politics from economics.
And BJP
Unfortunately, our politicians are not willing to do so.
No, and BJP needs to do this work. They need to have a better policy communication specialist because they're not able to effectively say that this is where things can go wrong with an OPS.
Rajat Sethi is offering himself for a job.
I'm not. I'm just saying that someone needs to
for the BJP.
The BJP. No, we had Mr. P. Chandrambaram for an interview, and he actually was the person who introduced the new pension scheme. And he came out and did criticize the old pension scheme. And of course, he wanted to decouple it from the promises that were being made in Himachal. And then Sheila ji.
Sorry, sir.
No, and going forward, he says the same thing, that we can't take the same barometer to a Rajasthan, to a Chhattisgarh, and they will not do it because it was easier to do in Himachal, he said. Because it's a smaller state, easier to do it here, then maybe to bring the same model to a Rajasthan or a Chhattisgarh.
Either way,
or a Madhya Pradesh.
in an ideal world, the BJP and Congress should be working together on such schemes. These are policy formulations. You can't state by state start changing pension policies in this country.
When I was in Himachal Pradesh during the campaign, the BJP state leaders over there actually wanted the old pension scheme. They were saying, yes, central leaders are not agreeing. We actually think that the old pension scheme makes sense.
Well, if you give free money, who will not want it, right? That holds true for all the kind of election promises, and this is where political leadership has to mature out. Then you can't go out and literally start distributing and emptying the coffers. Because then you will end up in a situation like Punjab, Andhra, etc.
Rivaba Jadeja is speaking.
States, right?
Now the MLA, she's one, Ravinder Jadeja's wife. Let's listen to Rivaba Jadeja.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ ही जुड़कर वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहेगी और ये नतीजा साफ है कि गुजरात की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ थी और आगे भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगी।
नरेंद्र मोदी का चेहरा भी पूरे
डेफिनेटली यस बिकॉज जिस हिसाब से सर ने उनका जो रोड शो चला, ठीक है, 32 या 35 किलोमीटर तक का जो रोड शो था और गुजरात की जनता पर जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक इम्पैक्ट रहा है, वो सीएम से लेके पीएम तक अभी तक उत्तरोत्तर उसमें जो बढ़त है, लोगों की जो एक लोक चाहना है, सिर्फ गुजरात ही नहीं, आप विश्व में देखें जहाँ जहाँ भी गुजराती हैं तो एक मोदी जी की जो एक अमिट छाप है लोगों के दिल में, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं उसकी जो एक इम्पैक्ट है वो होना जाहिर सी बात है।
150 से ऊपर बीजेपी जा रही है, पाथ ब्रेकिंग विक्ट्री कहा जाएगी। पूरे गुजरात में क्या बीजेपी अब कांग्रेस खत्म हो गई है?
देखिए, मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से तो डेफिनेटली कहूँगी कि हम विकास की यात्रा में आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। गुजरात का जो मॉडल है उसमें जहाँ जहाँ अभी जो विकास चल रहे हैं उसमें हम बेहतर मॉडल के तौर पे आगे बढ़े और वही एक मंत्र रहेगा। मेरे साथ जितने भी प्रत्याशी के रूप में हैं, जीत के धारासभ्य बनते हैं, तो उनका एक वही चयन रहेगा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विचारधाराओं के साथ जुड़कर जो डेवलपमेंट के काम हो वो आगे बढ़ाए।
That's Rivaba Jadeja.
Just Rahul.
Yes.
Massacre in Gujarat is continuing. In the heart of Ahmedabad, Sabarmati and Narayanpura, Congress is about to lose deposit.
Lose their deposit?
Yes.
You know, this is
and so pension scheme and all that can wait, but what is happening to Congress in Gujarat?
But the way the Congress usually
Congress is going to lose deposits in half the seats in Gujarat with this vote
for
share.
the Congress for all time to come.
But it's been a lost story for 25 years.
They were number 2, now they may not be number 2.
They will be number 2 in this.
That lost story.
My point is very simple. If I was a Congress...
They had a district panchayat and many things.
Ma'am, they've won once or twice. Let's be honest, since 2002, even in municipal elections, barring one or two, the Congress has lost virtually everyone. Few panchayats they won. But if you look at the 2017, very interestingly, Rahul, Prashant Kishore once told me 2012 Gujarat was the toughest election that Mr. Modi had because there was drought for 2 years. He was vulnerable and the Congress never really fought it as it should have. 2017, you had the whole Patidar agitation. You had a great chance. You messed up and in Mehsana gave tickets to the same Alpesh Thakur who switched over to the BJP and that's why you suffered. So the Congress had its opportunities. I think the voters of Gujarat have decided they are with the BJP solidly. This is our party, son of the soil, Prime Minister. You can't beat that emotional connect. Plus, they've decided somewhere Congress ka koi banta nahi hai Gujarat mein. And therefore, they are... So, if I was, I think the Congress has 10 rupees in their bank balance. I would preserve my money for other states and give up on Gujarat.
See, Rajiv, one more thing. with a drop in the voting percentage in Gujarat this time, and with this result, it is possible that a lot of
Harsh
anti-BJP vote did not come
Harsh
out.
Sanghvi
Yes, that's right.
speaking at
That's
the
also
time.
possible.
Let's listen to Harsh Sanghvi.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हर्ष संघवी इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। चेहरे पर नई चमक है और आज नई उमंग के साथ, बुलंद हौसलों के साथ अब नजर आते हैं। ये जो ऐतिहासिक जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आज दर्ज की है, इसका क्रेडिट किसके सर है?
ये चेहरे पे जो चमक दिख रही है
जी,
वो पुराने संबंधों की चमक है। 27 साल से चल रहे ये संबंध को आज गुजरात के लोगों ने फिर से एक बार मोहर लगा ली है। ये चुनाव सत्ता का चुनाव नहीं था। ये चुनाव भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गुजरात के नागरिकों के बीच, खास तौर पे मोदी जी के साथ गुजरात के प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों का जो दिल का संबंध था, ये संबंधों को उजागर करने वाला चुनाव है।
मोदी मैजिक अभी भी बरकरार है, इसका मतलब?
कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार से काम किया है, जिस प्रकार से हर एक गरीब तबके के लोगों का जीवन स्तर सुधारने का प्रयास किया है, मध्यम वर्ग के लोगों को स्वनिर्भर करने का मोदी जी ने जो प्रयास किया है, जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी ने हर एक गांव तक सड़क, पानी, बिजली, गैस पहुंचाया है, वो देख के कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक मोदी मैजिक, मोदी मोदी के नारे गूंज रहे। तब आज गुजरात में, गुजरात की धरती को बदनाम करने वाले लोग, गुजरात के नागरिकों को बदनाम करने में जिसने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है, ऐसे प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों को गुजरात की जनता ने चुन चुन कर जवाब दिए हैं।
2024 का रास्ता क्या गुजरात से प्रशस्त हो जाता है नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए?
2024 का रास्ता हर एक राज्य से मोदी मोदी के नारे के
क्योंकि
गुंजे।
अमित शाह ने यहाँ पर कहा था कि जीत दिलानी है गुजरात में, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी को फिर से प्रधानमंत्री बनाना है 2024 में।
देखिए, वो तो लोगों ने ऑलरेडी बनाया है।
हाँ।
जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी और ये देश के प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों का दिल का संबंध है
जी,
वो संबंध को समझने की जरूरत है। गुजरात में भी कई लोग ये संबंध को समझ नहीं पाए थे। आज उसका परिणाम आप देख।
लेकिन मौत का सौदागर से लेकर रावण तक की संख्या क्या फिर से महंगी पड़ गई कांग्रेस को?
देखिए, कांग्रेस हो या आम आदमी पार्टी, ये सब लोगों को, सभी विपक्षी दलों को, मेरे गुजरात की धरती, गुजरात के लोगों को बदनाम करने की जिन्होंने कोशिश की थी, हमारे नेता मोदी जी के बारे में जो जो कुछ बोले थे, गुजरात के प्रत्येक व्यक्ति ने, हम हिंसा वाले लोग नहीं हैं, हम मतपेटी में, ईवीएम मशीन पे उनको जवाब दिए।
लेकिन उनको परिवर्तन का भरोसा था, भविष्यवाणी कर दी थी। 3-3 जगह उन्होंने कह दिया था उनके कैंडिडेट जीत रहे हैं, भविष्यवाणी कर दी, सरकार बना रहे हैं।
देखिए, उनका परिवर्तन हो ही चुका है। मैं तो उनको भगवान से उतनी ही प्रार्थना करता हूं कि भगवान ये सभी लोगों को सद्बुद्धि दें, क्योंकि भारत ये बहुत भावुक देश है। भारत के लोगों के साथ, प्रत्येक नागरिकों के साथ इस प्रकार का खिलवाड़ करना मात्र सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए सही नहीं है।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल है, आप यंग डायनामिक लीडर हैं काफी, क्योंकि हर नेता की एस्पिरेशंस तो होती हैं, अगला मुकाम क्या है राजनीति में आपका?
एक कार्यकर्ता हूं और सर्वश्रेष्ठ कार्यकर्ता बनने का हमेशा प्रयास करूंगा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। कैमरा पर्सन राकेश सालस्कर के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, सूरत, आज तक।
The interesting thing is those images that you saw on your screen right now are from a sweet shop in Ahmedabad, where you've got people distributing sweets. These are people from the minority community. They're distributing laddus at this sweet shop in Gujarat, and that's a pretty interesting thing. It's happening at the Roshan Bakery in Ahmedabad. These laddus coming in from there.
You know, this is a day also for us to celebrate. Yes, Rahul.
We're just waiting for a moment, Rajdeep. 39 seats for the Congress, 26 for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
And what did our exit poll say? I think we were the ones who said 32 to 40 for the Congress, for Himachal Pradesh.
In both the places.
In Himachal Pradesh, the India Today Axis My India exit poll had predicted BJP 24 to 34, they're at 26. Congress 30 to 40, they're at 39. AAP 0, they're 0. Others 4 to 8. So, you know, that's spot on in a tough state. It's a small state, so not easy. And if you look at Gujarat
this is why
again,
it's called the exact poll. There were some people taking the odd pot shot yesterday when it wasn't exact. It was pretty bang on.
we got the trend right.
Yeah, and Rajdeep, remember, in the midterms that happened in the United States, the pollsters, all of them together, picked the trend wrong. They were suggesting that the Republicans would do better. The Democrats ended up winning. So to be able to pick the trend in the MCD elections, which was a ward election, very small election, is very, very commendable. To be able to say that the record of Madhav Singh Solanki, remember, 151 is what the India Today Access My India exit poll had said for BJP in Gujarat. They've ended up at 154.
And there again, most other channels played safe. 120 to 130 was the usual range. So, you know, we went into this sort of possibility of breaking Madhav Singh Solanki's record. 151 is what was Pradeep's top end. So I think Pradeep Gupta deserves a lot of credit.
No, more importantly, Madhav Singh Solanki got calm theory in place, but this is bursting of calm theory plus lot of addition.
That's right. So, you know, the map of Gujarat has changed dramatically since the calm theory of 1985 of the caste alliance forged by Madhav Singh Solanki to now the Hindutva plus, or as I call it, the Moditva plus alliance of Narendra Modi. So a lot has changed. What hasn't changed is the fact that we have the most accurate pollster with us. Rahul, band baja Bharat correct?
Now, let's welcome the man of the moment, the man with the exit poll, which is the exact poll, both in Himachal Pradesh and in Gujarat. The only pollster who picked it absolutely bang on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm round of applause as we welcome Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep ji, welcome.
Well done, Mr.
Look at the relief on his face. He's like very happy that he's won and then he's done well.
I have brought
some sweets for you.
This is Sutar Feni. It is something very famous in Gujarat. It's from Gujarat. So Sutar Feni for you from Gujarat. Thodu leso ke nahi? Ek aje.
He speaks Gujarati. Yeah, Madi Madi. I heard him in action.
Are you feeling good today or not?
No, I am feeling very challenged.
Why challenged?
Because if you score century every time, people expect the same thing. And the moment you are out on 80, they say you are failed.
Yesterday you were out on 80, today you have scored 100, right?
That is what is the challenge all about.
Yeah, yes.
Challenge of expectation, bearing the expectations of people like Rajdeep Sardesai, very difficult.
But you know, I'll tell you what my challenge now is. You see, 2 years ago, when we got it absolutely right, Pradeep and I did a dance. The dance became famous. Now I have asked my producer to play some music, some Gujarati music. You don't have to dance.
No, he dances very well. Once again,
but
I must tell you,
he and I have a lot in common. We love football. In fact, we've been talking more about football than elections.
Cricket.
In the last few days, we love cricket. Now, has my director got the music right? Are you ready with some?
No, let me give you full credit to Rahul Kanwal, Rajdeep Sardesai and entire India Today group. They always trust in our numbers. And most importantly, our Access My India team, more than 300 persons, we call them Amit, Access My India team, which is Amit.
You see, when you do this, I get worried that you're going the Modi way, all these acronyms. You know, Modi ji has perfected the art of acronym. What is it? Amit.
Amit.
What does it mean?
जो कभी मिट नहीं सकता. Amit. Access My India team.
Producers are playing.
The music is ready. Okay, Rahul Kanwal, are you going to join us?
Dance watch nahi. Mazak too. Next
ready?
week, this is my exit. Dance watch. You ask us to crunch the numbers, I can do it all right now.
Hey, मैं dance नहीं Rahul.
Come on, you must dance, yeah, Pradeep.
Otherwise, we'll get into trouble if we don't.
So this dance is for BJP's victory
in Gujarat
and Congress victory in Himachal, and most importantly, Access My India Today group exact poll.
So
once again,
what it means now is that we dance when the AAP wins We dance when the Congress wins, we dance when the BJP wins, but most importantly, Rahul, we dance when we get our polls right.
No, we
That's the important thing, right?
we only dance when we get the India Today numbers right.
That's
that is most important. Baki koi jeere, koi hare, it doesn't really matter.
So now our
Rahul Kanwal's problem is ये dance नहीं करता है, ये खाना, ये सुतर
ये
में
डांस डांस करवाता
अरे
है।
ले लो यार, कुछ नहीं होता. Very little.
राहुल
Very
का
nice.
प्रॉब्लम है वो डांस करवाता है।
Preeti,
डांस
सुतर
करवाता
पे
है।
No, but I must tell our viewers that I had the opportunity to join Pradeep Gupta during the exit poll. We were in and around Rajkot. It is a lot of effort to go to people. When we go with the bells and whistles of a television camera, you've got people excitedly coming to you, wanting to talk about what they think is happening. When you're trying to do a poll, it's very difficult. Between 1 to 4 in Gujarat, they all go off to sleep. You're literally banging on the door, trying to wake somebody up. She's thinking that you're a salesman trying to sell her shampoo. She's like, kuch nahi kharidna, jao. It's very difficult.
You know, let's give credit to Pradeep for two. You know, in this particular poll, viewers need to recognize MCD poll was ward level, where the margins are very narrow, and therefore polls can sometimes, go wrong. He picked up the direction. Then take a look at Himachal Pradesh. It's a state sparsely populated. Many constituencies, Lahore, Spiti, from one place to the other takes several kilometers. To get that right when everyone else is going the other way. You see, it's important also to realize what has happened today. Every other poll I've gone through all said BJP ahead of Congress.
Including all the top BJP leaders.
Everybody said that's
Himachal, Gujarat ka theek hoga, Himachal.
And I remember telling Pradeep, are you not worried that the women voters, like in Bengal, like in Bihar, may put up poll? He didn't change his numbers, which is also credit because he had faith in his numbers. And then number 3 is Gujarat, which, remember, this time had a new player in AAP. So it's always difficult when a new player comes. I'm doing this so that I get my friend to, again, well up. He starts tearing up.
No, and he's got this.
Come on, Pradeep.
Now my
pressure था कि नहीं इस बार?
बहुत solid pressure. Score reads Axis My India. 60 elections we called so far, including 2 general elections. And now it is 56 bang on, most accurate.
Achha, he's got this one dance move. He does something funny with his
What do you do that? How do I do that?
What is it? Where did you pick up this dance move from? It's part of what you learned
This is the sports. After scoring the goal, you got 2.
Lovely. But the Brazilian...
What do you do with your legs? What do you do with your legs? One second. Look at what he does with his legs. He's got this one move. Rajdeep, try it. You should try it. Rajdeep can also try it. He can do it. Come on, Pradeep ji. One more. This leg move of yours is a very famous one. He actually practices it. I'm telling you. No. Long shot dikhao na.
Boss, Pradeep and I both are originally from Mumbai. We have always wanted to do a Bollywood film. You see, we come from Mumbai. We want to do a Bollywood film. We love football. We want... who's your favorite football team?
Argentina or France is winning the World Cup.
He believes it's a final between Argentina and France.
This is not an exit poll.
Either are winning
this
the World
Cup. This is not an exit poll. This is a punt. You don't know what is a poll, what is a punt. There's a difference.
I'm hoping it's a Brazil-Portugal final. But either way, whatever happens, well done today. Come, join us. Well done, Pradeep. Good.
He picked the song, huh? Pradeep Gupta picked this song.
You see, all of you are laughing, starting with Preeti Chaudhary at our dancing. Won't we okay? No.
Okay, he is an excellent pollster, the best in the country. You are one of the best political analysts, but you both are uncles when you dance.
Uncles when you dance? Preeti, they were a good sport. You are sitting over there like this. At least they dance.
Uncle moves,
That's a terrible thing, yaar.
I'd say you're the best. He's the best pollster in the country. You're the best political analyst, but your dance moves are full uncle
Gupta
moves.
is more uncle, he is more grandfather.
I'm not saying...
He was a great sport. I disagree. For once, I'm on Rajdeep's side.
Yes,
he was a fantastic sport. He danced. Preeti, it's unfair to call him uncle moves. What is it? You are sitting over there like one sitting with your arms crossed and calling them uncle.
No, great. The
so much effort went into the dance and these numbers.
Somebody has just sent me a message. Rajdeep, please learn some dancing. Here I thought, this is not exactly. Well, we'll get there.
No, but hats off. Seriously.
Yeah, and as I said, I think Himachal is the big one. Pradeep, was that more difficult than Gujarat? Himachal?
Of course, 100 times difficult because more than 200 villages, very less population, 80,000 average size of the electorate, 75% was the turnout, so 60,000 voters. If they divide into 2, then 30,000 each. And last time also, there were 22 seats which were won less than 3,000 margin. So it is very difficult, and particularly when Congress is doing good, then you have to think twice.
No, also I have to spend a moment talking about the challenges in polling. Remember, a lot of the other pollsters, and this is with no disrespect to any of the other polling agencies, are actually working the phones and doing what is called the catty technique of polling. You're basically just working the phone lines with the database you have. What the Access My India team and everybody at the Access office in Mumbai is watching at this moment, and this is hats off and a tribute to the effort that they make. And we saw some of that firsthand. We are actually going in every single constituency. They have what is called the back and the front poll. The front is where you have a very detailed questionnaire. You sample at least 100 people in every constituency with a very, very extensive and detailed survey. On the back end, you've got a shorter survey just to reaffirm whatever you picked up on the front side. So it's a very extensive poll that is carried out in every single constituency, which is also why the probability of the Access My India team and India Today getting the poll right is higher than the other pollsters, because what can go wrong? Remember, in the old generation of polling, and this again is with no disrespect to all the previous generation of pollsters, what they would do is they'd go to say 1/4 the constituencies, use the trend from 1/4 the constituencies, Rajdeep was involved in some of those polls, extrapolate to the other 3/4. But in a situation where every seat has its own dynamics, that business of extrapolation is a big tukka. It's like jigri pokri.
No, and
Lagne mein lag bhi sakta hai, nahi lagne mein nahi lag
You see,
sakta.
in the 80s, when the Congress was dominant, the index of opposition unity often decided what happened. Now what's happened, you have new players. There's an Asaduddin Owaisi who comes in. There's the Aam Aadmi Party who's come in. Even in Himachal rebels, many of whom are taking away BJP votes. All of this makes, I think, elections more complicated. Just one final thing on dancing. My friend Rhythm Desai, who was on your India Today,
he's also telling you about dancing.
Morgan Stanley says, dancing on live TV is about courage, not skill. Polling is about skill, not courage, live or not.
He always has a way with words.
So basically, you see, the thing
polling
is
about skill,
you see,
not
you have
courage.
ensured that I will be trolled by my own children who believe I'm a terrible dancer.
What do they tell you when your dance moves go viral?
You know, my
Okay,
my
disclaimer.
daughter's
Okay,
given...
I think both of you did a great job. You danced also very well. It's very courageous.
Thank you. Don't use these words, uncle.
No,
and all,
no,
yeah?
I'm taking. You are making ageist jokes since the morning, and you're telling me not to use uncle.
If anybody else had made ageist jokes, they would have been in trouble.
That's
now, we leave that on the side. Yes, you were telling us what your children say about your dance.
No, not about that. But I think, let's come back to the polls. I think we have to recognize how difficult it's become compared to 20, 30 years ago.
Yes, Pradeep.
No, seat by seat accuracy in both the states is more than 90% as of now. Seat by seat accuracy.
Can I just ask you one thing though, Pradeep?
Yeah.
If you look at the numbers, maybe the one thing that we got wrong, and here I'll give credit to the Gujarat journalists who all told me, "Aap 10 par nahi karega." They're at 5.
Yesterday, you remember? No, one second.
No, our numbers for Gujarat.
No,
I'll tell you, Rajdeep, I'll tell you. See, in Gujarat, phase 1 was Saurashtra and South Gujarat. Phase 2 was North and Central.
Yes.
Phase 2 is the time and day when we have to give all the data to you through the channel by maximum 3 o'clock. Right? So we need to validate the same thing. This is the compulsion, we have to live with it. And I requested channel also if we can come next day for the Gujarat. But for their various and obvious reason, they said no, puri dunia dikhayegi, let's do.
So what you're saying...
Then listen to me.
Go ahead.
Second day, our team went again and we did about 4,000 sample size, which is day before yesterday. And I reveal, if you see yesterday's day before yesterday, in fact, I said AAP is being reduced from 20 to 15% vote share. And this is now 100, though we have given 9 seats, which is our lower range. Now this is pretty clear that AAP will be the single digit for sure.
You see what happened, I think, in Gujarat, and we'll know with the numbers, if you look at region-wise, AAP probably, we still are, will probably be, and your maybe your analysis will give us, will be probably more than 20% vote share, possibly in a Saurashtra or a South Gujarat.
Yes.
But will be very low single digits, 4 or 5% in Central and North Gujarat.
Yes.
So AAP has become a party not of Gujarat, but of Saurashtra and South Gujarat. More Saurashtra than South Gujarat, in fact, because initially they had a sort of hope that, Surat, other places they will do well. It'll be interesting to know where are those 5 AAP seats also. Where are the 5 seats of AAP? And I think they're all Saurashtra and South Gujarat.
Saurashtra, one in North I was seeing. Is that still on?
And if you see Himachal Pradesh, our vote share, because election held long back, so we have enough time to do so. So we predicted 44% to the Congress. It is 43 point something. And to the BJP, we predicted 42. Now they are 43.
That is a
so which is
phenomenal
like
level of accuracy.
absolutely matching, absolute matching.
No, and can I just explain?
Like general election.
One of the reasons why we make life complicated for the pollsters is because whatever is the last phase of polling, you're expecting the pollster to give you the results by 3 p.m. so you can put them on air by 6, which essentially means a lot of the polling for the last days actually happened in advance. Before the polling actually took place. So it's a pre-poll. So it's part exit, part pre, which is where the potential of an error creeping in is higher. So when he corrected it yesterday, he was actually able to say that AAP would be in single digits and their vote share would crash by at least 5 to 7%, which is exactly what has happened.
And also I told now my range is more towards 151 plus. You remember?
Yeah.
I said, and for Himachal Pradesh, I said it will go towards 40. The range.
And ultimately, in politics, in polling, jo jeeta wahi Sikandar, and this is as close to exact as exact can be. You can say, oh, you get 100% mark, this time you only got 90. Yeah, you can make some fun and you can have the odd snide joke on social or on television, but this is the best, which is why this is India's election destination. This is why this is India's #1 television station.
We are getting interesting flashes that Congress has arranged a charter plane winning Congress candidates to be flown out. So despite the fact that the Congress is at 39, the Congress doesn't want to take any chances.
Raipur ja rahe.
They're being taken to Raipur. No, because Bhupesh Baghel is in charge of Himachal. You see, there are only 2 states.
But there are better resorts in Jaipur, though.
There are better resorts in Jaipur.
But MLAs would have had a better time in Jaipur.
Yatra is there.
The holiday, the birthday, and
the Ranthambore visit.
Passing through Ranthambore.
Yeah,
It is passing through Savai Madhopur
and Gehlot.
But if these MLAs had been asked, they would have said Jaipur. But ultimately, Bhupesh Baghel made a point, and even the campaign in Assam, which he ran, he's got some resources because he's chief minister. B, he didn't do a bad job. In Himachal, before that in Assam, trying to keep all these different factions together. He did a decent job, Rajdeep.
See, also they will not like to do anything which will signal that they are depending on Gehlot.
And Gehlot managed Gujarat. And this is an abysmal showing on Mr. Gehlot as well. He was, Rajdeep, right till the end day, he was there in Ahmedabad.
You know, the way the Congress has run all their campaigns in recent times, they have told Mr. Baghel, you handle the finances in one state, Mr. Gehlot, you handle the finances
But those
in the
are the
other.
only finances they have.
That's all that they have. So in this instance, now you finally got a possibility of a third state, and Rajat made the point, possibly the first Congress chief minister to be sworn in after 4 years. That's a long time. You know,
but I hope they don't start fighting amongst themselves now.
You know, I do think that eventually power is a glue that holds people together.
It wasn't in Madhya Pradesh. It wasn't in Madhya Pradesh.
No, it held you in year 1.
It wasn't in Uttarakhand either. It wasn't in Arunachal either.
No, Uttarakhand, they didn't lose their government. They lost their government. Really,
no,
there are...
Vijay Bahuguna went over.
No, he went over, but they could not, the BJP could not eventually form the government. Harish Rawat continued. The one state where they messed up after having a slight majority, like this wafer thin, is Madhya Pradesh, where Kamal Nath is accused of completely sidelining Scindia, who then saw his opportunity in the BJP. Will they do that in Himachal? Not for year 1. Remember, all of these people...
No, but this is the Congress you're talking about, so you can't be sure. You're saying not in year 1 with confidence.
No, I would find it very... You see, now, to split the Congress, you will need a substantial number of people to go. Why will I...
No, you don't need that.
26.
One second.
Why will I leave?
Why did they leave in Madhya Pradesh? Why did the MLAs leave in Madhya Pradesh?
I'll tell you why. The MLAs left because in Madhya Pradesh, when Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, in a way, were the two sort of top guys, Jyotiraditya was completely isolated.
The same can happen. You pick Sukhu Agnihotri's people could leave with them, or you pick Agnihotri Sukhu's people. You have to find a way of being able to keep them together.
But Rahul, that's the question I want to ask the both of you. Now in Himachal, as the cards actually fall, what if Sukhwinder Sukhu actually says he has the MLAs? Could a similar Rajasthan-like situation play out, where you are just muscling your way and saying, I have the MLAs? You have no option.
No, I think...
Can that happen?
I think it's a good question, which I think for today, we have to accept the fact that once you got 39, initially at least...
Will it be the High Command which will decide, or will it be
the MLAs decide?
No. I think
or will it come down to the MLAs? Because what happened in Rajasthan, it was practically the MLAs told the High Command to take a walk.
Look, we say do you think Bhupendra Patel has the support of the majority of Gujarat?
But he has Modi, there's no Modi over there.
That's right. In every state, legislators can decide up to a point. Eventually, the High Command fills in. So even in the Congress, I think the decision will be taken at 10 Janpath. And let me make this very clear, that while Mallikarjun Kharge is the Congress president, I do expect that he will consult Sonia Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi is out of it. He doesn't want to get involved in this, we are told. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi will consult with Mallikarjun Kharge and they will take a choice.
157 for the BJP just now.
Remarkable.
In Gujarat. This is history. This is...
All five of Aam Aadmi Party is from Saurashtra.
But none of them are from Surat.
One Dediyapada.
And
Kateria, Gopal Italia,
no, I think it's four from Saurashtra and one is the Dediyapada seat, which is in South Gujarat.
Right.
But again, very, very interesting. The 7th win of the left, since we keep talking about it, was similarly comprehensive. When Buddhadev Bhattacharya won in 2006, he got about 230 odd seats out of the 294 in West Bengal. 5 years later, he was out.
Yeah.
But
at that time, his party wasn't in government in the center.
Right. And I think Gujarat...
And there was a Mamata Banerjee.
Gujarat is India's Hindutva kingdom. Make no mistake about that. That's what it is. At the end of the day, I remember speaking to a BBC friend, we were in Jamnagar. He said, Radhip bhai, tame always kaho cho Gujarati jare box ma jaye che, he only thinks first of a Hindu. I said, yes. He will complain to you on camera about roads, about water, about education, health. When he goes into that box, he sees Modi, he sees Hindutva.
We're seeing a big press conference being set up, that C.R. Patil, flanked by Bhupinder Patel, doing a press conference, the Chief Minister and the party president for Gujarat. Also at this moment, Paulami Saha is with us from the BJP headquarters in Delhi. The moment C.R. Patil starts speaking, we'll cut across there. For the moment, Paulami, give us a flavor of the celebrations at the BJP headquarters.
That's right, Rahul. This is, of course, the BJP headquarters. This evening, of course, the Prime Minister will be here and he will be, of course, addressing party workers. But you can see already party workers have started gathering over here at the BJP headquarters. They are, of course, chanting Modi, Modi. There are placards of the Prime Minister. Of course, he is the star mascot of the party, and this entire win in Gujarat, the historic win of the party in Gujarat, is being credited to the Prime Minister as well. You can see some very interesting props that the BJP party workers are displaying over here in Gujarat, crediting that win to Prime Minister Modi. I will ask Kirpal to stay with those pictures and of course we'll try and get in some reactions as well from the party. If I could request Kirpal, my camera person, to come over here. National General Secretary of the party, Tarun Chugh, is with us. He of course is already distributing sweets. Tarun ji, हिस्टोरिक जीत गुजरात में माधव सिंह सोलंकी का रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक करने वाली है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
ऐसा है कि ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात की जनता का आशीर्वाद है। गुजरात की जनता पिछले 20 वर्षों से नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देख रही है, उनके काम को देख रही है। 12 वर्ष एज ए मुख्यमंत्री और 8 वर्ष उन्होंने एज ए प्रधानमंत्री काम किया है और वहां की जनता उनसे अपार प्रेम करती है। उनके प्रति ये आशीर्वाद जनता ने उनको दिया है कि मोदी जी जम के काम करो, आगे बढ़ो, देश का नाम रोशन करो। मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों के मन में कि ये आदमी गरीबी के खिलाफ लड़ रहा है, ये आदमी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए अपनी बॉर्डर को मजबूत कर।
पर जो एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज हुई है तरुण जी, वो ये है कि अब तिकोनिया लड़ाई होने वाली है गुजरात में। उस तरह का एक पिच बन चुका है। आम आदमी पार्टी की एंट्री हो गई है। आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है हम नेशनल पार्टी बन गए।
ऐसा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी को तो समझ आना चाहिए कि उनका मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार भी नहीं जीत पाया। अगर 100 से ज्यादा जमानतें जब्त गुजरात में उनकी हुई हैं, हिमाचल में उनकी जमानतें जब्त हुई, दिल्ली में भी दिल्ली की जनता ने उनके अहंकार को तोड़ा है। ये कहते थे 20 सीटें नहीं मिलेंगी, ये कहते थे हिमाचल में मुख्यमंत्री आ रहा है।
और भाजपा एक बार पुनः 27 साल के बाद और 5 साल के लिए सरकार बनाने जा रही है। गुजरात की जनता ने पहले से ही प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत से भाजपा की सरकार बनाने का संकल्प कर लिया था। आज गुजरात की जनता ने अपना आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दे दिया है। मैं गुजरात की जनता का नतमस्तक होकर आभार प्रकट करता हूं। इस ऐतिहासिक विजय में जनता के आशीर्वाद के साथ साथ में अंतःकरणपूर्वक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं, जिन्होंने भाजपा को विजयी बनाने के लिए कठोर परिश्रम किया। उन्होंने 31 जनसभाएं की, 3 भव्य रोड शो किए। इस विजय के शिल्पकार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी है। गुजरात की जनता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अपने हृदय से चाहती है। भाजपा ने आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में गुजरात में सर्वस्पर्शी और सर्वसमावेशी विकास करके दिखाया है। इस विजय के लिए मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने पूरे गुजरात में 33 जनसभाएं की, रोड शो किए, कार्यकर्ताओं का उत्साह बढ़ाने का और कार्यकर्ताओं को मार्गदर्शन कर एक वातावरण तैयार किया। साथ में मैं राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। उन्होंने गुजरात चुनाव में हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया और जनसभाएं संबोधित कर एक वातावरण तैयार किया। पूरे प्रचार अभियान के दौरान हमें पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेतृत्व का निरंतर सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त हुआ। इसमें हमारे सहप्रभारी श्री गुप्ता साहब का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। इसमें अपार शक्ति और प्रेरणा मिलती रही। कार्यकर्ताओं का उत्साहवर्धन होता रहा। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस चुनाव में भव्य विजय के लिए मैं भाजपा के केंद्रीय नेतागण, मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्य, भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री, अन्य राज्यों के हमें चुनाव में सहायता करने आए हमारे महिला एवं पुरुष कार्यकर्ता, गुजरात भाजपा के 80 लाख कठोर परिश्रमी पेज कमेटी के कार्यकर्ता और सदस्यों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं का विजयी संकल्प को लेकर चुनाव के मैदान में उतरे। ये हमारे लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपने अप्रतिम परिश्रम से जनता की सेवा करते हुए ये विजय प्राप्त किया है। मैं जब पूरे प्रचार अभियान पर नजर डालता हूं और मेरे मन में 3 शब्द आते हैं: संकल्प, कठोर परिश्रम और संतोषजनक परिणाम। चुनाव अभियान में मुझे सबसे ज्यादा प्रसन्नता कार्यकर्ताओं के उत्साह और उनके अथक परिश्रम को देखकर हुई। चुनाव प्रचार अभियान कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए जीवन का एक यादगार अनुभव होता है। यह संगठन के दृष्टिकरण और विस्तार का अवसर होता है। जनता और संगठन के रिश्तों में विश्वास और मजबूती लाने का भी अवसर होता है। कार्यकर्ता घर घर गए, उन्होंने पार्टी के संदेश और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री की केंद्र की सरकार और गुजरात में भूपेंद्र पटेल जी की सरकार के विकास कार्य को जन जन तक पहुंचाया। हमें उन पर बहुत गर्व है। हमारा प्रचार भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता के कठिन परिश्रमों की कहानी है, जिसने एक बेहतर गुजरात के सर्जन के लिए निस्वार्थ योगदान दिया है। भाजपा की यह भव्य विजय 27 वर्ष के भाजपा के सकारात्मक कार्य का विजय है। हमने जनता की सेवा और कल्याण को आदर्श मानकर कार्य किया। हमने अपने प्रचार अभियान के दौरान सुशासन और विकास के हमारे जो वादे थे वो साकार किए। संकल्प को गुजरात के हर कोने तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकास कार्य को धरती पर उतारने का काम गुजरात की भूपेंद्र पटेल सरकार कर रही है। हम भव्य गुजरात वैभवशाली गुजरात और अग्रसर गुजरात का सपना साकार करने का लक्ष्य लेकर चले हैं। गुजरात की जनता ये जानती है और समझती भी है कि गुजरात का विकास केवल और केवल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन वाली सरकार ही कर सकती है। इसी का परिणाम इस चुनाव के नतीजे हैं। गुजरात के युवा, महिला, किसान, विविध समाज के मतदाता जिन्होंने गुजरात के हित में और गुजरात के विकास के लिए गुजरात और देश को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के ऊपर फिर से मक्का विश्वास रखा है और भाजपा के ऊपर भरोसा किया है। यह विश्वास को बनाए रखना, यह विश्वास को दृढ़ करना और सत्ता प्राप्ति के पर्याप्त सत्ता के माध्यम से लोगों की सेवा करने की परंपरा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि और भाजपा आगे बढ़ाएगी। गुजरात में बाकी राजनीतिक दल ने भी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाएं बनाई, बड़े बड़े वादे किए।
C.R. Patil, of course, the Gujarat Congress, the Gujarat BJP president, is the one who has much to celebrate. He is, of course, the MP also from Navsari, close to Prime Minister Modi, has handled the Varanasi seat for him. So C.R. Patil and in the entire Gujarat unit, that's a message being read out by him of the Prime Minister.
The only person who believed that this kind of number was possible was actually C.R. Patil. Others would never say, they would hope at the back of their head that this is possible, but they would never voice it. C.R. Patil is the man who ran the BJP's campaign, publicly said he'd get 180 and everybody thought, you know, God knows what he's smoking, this is dangerous. 157 out of 182 is electoral magic.
Absolutely.
A 5% increase in vote share when your vote share base starts at 49. Pradeep Gupta, this is what epic legends are made of.
Yes, definitely yes. And in fact, the basic reason is when you are comparing last time and this time, when you say 49 to 53, is the Patels. Last time, bulk of the Patels were with Congress. And this time, they have shifted completely back to the BJP.
Let's look at that.
That is one. And secondly, the Modi is the biggest factor, and particularly on account of social delivery.
You know, let's look at that.
And Rajdeep, the idea of pro-incumbency.
Sure.
Rajat,
Yeah.
you know, the BJP talks about it, the Pandits don't like to believe this to be true. This verdict shows if on a base of 49, you can increase your vote share almost by 5%. This is pro-incumbency in action.
Makes it look so simple. It is really not that simple, by the way.
You tell them it's simple, they'll say no.
No, certainly, and they always, you know, kept pushing the limit on that, and they kept saying that it is not a.
They're stretching the realm of what is possible in electoral politics.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, let's look at this because they've last done that in Uttar Pradesh. You know, a state where they've consistently shown that they can buck anti-incumbency and create pro-incumbency as they did earlier this year. But to take Pradeep's point forward, let's take a look at what has happened in Gujarat, because I think when you look at Gujarat, there are stories within a story, as they often are. There's an AAP story also building, and we'll tell you that in a moment. But let's look at the Gujarat map, and let's look at the caste base, since the Patidars was so important last time. What has happened in the Patidar dominated seats now? BJP has won 47, Congress 2, AAP 4. That's a wipeout. The other interesting community which one needs to look at is the ST seats. Take a look at the way the ST seats went. This is the first time in the history of Gujarat that the BJP has swept the Adivasi seats. 25-3-1. Complete sweep. So these are the two, I would say, which have made the huge difference to the BJP numbers. The third is the original Congress base, Thakors in North Gujarat. Congress is leading in 4, but the BJP is ahead of them in 12. Never happened before that Adivasis and Thakors have gone in such large numbers to the BJP.
But Adivasis vote share is split in a big way between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party.
Which benefited.
Yeah.
Which is why, Rahul, if you look at regions, and that is the other story of Gujarat which is building up, just take a look at what has happened in Saurashtra Kutch. This is where the AAP has actually made
These are their 4 seats.
That's right. There are 4 seats here, and if we look at vote share, I'm sure it'll be more than 20%.
No,
so the Aam Aadmi Party has been restricted, confined almost to Saurashtra and to some extent South Gujarat. Because in South Gujarat, they're leading in 1, which is a tribal seat. Look at North, they're wiped out. So in North, it's a sweep. This is a big change from 2017.
Rajdeep, in terms of vote conversion, if you look at it, there are 36 seats as per Pradeep, where Aam Aadmi Party is second.
Okay, so let me
look at this. 59 in central Gujarat, Rahul, around Ahmedabad, Vadodara, more urbanized. 59 plays 5, others 1. So it's a complete sweep for central Gujarat, North Gujarat. Saurashtra is where the AAP has made a mark, and to some extent benefited the BJP because of the split vote, and to some extent in South Gujarat.
We're just being told that the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupinder Patel, will be sworn in on the 12th of December, Monday. So you get your Sunday, Rajdeep.
I would have got my Sunday in any case.
There are 2 data sets that I curated, which I think are very important because they give you an empirical evidence to that one question which everybody has an opinion on. And I want to take our viewers through those. You know, the first one is the heat map of the vote share. And as you see this, you will notice that this is, just one second as we bring that back to the screen. Now, this is something which, we're just telling you again that the Chief Minister of Gujarat will take oath on Monday, the 12th of December. This is somewhere just soon after noon because that's the auspicious period. Bhupinder Patel will be sworn in. His cabinet, and look, he's relieved, he's happy, he's delighted, and his name will be written in history. Now, how much of this is thanks to Bhupinder Patel, you can argue about, but as the incumbent Chief Minister, Bhupinder Patel's name will be written in the annals of history as the man who led the Bharatiya Janata Party to this historic victory, 158, something which has never happened before this. Okay, let's just listen to Bhupinder Patel and then we'll come back and do some data analysis.
हम सबके नेता और देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई ने पहले ही कहा था कि गुजरात की जनता ये चुनाव लड़ रही है। गुजरात की जनता ने ये मन बना लिया है कि 2 दशक से चली आ रही गुजरात की इस विकास यात्रा को अविरत चालू रखना है और वास्तव में हुआ भी यही। गुजरात के लोगों ने एक और कार्यकाल के लिए श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के नेतृत्व वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी को राज्य के शासन की जिम्मेदारी सौंप दी। एक बार फिर गुजरात के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी पर अटूट भरोसा और विश्वास दिखाया है। गुजरातियों ने एक बार फिर विकास की राह